Chapter 261, Instant Killing a Tier 5 Lord Huolin. A black token for the universe boat. Although Lord Huolin did not know why the silver beast opposite him was so confident. But looking at the expression of this silver beast, he immediately realized something was wrong. After all, Lord Yuanying was also a Tier 4 Universe Lord, and he was a Universe Lord of the human race's Great Alliance. Within the Great Alliance, the recently famous Lord Peng Gong, Primordial Chaos City Lord, and the Darkness Lord, who had been revealed to be of the human race, had already displayed Tier 6 combat power. It was rumored that this was also due to special true treasures refined by that Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race. But I haven't heard that these three possess a beast clone. Could it really be another hidden universe Lord of the human race? Lord Huolin thought to himself. However, his mind quickly steadied. Even if a Tier 6 Universe Lord stood before him, so what? He was a Tier 5 Universe Lord who possessed a curious object-grade true treasure, the Huolin armor. Even when facing a universe strongest, he had a chance to escape. His status within the Holy Land universe was second only to those universe lords who possessed supreme true treasures. No, Lord Huolin, something seems wrong. This silver beast seems to be the clone of Lord of the Divine Firmament. That is Lord of the Divine Firmament. However, at this moment, the Universe Lord following behind Lord Huolin issued a warning. He then immediately moved to escape from here. Damn it. After hearing what the Universe Lord said, Lord Huolin's expression changed instantly. How could he not know of the human race's Lord of the Divine Firmament? Even their Holy Land universe had heard of this Universe Lord's prestige. Even at the Universe Lord level, he could kill a universe strongest and could even unleash Tier 8 peak combat power. Moreover, every clone possessed a full set of supreme true treasures. No wonder, he couldn't sense the aura of this silver beast. Thinking of this, Lord Huolin turned his head and immediately flew away, wanting to escape this place. You want to escape in front of me? After watching this scene, Shen Chen revealed a smile. Subsequently, the terrifying void gazer domain around the golden horned beast unfolded directly. The unparalleled domain-type supreme true treasure erupted with terrifying repressive power. This terrifying repressive power directly caused Lord Huolin and the other two Universe Lords to freeze in the Void Realm. They couldn't even teleport. After accumulating experience over hundreds of millions of eras, the Universe Lords of the Holy Land universe, like Lord Huolin and his companions who frequently trained in the Universe Sea, were basically extremely wealthy. The three Universe Lords possessed a total of 2 palace-type peak true treasures. However, under the suppression of Shen Chen's Void Gazer domain, even these 2 palace-type peak true treasures could not fly at high speed. They could only fly slowly under the suppression of the Void Gazer domain. At this moment, these 3 Universe Lords also felt immense despair. No, Lord of the Divine Firmament, you cannot do this. We are Universe Lords of the Holy Land universe. Your human race is merely a peak race of the 3rd reincarnation era. Seeing this, Lord Huolin had no choice but to bring up the Holy Land universe as a threat. After all, there were quite a few universe strongest in his Holy Land universe. He hoped that Lord of the Divine Firmament would choose to give up, considering the situation where other Universe Lords of his human race had to face threats from the Holy Land universe. However, facing Lord Huolin's threat, Shen Chen smiled, and then the Void Gazer Prison Tower and the Void Gazer Holy Palace erupted with terrifying suction power. Once the Void Gazer Holy Palace and the Void Gazer Prison Tower combined, that terrifying suppression power was simply not something that 2 palace-type peak true treasures could withstand. Moreover, the Void Gazer Prison Tower was a supreme true treasure specifically designed for suppression. Ordinary Tier 5 Universe Lords facing Universe Strongest, it was because those Universe Strongest largely lacked Palace-type Supreme True Treasures. And Tier 5 Universe Lords possessing Palace-type Peak True Treasures could basically escape because of that. But the Universe Lords among them did not include Shen Chen. No. Following 3 cries of immense despair, the Void Gazer Holy Palace and the Void Gazer Prison Tower directly sucked these 2 peak palace-type true treasures into the tower. Nowadays, as long as Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone activated the divine power burning secret technique, it could unleash Tier 9 peak attacks. Even if Lord Huolin was a Tier 5 Universe Lord and possessed a curious object grade true treasure, so what? The gap between the two reached 4 levels directly. It could simply be described as an instant kill. And the other 2 Tier 4 Universe Lords went without saying, they died even faster than Lord Huolin. Gulp. Seeing this scene, Lord Yanying, who was hiding behind Shen Chen, swallowed his saliva, his face full of shock. 2 Universe Lords at the same level as himself, and Lord Huolin who was a level higher than himself. When facing Lord of the Divine Firmament, they actually had no power to resist at all. Was this the deterrent power of the Universe's number 1 Universe Lord? Lord Yanying sighed in his heart, fortunate that he had joined the Human Great Alliance early on. With the development of the human race, the Universe Lords in his Great Alliance had also obtained many true treasures. Lord Yanying was wondering when he would be able to directly step into the Tier 5 level by relying on the opportunity given by the human race. Under my power attacks, even peak true treasures will be damaged. Only special type peak true treasures can remain. But it doesn't matter, after the peak true treasures are damaged, my treasure refining methods can easily repair them. After Shen Chen looked at the dozen or so different true treasures floating in the Void Gazer prison tower, he nodded. Although these true treasures could not be considered great wealth for the current human race, they were still pretty good. And this Huolin armor is not bad, a curious object grade armor. It is also Lord Huolin's famous true treasure. 100,000th weakening ability, engraved with the strongest fusion secret technique of a Universe Lord. At the same time, it can also have special effects on the user. Putting it in the race, or leaving it directly in the family, is fine. However, it can improve the user's insights related to the Fire Void Fusion secret technique. I'd better leave it for Shen Chengyun. After thinking carefully, Shen Chen still decided to leave this Huolin armor to Shen Chengyun. He also looked forward to Shen Chengyun creating stronger secret techniques, and then he could bestow more treasure refining experience upon him. After shaking his head, Shen Chen tossed a domain-type peak true treasure to Lord Yanying. After all, if it weren't for Lord Yanying this time, he wouldn't have obtained so many treasures. Moreover, those who see it get a share. Shen Chen felt that he was quite generous. Lord of the Divine Firmament, this. After Lord Yanying saw the domain-type peak true treasure in his hand, he was a bit stunned. Just take it, it's just a domain-type peak true treasure, it counts for nothing. However, Shen Chen waved his hand, as if he didn't care at all, and prepared to drive the Void Gazer Holy Palace away. I now know why Lord of the Divine Firmament can be complemented by those other Universe Lords. However, I cannot take your treasure for nothing, Lord of the Divine Firmament. This black token of the Universe boat should be given to Lord of the Divine Firmament. Seeing that Lord of the Divine Firmament was about to leave, Lord Yanying thought for a moment and finally spoke. Shen Chen, who was originally about to leave, stopped at this moment and looked at Lord Yanying with some confusion. Chapter 262, Scheme. Shen Chen still had some understanding of the tokens for the Universe boat. Black tokens were generally something only some powerful Universe Lords could possess. As for cyan tokens, they were something only some Universe Strongest could possess. As for silver tokens, they were something those existences in the Holy Land universe could possess. These tokens corresponded to various independent spaces within the Universe boat. And some independent secret room spaces meant some opportunities. Or good cultivation conditions. Even the human race did not possess black tokens. After all, the human race was merely a peak race of the third reincarnation era. Moreover, the main forbidden area they explored was not the Universe boat. When Lord Yanying took out a black pendant, he directly handed it to Shen Chen. This black token is what I was fighting over with Lord Huolin and the others. The reason they didn't shout it out before was because this is a newly appeared black token. The independent secret room corresponding to this black token is very likely to contain opportunities, said Lord Yanying. Lord Yanying himself was a 4th-tier Universe Lord, even if Lord Huolin was a 5th-tier Universe Lord. However, Lord Yanying excelled at self-preservation and escape. Even some 5th-tier Universe Lords could do nothing about Lord Yanying. And the reason Lord Huolin and the other three kept hunting down Lord Yunying this time was precisely because of this newly appeared black token. Interesting. Shen Chen looked at the black token in his hand, feeling quite moved in his heart. If he hadn't given that domain-type peak true treasure to Lord Yunying, he estimated that Lord Yunying wouldn't have brought out this black token. Lord Yunying, the status of black tokens within the human race is quite high. After all, you don't know what treasures might be in the independent secret room space corresponding to that black token. How about this? I will give you another soul-type peak true treasure and a palace-type peak true treasure, Shen Chen said, looking at Lord Yunying in front of him. Subsequently, he directly picked out a soul-type peak true treasure and a palace-type peak true treasure from his previous spoils of war. After looking at the soul-type peak true treasure and palace-type peak true treasure in his hand, Lord Yunying was a bit dazed. However, he truly understood the generosity of Lord of the Divine Firmament. Previously, he had only had a few interactions with Lord of the Divine Firmament, all for the sake of exchanging true treasure materials. But this time was completely different. A full 3 special type peak true treasures. His equipment was now comparable to a 5th-tier universe lord. It was just a black token. It was possible that the independent secret room space corresponding to that black token had nothing at all. It was safer to have these 3 special type peak true treasures in hand. In the future, you can tell the universe lords in the Great Alliance about this. If there are any cosmic rarities, or simply some rare treasures obtained from the universe sea, you can come and trade with me. I welcome it at any time. Shen Chen then said, looking at Lord Yunying. Shen Chen had no intention of exploring the independent secret room space corresponding to this black token himself. He intended to bestow this black token upon Shen Chengzhou. After all, among the 3 levels of tokens in the universe sea, black, cyan, and silver, it was obvious that the silver token was the most precious. And for the current Shen Chen, even if there were supreme true treasures in that independent secret room space, it would be of no use. He wanted something more precious. And obviously, only the independent secret room space corresponding to the silver token could provide him with that. Rest assured, Lord of the Divine Firmament. Lord of the Divine Firmament, with your level of generosity, it would be strange if those universe lords didn't go crazy, Lord Yunying said to Shen Chen after happily binding the 3 special type peak true treasures to himself. Subsequently, he left the place directly. After all, he had just obtained 3 special type peak true treasures. Of course, he wanted to show them off to others. With his current self-preservation ability, as long as he didn't encounter a perverted universe strongest like Lord of the Divine Firmament, other universe strongest could do nothing to him. Not to mention that his backing was the human Great Alliance, and Lord of the Divine Firmament. Watching Lord Yunying leave, Shen Chen shook his head. Then, he contacted Shen Chengzhou through the virtual universe. When Shen Chen learned that Shen Chengzhou was carefully training in the inner region of the collapsing peak world, he didn't say much. Anyway, over these years, Shen Chengzhou had already transformed his consciousness to the limit of a universe lord at the Chiwen Fenxin pillar. Coupled with the top-tier soul true treasure that Shen Chen had bestowed upon him, it ensured that Shen Chengzhou had no life-threatening danger even when facing a universe strongest who excelled in the Tao of the soul. Moreover, the current Shen Chengzhou was actually still a universe exalt. He could be resurrected, so Shen Chen had even less to worry about. However, in order to verify his conjecture, he decided to personally go to the collapsing peak world to hand this black token directly to Shen Chengzhou. Violet Moon Holy Land Universe. No, 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 Lord of the Divine Firmament. Accompanied by 3 incomparably miserable roars, the divine power incarnations of those 3 universe lords dissipated directly. Leaving only their guards looking at each other in dismay, 3 universe lords had actually been annihilated simultaneously. And those 2 4th-tier universe lords didn't even have time to say who had killed them. Only Lord Huolin resisted for a moment before barely managing to shout out the title of Lord of the Divine Firmament. And at the core of the Violet Moon Holy Land universe, a purple figure looked towards the direction of these 3 universe lords. In fact, with the status of the Violet Moon ancestor, the fall of 3 universe lords was simply not worth his attention. However, the title of Lord of the Divine Firmament clearly attracted his attention. During this period, the various situations of Lord of the Divine Firmament of the primordial universe were somewhat hot topics within the Violet Moon Holy Land universe. They had also been reported to the Violet Moon Ancestor by the remaining true gods. And regarding Lord of the Divine Firmament, the Violet Moon Ancestor also had an assessment. Just a lucky guy who obtained a relatively complete legacy. This was the Violet Moon Ancestor's evaluation of Lord of the Divine Firmament. However, a lucky guy actually dares to despise my Violet Moon Holy Land universe. He must be taught a lesson. The Violet Moon Ancestor thought to himself. Subsequently, he immediately ordered some universe strongest belonging to his Violet Moon Holy Land universe to closely monitor Lord of the Divine Firmament and the human race. They could even teach the human race a lesson. And the hundreds of universe lords and those universe strongest within the Violet Moon Holy Land universe, facing the order of the Violet Moon Ancestor, naturally chose to obey. Even if some of them had personal friendships with the universe lords of the human race, this did not hinder the hatred between races. Moreover, recently, Lord of the Divine Firmament's reputation in the Universe C had been quite large. They also wanted to deal with Lord of the Divine Firmament and the human race, to prove that his Holy Land universe was the one that could dominate the Universe C. Moreover, Lord of the Divine Firmament had killed 3 universe lords of his Violet Moon Holy Land. He had to deal with him somehow. Otherwise, how would others view his Violet Moon Holy Land? Inside the inner region of the collapsing peak world, Shen Chen had already been adventuring in the collapsing peak world for a period of time and had learned a lot about the basic situation of the Universe C. After all, the situation recorded in the human race and the actual experience were completely different feelings. And this time, Shen Chen and Luo Feng had separated from each other. After all, both of them needed to train alone to achieve the goal of tempering themselves. Moreover, they had already created Universe Lord Ultimate Secret techniques for a long time. Relying on Universe Lord mechanical flow treasures, they were able to have 4th tier power. However, they were still not satisfied and wanted to reach higher. After all, the famous Lord of the Divine Firmament of their human race was able to kill a universe strongest while still at the Universe Lord level. Although they were currently Universe Exalts, they could also strive towards this goal. Human race, Lord of Thunder Sword. I don't want to fight with you, but this treasure should belong to my Wanli race. In a dangerous place called Paksu Mountain in the inner region, a universe lord with a crystal clear body looked at Shen Chengzhou opposite him and said. A universe lord of the Wanli race, one of the 7 peak races of the second reincarnation era. Shen Chengzhou looked at this crystal clear universe lord and instantly recognized his origin. The second reincarnation era was different from the first reincarnation era. They did not give birth to an absolute hegemon like the God Eye race. After all, a race like the God Eye race, which could produce 7 universe strongest in one reincarnation era, basically had problems with the allocation of the primordial universe. The peak races of other reincarnation eras basically had 3 to 5 universe strongest. And the Wanli race standing in front of him was obviously one of them. Within their race, there were a full 4 universe strongest. Even among the nearly 100 forces in the Universe C, they could be considered a powerful batch. However, at this moment, Shen Chengzhou had no intention of backing down. You have a backer, and I have a backer too. Then it was just right, they could fight openly and honestly. Shen Chengzhou thought to himself, then directly held the purple lightning sword and killed towards this Lord Jingyu. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? And after Lord Jingyu saw Shen Chengzhou killing towards him, there was also anger in his heart. Subsequently, he had no hesitation and also attacked Shen Chengzhou. The commotion of the 2 universe lords attacking each other was somewhat large. However, after all, this was the Universe C, and even the inner region of the collapsing peak world. Even a 5th-tier universe lord had to be careful here. So even though they were fighting, they controlled the intensity to a certain extent. However, when another Wanli race universe lord arrived here, Shen Chengzhou gradually appeared unable to cope. After all, the Wanli race had experienced a whole reincarnation era, and there were nearly 100 universe lords in their race. Moreover, the Wanli race had a full 4 small universes, and could even accommodate some universe lords of vassal races. So, as the fight went on, Shen Chen gradually became 1 against 3. Fortunately, there were also universe lords of the human race in the inner region who came to support. Lord of Thunder Sword, we are here to help you. After Lord of Void Gold arrived, he also acted immediately. Legion, I'm here. The 2 5th-tier clones of Lord of Huangjian also joined the battlefield. So the battle between the two sides also gradually heated up. The universe lords of the Wanli race wanted to prove that their Wanli race was also one of the peak races. Although the strength of the human race had become very strong recently, in terms of foundation, they were simply no match for his Wanli race. And the universe lords of the human race thought very simply. Originally, when they were in the inner region of the collapsing peak world, they were very careful when adventuring, afraid of offending this race or that race, and afraid of encountering many dangers. But now they had exchanged so many treasures in the race. If they didn't uphold the prestige of the human race, wouldn't these treasures of theirs be exchanged in vain? The great battle kept breaking out. And on the other side, Luo Feng also encountered the same situation in Mishan Ravine. He and Shen Chengzhou could really be called brothers in distress. One was targeted by the universe lords of the Wanli race. One was targeted by the universe lords of the God Eye race. The universe lords of the God Eye race thought very simply. Because of that great battle, the 7th True Master directly compensated the human race with 10 special type peak true treasures. For the God Eye race, that was a huge loss, and they were naturally angry. Even if the Great Axe founder really touched that level, so what? His God Eye race's first True Master also had 9th tier peak strength. Everyone was at the same level, and the God Eye race had even more universe lords than the human race. If they didn't suppress the human race now, it would be too late. At the same time, the universe strongest behind the 3 races also noticed these 2 great battles. Without any hesitation, the universe strongest of the Wanli race set out, and the universe strongest of the God Eye race also set out. At this moment, in the virtual universe, in the Giant Axe Temple, some universe lords who did not participate in the great battle were anxiously waiting for the order of the race. And when the consciousness of Lord of the Divine Firmament and the Great Axe founder arrived here, they also focused their attention on these 2. After all, the current human race was led by Lord of the Divine Firmament and the Great Axe founder. Great Axe, after you obtained that Axe-type Supreme True Treasure, you should have 9th tier peak combat power, right? You go to Mishan Ravine and help Luo Feng. I feel that the universe strongest of the God Eye race will not let it go. And I will go to Paksu Mountain. Let's see what kind of means the strongest of the Wanli race have. After thinking for a while, Shen Chen said to the Great Axe founder. Okay. Regarding Shen Chen's arrangement, the Great Axe founder also nodded. He was too lazy to think about these things. Anyway, he was not the only one who could make decisions for the human race now. He just needed to act. And after Lord of the Divine Firmament made the arrangements, the universe lords below also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, since Lord of the Divine Firmament had acted, protecting Lord of Thunder Sword and Luo Feng should be very easy, right? Chapter 263, God Eye Race Old Acquaintances. Wanting to kill chaos. Great Axe arrives. At this moment, in another dangerous area within the inner region of the collapsing peak world. Luo Feng looked coldly at the God Eye Race Universe Lord opposite him. Although he, Luo Feng, had only recently become a Universe Lord, he was not someone to be bullied so easily. The God Eye Race Universe Lord wanting to use him to vent his anger was being too naive. During this period, he had also explored a large area of the collapsing peak world's inner region, obtained the map of the universe boat left behind by Jia Fanzi, and was preparing to head to the universe boat. However, he never expected that before he could even head to the universe boat, he would be intercepted by those universe lords from the God Eye race. And it looked like these God Eye race universe lords were not going to let it go easily. However, he, Luo Feng, also had a race behind him, which was also a peak race. Part of the human race's universe lords went to support Shen Chen, while part came to support Luo Feng. For a time, the human race was simultaneously at war with 2 peak races. And those powers in the Universe C were all watching this battle. They were also very curious about what kind of reaction the human race could make when facing two peak races. But what happened next overturned everyone's perception. Was the number of Tier 5 Universe Lords within the human race a bit too high? Ice Peak, Huangjian, Qingdong, Longxing, Shujin, just these already made 5 Tier 5 Universe Lords. Not to mention Chaos, Darkness, and Pengong. These 3 Tier 6 Universe Lords. Even with the human race splitting its forces into 2 paths, there were still several Tier 5 and Tier 6 Universe Lords on this battlefield. The 2 peak races, the God-Eye race and the Wanli race, did not gain the upper hand for a moment. Ha ha ha, Luo Feng, unleash your full power, let's give these God-Eye race guys a good lesson. In the past, in the Universe C, the God-Eye race relied on their race's power, and being from the first reincarnation era, they often went crazy. At this moment, Ice Peak Lord stood beside Luo Feng and said with a hearty laugh. And the other human race Universe Lords obviously had the same reaction. As a hegemon-level race of the first reincarnation era, the God-Eye race had been quite arrogant in the Universe C before. Good. Luo Feng was, of course, not soft-tempered either. Relying on his Shi Wu Wing's Golden Kingdom, and layering it with Ice Peak Lord's Ice Crystal Sea. The terrifying domain that burst forth could only be suppressed by a domain-type Supreme True Treasure. Plus, the other Universe Lords each had their own proud methods. So, for a time, those God-Eye race Universe Lords suffered a great blow. Damn it. The God-Eye race Universe Lords looked at the human race's Universe Lords, grinding their teeth in hatred. Because they had not expected that the human race's Universe Lords had become so terrifying nowadays. However, once they thought of that Lord of the divine firmament of the human race, they felt it was reasonable. After all, being able to casually refine special type peak true treasures, how could the human race not develop? But it was precisely because of this point that the God-Eye race wanted to suppress the human race's development speed by any means necessary. If they continued to develop like this, the human race might become the #1 race in the Universe C. Although the origin ancestor reached Tier 10 back then, if the 7 true masters of the God-Eye race used their combined secret technique, they could still contend with him. So, the many races in the Universe C back then only feared the origin ancestor. As the war continued to erupt, the human race and the God-Eye race were really fighting with true fire. One after another, Universe Lords from the God-Eye race supported from all sides. It could only be said that the God-Eye race had developed for such a long time, and the number of Universe Lords was still quite large. While the human race could only contend by relying on the many powerful true treasures refined by Shen Chen. God-Eye race. HMPH, today I will use you to test my axe. Meanwhile, on the edge of the core region of the collapsing peak world, Great Axe Founder was driving the Shanling Nine Heavens Palace, heading towards the core of the battlefield at 1,000,000 times the speed of light. The Universe Strongest had the status of words becoming law in the Universe C. For ordinary Universe Lords, it was just a limit of 100 times the speed of light. A Universe Strongest could break it with a single word. So at this moment, the Great Axe Founder's speed was incredibly fast. And on the other side of the battlefield, with such a big event, those true masters of the God-Eye race would also arrive. The first to arrive were the 7th True Master and the 6th True Master from before. The two of them had long had grudges with the human race, and they happened to be stationed in the collapsing peak world. So they arrived the fastest. In addition, other True Masters of their God-Eye race were rushing over. They didn't believe the human race could flip the sky this time. 7th True Master, 6th True Master. Primordial Chaos City Lord's true body was also on this battlefield. After he saw that the God-Eye race's true masters had already arrived, he frowned. Beside him was Darkness Lord, both of them could unleash Tier 6 peak power. But the 7th True Master and the 6th True Master were, after all, Universe Strongest. Moreover, the 7th True Master had a Palace-type Supreme True Treasure, and the 6th True Master had a Soul-type True Treasure. For a Universe Lord, this was undoubtedly the greatest threat. Furthermore, these two had been blackmailed by Lord of the Divine Firmament for 10 special type peak true treasures back then. The race where Lord of the Divine Firmament resides is indeed extraordinary. Primordial Chaos City Lord and Darkness Lord can actually unleash Tier 6 peak power. But it's a pity, you must die today. The seventh true master looked coldly at Primordial Chaos City Lord and Darkness Lord and said. He possessed a palace-type supreme true treasure. Even if Primordial Chaos City Lord and the others were strong, what could they do? In the end, they were only universe lords. He and the sixth true master could easily suppress them by combining their attacks. Primordial Chaos City Lord and Darkness Lord were themselves famous Tier 5 universe lords of the human race. Relying on the true treasures given to them by Lord of the Divine Firmament, they could unleash Tier 6 peak power. This was already a consensus in the current Universe C. And Primordial Chaos City Lord himself was hailed by the Universe C as the Universe Lord with the most hope of breaking through to Universe Strongest. Strangling the human race's Primordial Chaos City Lord would obviously also be able to inhibit the human race's development. Even having a clone won't save you. The sixth true master said calmly. What if Primordial Chaos City Lord had a clone? The sixth true master also had a soul-type true treasure. What? Luo Feng would not have thought that the dispute caused by him and the God Eye Race Universe Lord fighting over a true treasure would actually cause the God Eye Race's true masters to want to kill his teacher. As the seventh true master and the sixth true master acted together, a terrifying soul attack burst forth directly, heading towards Primordial Chaos City Lord's true body. Damn it! Primordial Chaos City Lord's expression also changed. He knew that the God Eye race was good at combined attacks, although he had a wondrous grade soul-type true treasure bestowed by Shen Chen guarding his soul. Plus, his soul will had long since transformed to that of a universe strongest. So he was actually not very worried. But the seventh true master also simultaneously used his Ice Cliff Fortress, wanting to suppress him. If the Great Axe founder didn't arrive, he would definitely lose one combat true body today. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a sharp aura instantly arrived, and a terrifying great axe flew over mightily. Sixth true master, seventh true master, you are courting death. The great axe's voice, filled with wildness and killing intent, instantly resounded. After the human race's universe lords heard the great axe founder's voice, they were instantly overjoyed. Before Lord of the Divine Firmament rose, the great axe founder was the true pillar of the human race. It was he who held up the years after the origin ancestor was suppressed. Chapter 264, Great Axe Founder Fighting a Wealthy War. God Eye Race True Masters complain about Lord of the Divine Firmament. Universe Lords wanting to watch the battle. Furthermore, the Great Axe Founder now possessed a supreme true treasure that could complement his axe techniques. The Universe Lords of the human race were, of course, excited. When the Primordial Chaos City Lord heard the voice of the Great Axe Founder, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The worried look on his face vanished instantly. Great Axe. Great Axe. The sixth true master and the seventh true master also had their expressions change at this moment. They had previously understood the strength of the Great Axe Founder. Even without driving a supreme true treasure, he could erupt with top-tier Tier 8 power. Now, the Great Axe Founder had actually come here again. However, the expressions of the sixth true master and the seventh true master quickly returned to calm. Because their reinforcements had arrived. Even if the Great Axe Founder were stronger, what could he do? Today, with 4 true masters of the God Eye race here, could they still let the Great Axe Founder be arrogant? After the Great Axe Founder arrived, the other 2 true masters of the God Eye race also descended simultaneously. They were the 3rd true master and the 4th true master of the God Eye race. Star True Master. It seems we are going to have a good fight today. The Great Axe Founder looked at the leading 3rd true master and said. Among these true masters, the 3rd true master was the 2nd strongest true master in the God Eye race. He possessed 2 supreme true treasures, second only to the 1st true master. The Great Axe Founder held the axe in his hand, looking eager to try. Great Axe, your human race is truly so arrogant. Lord of the Divine Firmament is not here today. Although Lord of the Divine Firmament is generous, he wouldn't give you a supreme true treasure, would he? The human race previously extorted 10 special peak supreme true treasures from my God Eye race, and this time you dare to go against my God Eye race again. If I don't teach your human race a lesson, the other forces in the universe C will really think my God I race is easy to bully. The third true master looked at the great axe founder coldly and said, "You attacked chaos before, and now you want to teach my human race a lesson. Do you really think your God I race is invincible in the universe C? When the origin ancestor was around, your God I race didn't dare to be arrogant in front of my human race. Today, I will let you feel the fear you felt when the origin ancestor was around once more." After the great axe founder finished speaking, the black great axe in his hand slowly formed a layer of armor on his body. Then, he prepared to attack the third true master directly. However, the movements of the third true master and the others were equally fast. With a single thought, it becomes an eternal kingdom. As the third true master said slowly, stars appeared here one by one. As those stars cracked open, billions of ferocious and terrifying exotic beasts appeared. That unparalleled suppression made all the universe lords present feel shocked. It was exactly the star kingdom of the star true master showing its power. It was also a famous domain-type supreme true treasure in the universe C. Everyone, join forces, kill the great axe founder today. However, the star true master did not think that this move of his could easily deal with the great axe founder. After all, although the great axe founder did not have a supreme true treasure, he was ultimately a top-tier tier 8 strongest existence. Good. The sixth true master, the seventh true master, and the fourth true master also nodded in agreement. Eternal kingdom, divide into billions of star beasts, combine into the eternal true God. As the three true masters agreed, the third true master chanted again. The eye-closing divine light of the sixth true master revealed complex secret patterns, then emitted dazzling light, merging into one with those exotic beasts. And the fourth true master also used his supreme true treasure. The seventh true master did the same, driving his ice cliff fortress with full power and fusing it into the eternal kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of terrifying roars sounded, the star hand of the third true master, the star kingdom, the eye-closing divine light of the sixth true master, and the ice cliff fortress of the seventh true master. The supreme true treasure of the fourth true master. A total of 5 supreme true treasures, under their combined secret technique, erupted with incomparably terrifying power. The star kingdom served as the form, the eye-closing divine light as the soul, the ice cliff fortress as the core, the star hand as the claws, and the ancient secret technique as the hub. A massive giant beast appeared directly in the void realm, with 18 huge heads, 72 pairs of wings, 216 pairs of hooves and claws, and 18 diverse tails. Its body approached 1 light year in size. Just standing there caused all the laws to fade away, and its power instantly reached tier 9. This was the combined secret technique that the God I race was proud of. With the 4 true masters acting, the power could simply be described as heaven-defying. Silence. All the universe lords present were silent, and everyone focused their eyes on the great axe founder. They wanted to see what kind of move the great axe founder could make. Tier 9 power, could the great axe resist it? In this dangerous place, there was actually one person silently watching the battlefield, unnoticed by anyone. It was Zuo Shank. He originally just wanted to see if he could fish Luo Feng out. But he didn't expect to happen upon the God I race and the human race directly going to war. So strong. This power, even just the aftermath could possibly cause me to fall. After Luo Feng saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked, and at the same time, a look of anxiety flashed across his face. This recent time was ultimately because of him that the God I race and the human race were at war. He could be considered the fuse. However, at this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord came to Luo Feng's side, patted his shoulder gently, and signaled him not to be nervous. Looking at the primordial Chaos City Lord's expression without any worry, Luo Feng's expression gradually relaxed. However, he still looked at the great axe founder with a serious face. Eternal true God, kill him. The third true master revealed a smile and pointed at the great axe founder. The secret technique he was performing at this moment had genuinely reached tier 9. It was enough to obliterate the great axe founder. His God I race wanted the entire universe to know the consequences of offending his God I race. The massive head of the eternal true God roared continuously, and its terrifying body of nearly 1 light-year stepped across the void realm, heading towards the great axe founder. A full 5 supreme true treasures, the terrifying attack erupted, making everything around it seem like a delusion. Being passively beaten is not my character. After all, I don't have an armor-type supreme true treasure, and taking this hit would definitely not feel good. After the great axe founder finished speaking, he directly raised the great axe in his hand. Since I have to teach your god eye race a lesson, then let's try the strongest secret technique I have comprehended. The 15th. As the great axe's voice sounded, all the surrounding void realm instantly fell into darkness. Shadows of giant axes reaching hundreds of millions of kilometers appeared. Those terrifying shadows of giant axes completely shrouded everything around. All the universe lords looked at these giant axes, as if they were looking at another world. Too powerful. All the universe lords could only sigh in their hearts. At the same time, they had a feeling that in front of these giant axe shadows, even that eternal true God could not resist at all. Sure enough, when this axe was slashed out, the eternal true God, who had just been extremely ferocious and wanted to tear the great axe founder apart, was actually sent flying directly. It was a terrifying exotic beast of nearly 1 light-year that was tier 9. It actually couldn't withstand 1 axe from the great axe. Damn it, your axe is a supreme true treasure. Damn it, great axe founder, your human race is really too good at hiding. Damn great axe founder. The 4 true masters of the God Eye race also realized something instantly at this moment, and they stared fixedly at the great axe in the great axe founder's hand. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 true masters were working together today, their eternal true God might have really been broken. As long as the eternal true God was still intact, if their 4 true masters drove the eternal true God together, they would also have tier 9 power, enough to contend with the great axe founder. In that case, letting other universe lords deal with the human race's universe lords would also work. However, just at this moment, terrifying thunder gradually permeated around the great axe founder, covering the entire void realm. The terrifying suppression of the Tao Source Thunder Sea instantly suppressed all the universe lords of the God Eye race. What? Another domain-type supreme true treasure. Isn't this Lord of the Divine Firmament's Tao Source Thunder Sea? He actually lent the Tao Source Thunder Sea to you. While the 3rd true master was still lamenting that the great axe founder had another domain-type supreme true treasure. The 6th true master and the 7th true master instantly recognized this domain-type supreme true treasure. They had fought against Lord of the Divine Firmament's temporal thunder who cloned before, how could they not recognize this? Supreme treasure. Ha ha ha. Your God Eye race's wealth allows every one of your true masters to have a supreme true treasure. Even like the 1st true master and the 3rd true master, one person even possesses 2 supreme true treasures. But today, I, Great Axe, am also very wealthy. The Great Axe founder laughed loudly at this moment. The Shanling Nine Heavens Palace also appeared, and a terrifying suction force erupted from within the Shanling Nine Heavens Palace. Subsequently, the soul-suppressing tripod also slowly appeared above the Great Axe founder's head. The Great Axe founder now held a total of 4 supreme true treasures in his hand and erupted with full power. Although the Great Axe founder did not understand any combined secret techniques. But after having 3 special types of supreme true treasures, there was also a boost to his combat power. After all, the Shanling Nine Heavens Palace and the Tao Source Thunder Sea offset the God Eye race's Ice Cliff Fortress and the Star Kingdom. Plus the soul-suppressing tripod corresponded to the eye-closing divine light. He, the Great Axe founder, was not afraid of these guys' supreme true treasures at all. The 15th. The 15th. The 15th. The 15th. The Great Axe founder was silent, using the 3 special supreme true treasures to assist him, and then continuously performed his 15th axe. Under a series of top-tier tier 9 attacks, even the eternal true God, which had 5 supreme true treasures combined into one, was directly disintegrated and collapsed. The supreme true treasures of the God Eye race's true masters returned to their respective owners. Damn it. The eternal true God with 5 supreme true treasures combined was broken by him. The 6th true master's words were full of anger, and at the same time, his heart was also quite shocked. The current Great Axe founder had truly reached the level of their God Eye race's first true master, and he had so many supreme true treasures. Coupled with the fact that the human race now had a more unfathomable lord of the divine firmament. His God Eye race was really in trouble this time. Self-created top-tier Tier 8 secret technique, plus a Great Axe type supreme true treasure, top-tier Tier 9, plus 3 special supreme true treasures. First there was the origin ancestor, then there was the Great Axe, plus a lord of the divine firmament. The potential of the human race is truly too heaven-defying. After Zuo Sheng saw this scene from afar, there was also shock in his eyes. Great Axe, don't be arrogant, you are just relying on these 3 special supreme true treasures. And it looks like Lord of the divine firmament lent them to you. The Star True Master took a deep breath and stared at the Great Axe founder. Being able to clean you up is a good treasure. Besides, does Shen Chen still care about these 3 supreme true treasures? The Great Axe looked at the Star True Master calmly. After the Star True Master and the others heard what the Great Axe founder said, they were even more helpless. They all cursed Lord of the divine firmament in their hearts, saying that if you have supreme true treasures, just keep them yourself, why are you scattering them everywhere? You previously wanted to kill chaos. When I arrived, you wanted to kill me again, the bottom line is that you want to suppress my human race. Does your God Eye race deserve to be arrogant to this extent? When the origin ancestor was around, you were beaten until you didn't dare to make a sound. Now that I am here, and Lord of the divine firmament is here, we will not let you succeed even more. Today, I will let you know the consequences of targeting my human race. The Great Axe founder's voice resounded throughout the entire Void Realm, and at the same time, the Great Axe in his hand displayed its sharpness again. The 15th. Subsequently, the Great Axe founder drove the 4 supreme true treasures and killed the 4 true masters. And those 4 true masters of the God Eye race, at this moment, could not care about their image at all and immediately wanted to start running away. However, when they were running away, they still took away their God Eye race's universe lords. And those universe lords of the human race, after seeing this scene, were also happily shouting continuously. Great Axe founder, give them a good look. Too strong, too strong. Luo Feng, after seeing this scene in the distance, also sighed in his heart. However, soon, the sound transmission of Zuo Sheng came to his ears. After the sound transmission ended, Luo Feng also said goodbye to the primordial Chaos City Lord, saying that he was going to another battlefield. The other universe lords of the human race, after hearing what Luo Feng said, reacted one by one. Luo Feng wanted to go watch the battle of Lord of the Divine Firmament. After all, the Great Axe founder was already so terrifying, let alone Lord of the Divine Firmament, who possessed a full set of supreme true treasures. The previous Lord of the Divine Firmament only erupted within the primordial universe, having the restrictions of the primordial universe. But it was different in the universe C, Lord of the Divine Firmament could erupt with full power. That was Lord of the Divine Firmament, who had a full set of supreme true treasures. You guys. The Great Axe is still chasing and killing those true masters of the God Eye race. Chaos, after seeing this scene, was also quite helpless. Chaos. The Great Axe's current strength doesn't need us to worry, right? Besides, he has 3 special supreme true treasures. Even if the other 3 true masters of the God Eye race all arrive, the Great Axe founder's top-tier Tier 9 strength can also contend with them. Why don't we really go and see Shen Chen's strength? It would be good for us to have a measure. Darkness also said from the side at this moment. The other universe lords also echoed. If Shen Chen's strength was not a bit worse than the Great Axe founders, then their human race could really start to be arrogant in the universe C from now on. After hearing these universe lords speak one by one, even the primordial Chaos City Lord's heart was shaken. After all, Lord of the Divine Firmament was his disciple. Let's go. The primordial Chaos City Lord did not hesitate at all, directly abandoned the Great Axe founder, just shouted loudly, and directly turned around and drove the palace-type peak supreme treasure to leave here. He didn't care whether the Great Axe founder heard it or not. On the other side, another battle line where the human race was located. Inside the dangerous place of the collapsing peak world, in the breaking void mountain. The Great War was still continuing. It was again the Universe Lords of the Wanli race against the Universe Lords of the human race. Around them, there were already quite a few Universe Lords from other forces watching the battle. Chapter 265, Cheng Zhou's Realization. A Tier 5 Universe Lord. The Wanli True Master arrives. At this moment, Shen Chen, currently in the Poshu Mountain, held the purple lightning time-tracing sword and looked calmly at the Master of Crystal Jade opposite him. After all, Shen Chen was only a Universe Exalt with a 10,000 times life gene level, so there was a significant gap between him and the Master of Crystal Jade in terms of divine body. The Master of Crystal Jade was a peak Tier 4 Universe Lord with a 10,000 times life gene level. It was only because Shen Chen relied on the Lei Sha beast that he could barely contend with the Master of Crystal Jade. HMPH. Lord of Thunder Sword of the human race, are you still being arrogant now? After snorting coldly, the Master of Crystal Jade looked at Shen Chen with disdain. One must know that on this battlefield, the Universe Lords of his clan had already arrived as reinforcements. Although the human race also had Universe Lords arriving as reinforcements, they were still being suppressed by their Wanli clan. Moreover, previously, while fighting with Shen Chen, he had already destroyed 30% of Shen Chen's divine body. This was even with Shen Chen possessing a top-tier domain-type treasure and top-tier armor. After taking a deep breath, Shen Chen looked at the Master of Crystal Jade opposite him and shook his head. As expected, relying solely on the purple lightning time-tracing sword was not enough to suppress a peak Tier 4 Universe Lord. Shen Chen felt somewhat helpless. The secret technique he had created was only at the ultimate level of a Universe Lord. Even with the enhancement from the Lei Sha beast, it was barely Tier 4. Although he still had one of the strongest secret techniques of a Universe Lord, the Calamity of Time. But the Calamity of Time was not so easy to use, just casting it once would require burning 10% of his divine body. Kill. Seeing that Shen Chen made no move at this moment, the Master of Crystal Jade once again held the long spear in his hand and charged over. The Master of Crystal Jade was also a veteran peak Tier 4 Universe Lord. He had created too many strongest secret techniques of a Universe Lord. He was not far off from a strongest fusion secret technique. The weapon he possessed was also a peak treasure. It was only because Shen Chen relied on 3 special top-tier treasures that he did not fall into a disadvantage. Father gave me so many treasures. He also improved my life gene level. But regarding secret techniques, Father never taught me. He only guided me on how to comprehend the law. While resisting the Master of Crystal Jade, Shen Chen muttered to himself. Seeing that Shen Chen dared to be distracted while fighting him, the Master of Crystal Jade became completely enraged. This damn guy, he actually wasn't focused at all. Thinking of this, the Master of Crystal Jade continuously burned his divine body, wanting to completely kill Lord of Thunder Sword. Everyone knew that Lord of Thunder Sword's father was Lord of the Divine Firmament, but so what? The Master of Crystal Jade was also a Universe Lord of the Wanli clan, and the Universe strongest in his clan was not inferior to Lord of the Divine Firmament at all. He's enraged. The Master of Crystal Jade is enraged. Lord of Thunder Sword is Lord of the Divine Firmament's most beloved son. Does the Master of Crystal Jade really dare to kill him? What is there not to dare? The Wanli clan has 4 Universe strongest, after all. And every single one of them is at the peak of Tier 8. What you said is indeed true. Other Universe Lords exploring in the collapsing peak world were also watching the battle. They still had some expectations in their hearts. After all, if they could really see the Wanli clan kill the human race's Lord of Thunder Sword, provoking Lord of the Divine Firmament's rage, there would really be a good show to watch. After all, while the Wanli clan is strong, Lord of the Divine Firmament is no pushover either. Just his identity as a great master of treasure refining is enough to make all forces in the universe see wary. Legion, come back quickly. A Tier 5 clone of the Lord of Huangjian nearby wanted to immediately go and rescue Lord of Thunder Sword. Lord Peng Gong also erupted with peak Tier 6 power, wanting to rush towards the battlefield where Shen Chen was located. Several other Universe Lords of the human race were also distracted. After all, they had all benefited from Lord of the Divine Firmament, and if Lord of the Divine Firmament's third son died in front of them, they wouldn't know how to face Lord of the Divine Firmament. However, those universe lords of the Wanli clan clearly understood the intentions of the human race's universe lords. Therefore, they desperately blocked the human race's universe lords. No need. I have realized it. However, at this moment, the corners of Shen Chengzhou's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile as he looked at the master of crystal jade before him. A bad premonition instantly surged in the heart of the master of crystal jade. But he still insisted on killing Lord of Thunder Sword. He didn't believe that this Lord of Thunder Sword could still turn the tables. I previously honed myself at the Crimson Pattern Heart-Burning Pillar for over 100 million years. I also had the hymning spirit bead given to me by Father. But during that period in the past, I never created a strongest secret technique of a universe lord. Now, I understand. I am, after all, a universe lord on the path of a psyker master. Shen Chengzhou said slowly. Subsequently, behind him, the Niantian shuttle slowly emerged. This was exactly the hidden trump card of Shen Chengzhou. It was just that back on the primitive star, he had already exposed it, so as long as one understood the basic information of Lord of Thunder Sword, one would know that he was also a psyker master. And the master of crystal jade also had intelligence sources, he had long been on guard against it. Can you really stop me? Time flies like a shuttle. Following a sharp shout from Shen Chengzhou, the Niantian shuttle behind him, composed of over 1 million fragments, erupted with an incomparably sharp aura. That sharp aura, however, revealed insights into the origin law of time. One must know that Shen Chengzhou himself was a time exalt. When he first joined the Virtual Universe Corporation, he used the origin law of thunder and lightning to comprehend the origin law of time. He was confident that his insights into the origin law of time were not inferior to any universe lord. So many years of honing, plus the hymning spirit bead existing in his mind, allowed Shen Chengzhou to instantly realize it during the battle. This was the strongest secret technique of a universe lord. At the same time, behind Shen Chengzhou, the Lei Sha beast slowly emerged. It unconditionally raised this attack of Shen Chengzhou by 1 level. Coupled with Shen Chengzhou using the divine body burning secret technique previously given to him by Shen Chen, the time flies like a shuttle secret technique that Shen Chengzhou erupted with at this moment instantly reached the tier 5 level. What? The master of crystal jade instantly realized something was wrong, but unfortunately, it was already a bit too late for him to escape. The Niantian shuttle transformed into a divine shuttle, carrying an incomparably terrifying power of time, and directly bombarded the armor of the Master of Crystal Jade. Even though the Master of Crystal Jade's armor was a peak treasure armor, his divine body was still instantly annihilated by 7%. This guy has truly reached the tier 5 level. And he's even only using a top tier treasure weapon. Although it's not peak tier 5, it's enough to suppress me. If there are a few more attacks, my divine body will be annihilated by half. There's no way to kill him anymore. At this moment, the Master of Crystal Jade was cursing in his heart. However, he was still holding on, facing Shen Chengzhou, who had now completely stabilized at the tier 5 level. On the other side, those universe lords of the human race were also equally surprised after seeing this scene. They knew better than anyone that the current Shen Chengzhou was just like Shen Chen back then, only a universe exalt. They didn't expect that he could actually reach the tier 5 level. However, once they thought about Shen Chen being the son of Lord of the Divine Firmament, they felt that all of this seemed to be expected. After all, Lord of the Divine Firmament was that monstrous back then. Human race, you are courting death. Just as the human race seemed to have found an opportunity to counterattack, a sharp shout directly resounded throughout the entire Poshu Mountain. A figure with terrifying suppression power descended directly here. The laws around this figure all receded, it was undoubtedly a universe strongest. Chapter 266, Tier 10 Peak. Origin Ancestor Reborn. Slashing 2 True Masters. The number 1 race in the universe C. The Spirit Illusion True Master of the Wanli clan. Lord Peng Gong looked at this universe strongest and immediately recognized his title. The other universe lords of the human race also frowned. Damn it. Damnable, we still couldn't buy enough time. The clone of Lord of the Divine Firmament is at the universe boat. It will take some time for him to get here. We must try to stall him and protect Lord of Thunder Sword. I will block the spirit illusion, True Master. The universe lords of the human race discussed this via divine power transmission. In the end, they chose to let Lord Peng Gong temporarily block the spirit illusion, True Master, to buy time. At worst, they could simply choose to run away. After all, among these universe lords, Lord Peng Gong had the strongest power. Having exchanged for a pseudo-supreme true treasure, he could reach the peak of Tier 6 power. The spirit illusion True Master frowned, looking at Lord Peng Gong in front of him. However, just as he attempted to attack with his specialty, illusion techniques, he discovered that Lord Peng Gong was completely unaffected. I do not have a clone, but guarding my soul is a special grade soul-type true treasure. Although my willpower has not reached that of a universe strongest like darkness, it is not something you, spirit illusion True Master, can take down at will. Lord Peng Gong said to the spirit illusion True Master. Under normal circumstances, the spirit illusion True Master could unleash Tier 7 peak combat power. However, he also possessed a soul-type supreme true treasure, the spirit illusion mirror. It could unleash a Tier 8 peak soul attack. He was quite renowned in the universe sea. After all, the path of the soul was notoriously difficult to study. Even if you, Peng Gong, can unleash Tier 6 peak power, so what? Tier 8 peak and Tier 6 peak are two whole levels apart. If I spend some effort, I will be able to tear your soul apart and completely annihilate you. The spirit illusion True Master said calmly. This time, it was ultimately Lord of Thunder Sword of the human race who struck first against his Wanli clan. Therefore, the spirit illusion True Master felt that killing a Lord Peng Gong of the human race was no big deal. However, just in case, this time his Wanli clan had dispatched two universe strongest. After all, everyone knew that Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race had somewhat mysterious methods, and every one of his clones possessed a full set of supreme true treasures. Spirit illusion True Master is still talking big. However, at this moment, waves of terrifying fluctuations came from afar. Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone controlled the Kongming Sacred Hall, breaking through the endless chaos airflow, and arrived here. As soon as the golden horned beast descended, the terrifying pressure made everyone present feel apprehensive. Especially the terrifying pieces of supreme true treasure on the golden horned beast. The spirit illusion True Master looked at the supreme true treasures on the golden horned beast clone and felt a sense of lament in his heart. After all, he was a universe strongest of the second reincarnation era, so many eras had passed, and he had only obtained one soul-type supreme true treasure. Yet, how could Lord of the Divine Firmament of the primordial universe's human race obtain so many supreme true treasures? Whether it is talking big is not for you, Lord of the Divine Firmament, to decide. However, just at this moment, another voice came over. A figure, also crystal clear all over, stood beside the spirit illusion True Master. One Eye True Master. He possesses the domain-type supreme true treasure, One Eye Domain. Upon seeing this figure, Shen Chen immediately recognized this universe strongest. After all, regarding universe strongest, all factions had basic intelligence. To think the Wanli clan actually sent two universe strongest, they are really trying to beat the human race to death. Nonsense. Although the Wanli clan is a peak race of the second reincarnation era, and not as crazy as the first reincarnation era, they are still a peak race. It is impossible for them to let the human race suppress them and show off their might. Let's see if the famous Lord of the Divine Firmament has a way to resist two universe strongest. At this moment, the surrounding universe lords spoke, and then one by one, they tacitly chose to retreat. After all, if Lord of the Divine Firmament really started a war with these two universe strongest, some of the aftermath was not something they could withstand. At the same time, they also wanted to see if Lord of the Divine Firmament, this universe lord, really had the possibility of being comparable to a universe strongest. After all, at the beginning, it was only known that the beast ancestor died at the hands of the Great Axe founder and Lord of the Divine Firmament, but it was not said who was the main force. Moreover, in the primordial universe, although Lord of the Divine Firmament had resisted several universe strongest, everyone understood that in the primordial universe, a universe strongest could not unleash full power. And this time, the two universe strongest of the Wanli clan both had tier 8 peak combat power, and the two supreme true treasures they possessed were both special types. Today, we will use you, Lord of the Divine Firmament, as a sacrifice for our flag. By stepping on you, Lord of the Divine Firmament, we will prove that the majesty of our Wanli clan is inviolable. Compared to the Spirit Illusion True Master, the One-Eye True Master had a more explosive temper. He took the initiative to strike first, and the terrifying One-Eye domain descended directly over the entire Paksu Mountain. The terrifying suppressive power of the domain type Supreme True Treasure made the entire Paksu Mountain appear somewhat fragile. After all, this was only a secondary dangerous place in the inner domain. A universe strongest could roam at will. However, it was a pity that streams of space torrents also descended on Paksu Mountain simultaneously, contending with the One-Eye domain. It was the Kongming sacred domain held by Shen Chen. The Kongming sacred domain was also a domain type Supreme True Treasure, its power needed no proof. As the Kongming sacred domain contended with the One-Eye domain, the universe lords of the human race on the other front line also arrived here one after another. When they saw that Shen Chen had already started fighting with the One-Eye True Master, they also felt excited in their hearts. After all, they had all seen the Great Axe Founder display his divine might, and they also wanted to know if Shen Chen could have such divine might. We are both golden horned beast clones, but the gap between me and Uncle Shen seems to be a bit large. At this moment, Luo Feng, looking at Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone resisting a universe strongest, could not help but sigh in his heart. And at this moment, the universe lords no longer had a great battle. After all, the battle between universe strongest could decide everything. Claw of Annihilation. However, at this moment, Shen Chen did not want to waste time with the two universe strongest opposite him. The Claw of Annihilation was a tier 7 peak secret technique created by Shen Chen specifically for his golden horned beast clone. After superimposing Ash Burn, it could directly reach tier 8 peak power. In an instant, a terrifying giant beast figure appeared on the top of Paksu Mountain. Those two terrifying sharp claws spanned hundreds of millions of miles. The monstrous and terrifying power directly tore through the suppression of the One-Eye True Master's One-Eye domain. Tier 8 peak. After the One-Eye True Master and the Spirit Illusion True Master felt the terrifying power of this attack, they were instantly distracted. They would never have thought that Lord of the Divine Firmament could actually unleash an attack of the same level as them. A tier 7 peak secret technique. Plus a secret technique for burning divine power. Is he really a heaven-defying genius that could come out of the earth I created? He can create a tier 7 secret technique just at the universe lord level. Does humanity have such comprehension ability, or can my earth support humanity? Or is Lord of the Divine Firmament himself heaven-defying? Others thought that Lord of the Divine Firmament could drive supreme true treasures to unleash such terrifying power. But the mountain-sitting guest was different. With his vision, he could naturally see that the Claw of Annihilation was just a secret technique created by Lord of the Divine Firmament. And the reason it could unleash tier 8 peak power was because of a secret technique for burning divine power. Although there was a secret technique for burning divine power, the Claw of Annihilation was a tier 7 peak secret technique, which he, the mountain-sitting guest, could see clearly. A genius of this level, even in his past life, would have attracted attention, let alone in the current primordial universe. The massive Claw of Annihilation fell directly onto the divine body of the Spirit Illusion True Master. The armor possessed by the Spirit Illusion True Master was actually just an ordinary special grade armor. Facing a tier 8 peak attack, and added to the fact that what he was good at was actually soul attacks, his divine body was instantly annihilated by 10%. Do not think this is just a small 10%, you must know that the Spirit Illusion True Master was a famous tier 8 peak universe strongest. Annihilating 10% meant that if Lord of the Divine Firmament unleashed 9 more attacks, the Spirit Illusion True Master might die. This was a universe strongest. Join forces. However, at this moment, the Spirit Illusion True Master and the One-Eye True Master seemed to refuse to believe in evil, and chose to join forces. After all, both of them could unleash Tier 8 peak attacks, and they did not believe they could not resist Lord of the Divine Firmament. Eye of Spirit Illusion. Divine Light of One Eye. Subsequently, the Spirit Illusion True Master directly drove his Spirit Illusion Mirror, while the One Eye True Master drove his One Eye Domain. The two True Masters directly unleashed two Tier 8 peak attacks, one of which was even a soul attack. However, at this moment, Shen Chen was not afraid at all. The calming sacred soul pearl guarding his mind directly neutralized the Eye of Spirit Illusion. After all, he had the willpower of a true god limit, plus a soul-type supreme true treasure. A Tier 8 soul attack was not enough to hurt him. As for the attack unleashed by the One Eye True Master, that was even simpler. Shen Chen directly wore the calming sacred armor and rushed in front of the One Eye True Master, bearing the divine light of One Eye. What? Being rushed by such a massive giant beast, a trace of fear flashed in the heart of the One Eye True Master. He had witnessed with his own eyes the Spirit Illusion True Master having 10% of his divine body annihilated earlier. Go to hell, calming holy light. However, just at this moment, Shen Chen shouted sharply, and a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. This pressure directly touched the entire Paksu Mountain, as if it could make the entire Paksu Mountain crumble. Impossible, this is. No, how is this possible? The One Eye True Master, who was facing Shen Chen head-on, sensed it most clearly. As if he had seen something extremely terrifying, his pupils shook, and his face was full of horror. A reaction like this should not have appeared in the eyes of a universe strongest. But today, it truly appeared on the face of the One Eye True Master. However, at this moment, Shen Chen did not talk much nonsense with him. The Kongming Holy Light was a secret technique of the 5th level secret engravings of the Kongming series. It had Tier 8 peak power. Superimposed with Shen Chen's Ash Burn secret technique, it directly reached Tier 9 peak. The full set of Kongming series supreme true treasures on his body were superimposed and combined together, causing this attack of his to climb up another level. This attack reached the Tier 10 peak level. Boom! This holy light did not have a grand scene to set it off. However, it just burst out from Shen Chen's hand in a plain and unadorned manner, hitting the One Eye True Master's divine body straight on. No! The One Eye True Master let out a desperate cry. However, the Kongming Holy Light was relentless, continuously grinding away the One Eye True Master's divine body. This attack directly exceeded the upper limit of the armor, a secondary supreme true treasure, on the One Eye True Master. The armor, which could originally weaken the attack by 100,000th, could now only offset half of the attack. However, just half was enough to make this armor instantly annihilated. Finally, the other half of the attack had to be borne by the One Eye True Master himself. In an instant, the One Eye True Master's divine body was annihilated by a full 40%. Speechless. All the universe lords present were speechless. They clearly felt that the One Eye True Master's divine body was instantly annihilated by nearly half. Is this really an attack that a universe lord can unleash? Run! At this moment, the One Eye True Master let out a desperate cry. He knew that he might not be able to leave today, but the others of his Wanli clan might still have hope of escaping. How can it be so simple? Today, both of you universe strongest of the Wanli clan will die. Just when the Spirit Illusion True Master reacted and prepared to run, Shen Chen's cold voice rang out. The Kongming Sacred Domain erupted instantly. After all the Kongming series supreme true treasures were superimposed together, the suppressive power of the Kongming Sacred Domain instantly overwhelmed the One Eye Domain. Everyone on the entire Paksu Mountain could not teleport at this moment, and they were also tightly suppressed by the Kongming Sacred Domain, even those two universe strongest were the same. No, Lord of the Divine Firmament, you cannot do this. At this moment, the One Eye True Master shouted loudly. Why can I not do this? Is the universe see not like this, where the strong prey on the weak? Those who are not of my race have no kindness to speak of. Did you not also want to step on my human race to show off your might? It just so happens that this time, my human race will step on your Wanli clan to become the #1 race in the universe. See. Shen Chen said calmly, looking at the One Eye True Master. Subsequently, pieces of Kongming series supreme true treasures erupted again. Kongming Holy Light. Another terrifying Kongming holy light. From a distance, this Kongming holy light truly showed its grandeur. It seemed to have appeared since the birth of the universe, truly symbolizing the light of the primordial space. The monstrous and terrifying power landed on the Spirit Illusion True Master. It caused the Spirit Illusion True Master's divine body to be instantly annihilated by 50%. The Spirit Illusion True Master's divine body was not even as good as the One-Eye True Master's. And at this moment, the Spirit Illusion True Master and the One-Eye True Master could no longer care about the other universe lords, they only thought about saving their lives. After all, if a universe strongest could live, it was definitely much more important than a universe lord. However, at this moment, Shen Chen did not talk much nonsense with these two guys. The Kongming Sacred Hall, Kongming Prison Tower, Kongming Sacred Domain, Kongming Sacred Soul Pearl, Kongming Sacred Armor, and Kongming Origin Pearl. The set effects, composed of the 6 supreme true treasures, were superimposed together. The power of suppression, suppressive force, soul power, etc., were all amplified. It was simply not something these two Tier 8 peak universe strongest could escape from. No, no. Following two desperate cries, the Spirit Illusion True Master and the One-Eye True Master fell directly at the hands of Shen Chen. Even if they were two universe strongest, so what? They still had to fall. After taking away the 2 supreme true treasures of the Spirit Illusion True Master and the One-Eye True Master, Shen Chen slowly scanned all the universe lords on Paksu Mountain. At this moment, Shen Chen was more like a universe strongest than any other universe strongest. He was even the universe strongest of the universe C. And at this moment, those universe lords of the human race had fallen into madness. They seemed to see the origin ancestor reborn. When the origin ancestor was alive, he killed universe strongest just like this. He showed his strength to all parties in the universe C. Chapter 267, A Familiar Feeling. The regretful Wanli clan. The terrified Star True Master. Is it truly just like teacher? At this moment, tears had already welled up in the eyes of Primordial Chaos City Lord, Darkness Lord, and Ice Peak Lord. Because in their era, Origin Ancestor was just like this, rampaging through the Universe C without restraint, having slain several Universe strongest, establishing his reputation as the #1 powerhouse in the Universe C. And today, they witnessed the demeanor of the former Origin Ancestor in Lord of the Divine Firmament. How could they not be excited? The other universe lords of the human race, such as Lord of Huangjian, Lord Peng Gong, and Lord Qingdong, felt even more excited. Because now that Lord of the Divine Firmament had displayed top-tier Tier 10 combat power, their human race would surely return to the days when Origin Ancestor was present. No race would dare to provoke their human race. Moreover, compared to Origin Ancestor, Lord of the Divine Firmament was even more terrifying. He was merely a universe lord, yet he possessed 3 main combat clones. If one clone was already this terrifying, who would dare say that Lord of the Divine Firmament's other clones did not possess such combat power? If one were bold enough to imagine it, did all 3 of Lord of the Divine Firmament's main combat divine bodies possess top-tier Tier 10 combat power? In that case, who in the entire universe C would be worthy of being an enemy to his human race? Uncle Shen, too strong. Although Luo Feng did not know what level of combat power Uncle Shen currently possessed, he could see that the 2 universe strongest could not stir up the slightest trouble in Uncle Shen's hands. They were directly slain. At the same time, this image of Shen Chen once again left an imprint in Luo Feng's heart. He also wanted to become a figure like Uncle Shen, whose name alone could awe the entire universe see. Dad. Shen Chengzhou looked at this scene with a complex expression. Whenever he felt that he was approaching his father, his old man would deal him a heavy blow, telling him that his dad was his dad after all. He was simply not someone he could surpass. Even though he was already talented enough to have comprehended a Universe Lord level ultimate secret technique at the Universe Exalt level. However, Shen Chengzhou still shook his head. He felt that he would eventually have the opportunity to surpass his old man. Too strong, the human race's Lord of the Divine Firmament. I simply cannot believe my eyes. Who would dare believe it? How many moves did it take? 2 top-tier Tier 8 universe strongest fell at the hands of Lord of the Divine Firmament. The current Lord of the Divine Firmament makes me feel as if I am seeing the former origin ancestor again. In other words, the current Lord of the Divine Firmament, while only at the Universe Lord level, possesses top-tier Tier 10 combat power. Truly the number one race in the Universe C. The human race will surely rise from now on. Order the Universe Lords within the race, never provoke the human race again. The powerhouses of those races watching the battle were trembling all over, because they felt how terrifying Shen Chen was. Moreover, most of them had lived through the era of the former origin ancestor. Some of them had even been personally dealt with by origin ancestor. It was imaginable how terrified they were. Subsequently, their figures immediately vanished from here, not daring to stay any longer. After all, if Shen Chen were to free up his hands to deal with them later, they would be in trouble. It was just that they were clearly overthinking. Shen Chen was not the type of person who loved to kill. For those who did not provoke the human race, Shen Chen had absolutely no interest in taking action. Teacher. After putting away the true treasures of True Lord Wanai and True Lord Linghuan, Shen Chen's figure appeared in front of Primordial Chaos City Lord. At this moment, Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen in front of him with a complex expression. As for the other Universe Lords of the human race, they became even more reserved. After all, the person standing before them was a figure similar to Origin Ancestor. Moreover, while Origin Ancestor was currently suppressed by the primordial universe, Lord of the Divine Firmament was standing right in front of them, alive and well. It is a pity that we cannot obtain the treasures from the small universes of these two true lords of the Wanli clan this time. The small universes of the four universe strongest of the Wanli clan are all gathered together. They will likely remain holed up in their small universes, and I have no way to deal with them. Shen Chen said subsequently, the origin power within a true god's small universe is terrifying. Even for the current Shen Chen, it is impossible to enter a true god's small universe and eradicate that true god. The universe lords of the human race expressed their understanding. Of course, this was also because, at this moment, they could not raise any objections to what Shen Chen said. Even the most arrogant universe lord had to bow their head before the current Shen Chen. Sure enough, at the location of the four small universes of the Wanli clan. Watching the two small universes collapse, all the members of the Wanli clan collapsed as well. The universe lords and members of the Wanli clan attached to those two small universes died instantly, without the slightest power to resist. No. After seeing this scene, the other two true lords of the Wanli clan also let out desperate screams. One must know that any universe strongest is a pillar of their race. And now, his Wanli clan had actually lost two of them at once. Lord of the Divine Firmament. True Lord Wanli, the strongest of the Wanli clan, said with a look of terror on his face. He dared not show any killing intent towards Lord of the Divine Firmament. Because no one could guarantee whether Lord of the Divine Firmament still held grievances against their Wanli clan. If he were to really attack his small universe, his Wanli clan would have no qualification to produce any more small universes in this reincarnation era. Top tier Tier 10. Why was it my Wanli clan that provoked this existence? The other strongest of the Wanli clan said with some unwillingness. But now they had absolutely no way to deal with it. They could only try their best to take away all the treasures from the small universes of True Lord Wanai and True Lord Linghuan. And enter the small universes of those two guys. Let us find an opportunity to reconcile with the human race. Otherwise, not to mention transcending reincarnation, our race might even be wiped out by the human race in this reincarnation era. True Lord Wanli gathered all the universe lords of the Wanli clan and announced this message. The universe lords each revealed a sorrowful expression, but they had no other choice. Two universe strongest had fallen at the hands of the human race. What other options did they, these universe lords, have? At this moment, in the inner domain of the collapsing peak world, Great Axe Founder was still driving the Shanling Nine Heavens Palace to hunt down the four true lords of the God Eye race. Ha. Good. With the current realm of Great Axe Founder, even if his divine power clone's consciousness entered the virtual universe, he could still transmit information. When he learned that two universe strongest of the Wanli clan had both been slain by Shen Chen, a bold smile appeared on his face. What? On the other side, the four true lords of the God Eye race, who were being hunted by Great Axe Founder, also learned of this matter simultaneously. The look of terror on the face of Star True Master became even more pronounced. He had been taught a lesson by Origin Ancestor back then, and he knew better than anyone what top tier Tier 10 meant. Why does the primordial universe treat the human race so kindly? Star True Master could not help but shout in his heart. He forgot that in his own reincarnation era, the God Eye race was also an object specially favored by the primordial universe. Chapter 268, The Cyan Token of Star True Master. The universe sea is shaken. The primordial universe is shaken. Shen Chen's plan. The fourth true master, sixth true master, and seventh true master also wore looks of clear terror on their faces. Compared to the true masters of the Wanli clan, they only possessed one additional combined secret technique. Shen Chen was able to kill the two Tier 8 peak universe strongest of the Wanli clan so easily. Then it would be just as easy to kill them one-on-one. Within his God Eye race, it was estimated that only the first true master, the God Eye True Master, could survive as he had when facing the Origin Ancestor back then, right? Lord of the Divine Firmament has clones, after all. The seventh true master muttered to himself, and as he spoke, his expression turned ugly. The other God Eye race true masters glared at the seventh true master after hearing his words, their faces revealing complex expressions. If I don't say it, does that mean he doesn't have clones? Seeing the gazes of the other true masters, the seventh true master said calmly. He was currently feeling somewhat resigned. Seeing this, the third, fourth, and sixth true masters did not say anything more. They were very clear about this point as well. At the same time, there was a hint of helplessness in their hearts. Back when the Origin Ancestor was around, our God Eye race relied on 7 true masters plus a combined secret technique, which was enough to contend with the Origin Ancestor. But now, Lord of the Divine Firmament has 3 clones. Assuming the worst, he has a full 3 Tier 10 peak divine bodies. Furthermore, the human race has the Great Axe Founder, who has also reached Tier 9 peak combat power. With such a terrifying human race, is it really possible for our God Eye race to contend with them? The third true master described these basic facts as he spoke. And following the third true master's description, the other true masters felt despair. They didn't know what else to say. Sigh. After sighing, the third true master stopped fleeing and stood in the void realm, simply using his star kingdom to restrict the Great Axe Founder. The other true masters also stopped simultaneously. They were very clear about the third true master's intentions, just like the agreement reached with Lord of the Divine Firmament back then, to eliminate the conflict between the human race and the God Eye race. At worst, they could just bring out some more treasures. After all, the God Eye race was the hegemon of the first reincarnation era, and they had collected too many treasures over these epochs. Let's bring some out and eliminate the conflict. After all, the God Eye race had not targeted Lord of the Divine Firmament's son like the Wanli clan had. Seeing the third true master stop, the Great Axe Founder shook his head with some regret. He really hoped that these true masters would persist so he could swing his axe to stain the great axe he had just obtained with the blood of a universe strongest. Great Axe Founder, our God Eye race admires the strength of Lord of the Divine Firmament of your human race. This time, our God Eye race admits defeat. Just like last time, our God Eye race is willing to provide treasures to eliminate the misunderstanding between the human race and the God Eye race. The third true master said, looking at the Great Axe Founder opposite him. At this moment, he was truly somewhat helpless, but he felt that using treasures to eliminate the conflict with the human race was still feasible. After all, they were old fellows from the first reincarnation era. Unless they could pass through the reincarnation and establish a holy land. After this reincarnation era ended, their God Eye race would be completely annihilated. Therefore, the rare treasures possessed by some universe lords didn't really matter to them, the strongest experts. If they could guarantee that the God Eye race could establish a holy land and survive, those treasures could all be offered up. After hearing what the third true master said, the great axe founder shook his head. These guys' plans were exactly the same as before. Give one supreme true treasure, and the grudge between your god-eye race and my human race will be settled immediately. The great axe founder, having consulted with Lord of the Divine Firmament in the giant axe temple through his divine power incarnation, looked at the third true master and said, "A supreme true treasure is impossible. No universe strongest is willing to bring out a supreme true treasure they are familiar with. Even our god-eye race is the same. However, we have learned that Lord of the Divine Firmament generally collects rare cosmic treasures. Therefore, we have emptied the god-eye race's coffers to give your human race 20 rare cosmic treasures that rival special peak true treasures. Among them are treasures that enhance comprehension ability, improve life gene level, and hone the will." After hearing what the great axe founder said, the third true master shook his head and replied, The great axe founder was somewhat surprised after hearing the third true master's words. After all, the god-eye race was somewhat generous this time. Compared to the special peak true treasures given previously, some rare cosmic treasures were undoubtedly more precious. After all, Shen Chen was already able to refine special peak true treasures, so the human race was not lacking in special peak true treasures at all. But the various rare cosmic treasures produced in the universe C were what the human race lacked, and what Lord of the Divine Firmament lacked. However, these 20 rare cosmic treasures are all in our race's miniature universe. Great Axe Founder, you will have to wait for a while. The third true master said subsequently. HMPH. Seeing the Great Axe Founder's expression change instantly, the third true master quickly reacted. Did the Great Axe Founder think that the God-Eye race was going to renege on their debt? Everyone was a universe strongest, so they still cared about their reputation. This is a cyan token I just obtained from the edge of a core area in the universe boat. I have not yet been to the independent secret room space in the universe boat that this cyan token corresponds to. I presume you, Great Axe Founder, are also clear about the value of a cyan token. It can offset 20 rare cosmic treasures, or even exceed them. You can consult with Lord of the Divine Firmament now to see if it's feasible. Our God-Eye race will never offend the human race in the future. After thinking for a moment, the third true master took out a cyan exotic beast pendant. Looking at the cyan exotic beast pendant in the third true master's hand, the suspicion on the Great Axe Founder's face finally vanished. Subsequently, he nodded and began to contact Lord of the Divine Firmament through his divine power incarnation left in the primordial universe. It's acceptable. Lord of the Divine Firmament has agreed. The Great Axe Founder nodded, indicating agreement. Currently, the implication in the Great Axe Founder's words also faintly placed Shen Chen as the leader. After all, strength is respected, and Shen Chen's current strength has already proven that, unless the origin ancestor is released from the seal and immediately breaks through to void true God. Otherwise, Shen Chen is the undisputed number one person of the human race. Seeing that the Great Axe Founder agreed, the seventh true master finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately threw the cyan exotic beast pendant in his hand to the Great Axe Founder. At the same time, he felt a bit of regret in his heart. This was a brand new cyan token, and the corresponding independent secret room space basically contained a supreme true treasure. And it was a supreme true treasure with unique attributes, like the Blood Sea demon armor possessed by the rampaging demon god, which had the ability of will impact. But there was no choice. Currently, this cyan token was the only thing of relatively high value on him. The other true masters were even more pitiful. After all, those rare cosmic treasures with value rivaling special peak true treasures were of no use to them, the universe strongest. They had basically bestowed them upon their subordinate universe lords. After putting away the cyan stream of light, the Great Axe Founder directly drove the Shanling Nine Heavens Palace to leave. He needed to return to the primordial universe to hand the cyan token to Shen Chen. At the same time, he also wanted to ask Shen Chen why he was able to unleash Tier 10 peak attacks. The human race had displayed its prestige here, and had also obtained treasures from the God-Eye race and the Wanli clan. However, the factions of the entire universe C were a bit different. Facing a newly emerged expert with Tier 10 peak attack power, The reactions of the nearly 100 factions in the Universe C were all different. But without exception, they were all incomparably terrified in their hearts. After all, the birth of a Tier 10 peak expert was built upon the fame of other Universe strongest in the Universe C. Does Lord of the Divine Firmament really possess Tier 10 peak attack power? Could that be fake? Of course it's true. I saw with my own eyes that true Lord Wanai's divine body was directly annihilated by 45% in one blow, and Linghuan Venerable was even more miserable, having half of his divine body annihilated in one blow. Too terrifying. Those two Universe strongest possessed exotic level armor. Who wouldn't say so? When the various factions were communicating, their tones were filled with sighs. One must know that many of these factions were from the first reincarnation era and the second reincarnation era. They had spent so much time without making a breakthrough. Yet Lord of the Divine Firmament in the primordial universe, in less than one reincarnation era, had actually been able to reach Tier 10 peak. However, as they discussed, they suddenly realized an even more terrifying fact. That was that Lord of the Divine Firmament was currently only a Universe Lord. Once he broke through to true God in the future, how terrifying would that be? Everyone even believed that as long as Shen Chen broke through to true God, he would have the possibility of passing through the reincarnation and establishing a holy land. Such a heaven-defying Universe Lord, why isn't he from our race? Hey, does your race deserve to possess such a genius? As if you deserve it. Some Universe strongest were also communicating with each other through channels, but their exchanges were clearly all harboring ulterior motives. But it was very clear that now, in the entire Universe C, no one regarded the human race as an ordinary faction anymore. The current human race was more like a hegemon than the God-Eye race had been. The factions in the Universe C were like this, so how could the Universe strongest in the primordial universe be any different? Especially the monster race, automaton race, and insect race, whose reactions were even more intense after learning this news. They originally thought that Lord of the Divine Firmament was only suppressing them in the primordial universe by relying on supreme true treasures. But they never expected that Lord of the Divine Firmament was even more terrifying in the Universe C, having directly killed the two veteran Universe strongest, Linghuan True Master and True Lord Wanai. In the future, when facing the human race, try to stay away. Actually, if you are killed, I won't be able to avenge you. The machine race Father God looked at the Universe Lords under his command and said helplessly. Back then, we should have either assassinated him to the end or not assassinated him at all. Now it's bad, Lord of the Divine Firmament is so terrifying. Our insect race has built up too great a grudge with him. It cannot be resolved by simply ceding 500 star sectors. Everyone, speak up, how should we resolve the grudge with Lord of the Divine Firmament? The Zerg Queen was therefore forced to summon the insect race Universe Lords under her command to discuss. However, those insect race Universe Lords looked at each other and all fell silent. They had absolutely no solution at all. Cede another 300 star sectors to the human race. We previously snatched more than 100 star sectors from the prison race and crystal race. After giving the human race 300 star sectors, we still have 1000 star sectors. This is basic respect for an expert who possesses 3 clones, and it is possible that all 3 clones have Tier 10 combat power. In the highest level meeting of the monster race, the Dream Monster Ancestor said quite helplessly. However, this proposal by the Dream Monster Ancestor to cede territory, which was incomparably insulting to any race, actually received the agreement of all members of the monster race. Even the Gen Demon Ancestor, who often ventured in the Universe C and had a somewhat fiery temper, also acquiesced. As for the prison race and crystal race, it was even more obvious, they were even slightly inferior compared to the other 3 peak races. They were also very clear that the monster race, insect race, and automaton race would definitely concede when facing the human race this time, and it was possible that their territories would be invaded again. At that time, those shameless guys from the monster race would probably come to snatch their territories again. Therefore, while the prison race and crystal race were lamenting the strength of Lord of the Divine Firmament, they sensibly shrank their territories again, and then went to invade the territories of other races. The elder god cult was transcendent, at most just lamenting that the human race had produced another origin ancestor. Because the Northern Border Alliance had many races and numerous internal factions. Regarding Lord of the Divine Firmament becoming stronger, besides lamenting, they also had their own different thoughts. But it was very clear that they, like the monster race, chose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. As for the Space Beast Alliance, like the Elder God cult, it was also transcendent, and they didn't need territory. The Space Beast ancestor only issued one order, which was to temporarily avoid the sharp edge of the human race and try to be on good terms with the human race. It can be said that as Shen Chen displayed his strength, the attitude of all races toward the human race underwent a significant change. Inside the giant axe temple, the highest level of the human race gathered together once again. This time it was precisely because Lord of the Divine Firmament had displayed strength comparable to the origin ancestor. Shen Chen, this is the cyan token given to me by the third true master. They said it is brand new and has not been used by anyone. It is very likely to obtain a supreme true treasure within it. Great Axe said, looking at Shen Chen beside him, and projected the cyan token. The universe lords below did not raise any greed at all after seeing it. After all, this was a token given by the God Eye race as an apology after Lord of the Divine Firmament displayed his own strength. It actually had little to do with them. Good. Shen Chen nodded in satisfaction at this. This was another treasure that could be bestowed upon his Shen family members. Added to the black token he had obtained earlier, he had bestowed upon his clansmen the possibility of directly obtaining 2 silver tokens. Of course, he had to first try bestowing the cyan token upon Shen Chengzhou and see the result. To see if there were higher level tokens in the universe boat. This supreme true treasure of the domain type named Wanai, and this supreme true treasure of the soul type named Linghuan Mirror. Although they are of no great use to me, I still want to keep them in my family to give to the heaven-defying geniuses in my family. Moreover, these are 2 special types of supreme true treasures. If I put them in the race, the universe lords in the race would not be able to afford them. Furthermore, the universe lords have not yet finished digesting the treasures I previously offered to the race. Therefore, I have another treasure to place in the race treasury. However, the value of this treasure is incomparably high, and a cyan token is obviously incomparable. After thinking for a moment, Shen Chen said. After hearing what Shen Chen said, all the universe lords, including the Great Axe founder, focused their gazes on Shen Chen. As for a treasure that could be evaluated by Shen Chen as having incomparably high value, they dared not imagine how precious it was. Even the Great Axe founder was contemplating in his heart whether he could afford to exchange for it with his current net worth. Chapter 269, The Astonishment Brought by the Moshe God. Worth 5.5 million supreme true treasure points. This treasure is called the Moshe God. It is a true God rank mechanical flow treasure. The universe strongest that everyone is familiar with are actually true God rank powerhouses. This is also the reason why most universe strongest in the first reincarnation era and second reincarnation era are called true masters. Shen Chen looked at all the universe lords of the human race present and said slowly. Afterwards, he projected the appearance of the Moshe God into the virtual universe. The universe lords present looked at the Moshe God in Shen Chen's hand, but they didn't seem particularly concerned. This was because a large portion of them had used universe lord mechanical flow treasures before. In their general understanding, a true God rank mechanical flow treasure was probably about the same as a supreme true treasure. However, they were curious about the fact that the universe strongest were actually true God rank powerhouses. After all, the human race was only a race of this reincarnation era and had not yet obtained much legacy from the ancient civilization. It is well known that Lord of the Divine Firmament likely possesses the legacy of the ancient civilization, so they directly chose to agree with Shen Chen calling the universe strongest as true God rank. Shen Xiao, I want to know what the function of this treasure is. Could it be the same as those universe lord mechanical flow treasures, which can increase the attack level of a true God? However, it had to be the Great Axe founder who cared about the issue of the Moshe God. After all, he was naturally very curious about a treasure that could be called incredibly valuable by Shen Chen. If it could enhance his own combat power, that would be even better. That's right. As long as one comprehends the secret engravings within this treasure, one can increase their attack by 2 levels at once. And unlike the Universe Lord mechanical flow treasures I forged, it can help a Universe Lord cross the restriction of the 5th tier. For example, after Chaos uses the Moshe God, he can reach the peak of the 8th tier at once. However, its limit is only the peak of the 10th tier. So, it is most suitable to give it to a Universe Lord who possesses peak 8th tier combat power, or a Universe Strongest. Shen Chen then directly explained the function of the Moshe God. For Shen Chen, the Moshe God was no longer of much use to his human original body, Golden Horned Beast clone, and Time Order Thunder Roar clone. His other clones basically did not participate in battles. And the Moshe God could not be bestowed upon the genius members of his family again. So he could only take it out to enhance the combat power of the human race. After all, after the human race became stronger, treasures like the Cyan token could be obtained from the human race. The universe sea was too vast for him to explore on his own. What? After hearing Shen Chen's detailed explanation of the specific function of the Moshe God, all the Universe Lords widened their eyes and stared fixedly at Shen Chen. They had not expected that there would be such a heaven-defying mechanical flow treasure. It directly increased the attack of a Universe Lord by 2 levels. It allowed a Universe Lord to be comparable to a Universe Strongest, just like Shen Chen. Such a heaven-defying treasure was worthy of being called a treasure that completely surpassed the Cyan token by Lord of the Divine Firmament. Heaven-defying indeed. Even the Great Axe founder sitting next to Shen Chen's side. The secret technique that they, the Universe Strongest, had spent so much time creating was actually easily surpassed by a mechanical flow treasure. However, the good news was that Lord of the Divine Firmament belonged to his human race, and the treasures he produced also belonged to their human race. This treasure is of no great use to me. It just so happens that this time, the Great Axe founder brought a Cyan token back to the race. So I will place this treasure in the race and let the race set the price. I will provide many treasures for the race and provide exchange channels for the powerhouses of the race. But I, Shen Xiao, am not a saint, and it is impossible to give it to a powerhouse for free. So if you all work hard, you will have hope of obtaining a treasure of this rank in the future when you become a Universe Strongest. Shen Chen then scanned all the Universe Lords present and said directly. After hearing what Shen Chen said, all the Universe Lords present were also a bit excited. At the same time, they felt somewhat helpless in their hearts. Because they found that the speed at which their human race powerhouses were rising was not even as fast as the speed at which Shen Chen brought out treasures. In the current treasure vault of the race, there were still an unknown number of special peak supreme treasures. They could not be digested at all. Later, the basic information of the Moshe God was also detected by the virtual universe. After a joint discussion between the virtual universe, the Great Axe founder, and Lord of the Divine Firmament, the Moshe God was priced at 5.5 million Supreme True Treasure Points. And Shen Chen received 5 million Supreme True Treasure Points. The human race earned 10% of his Supreme True Treasure Points. With so many Supreme True Treasure Points, only a Universe Strongest would be worthy of possessing it, right? The Universe Lords who were authorized to know this looked at each other, feeling somewhat helpless in their hearts. After all, such a large number of heaven-defying Supreme True Treasure Points was simply not something they could possess. 5 million Supreme True Treasure Points, that is equivalent to more than 200 special peak Supreme Treasures. I just don't know if the treasures left in the Cyan Secret Room space by Senior Jia Fanzi can be exchanged for a true God rank mechanical flow treasure of this level. After seeing this scene, Luo Feng was also secretly pondering in his heart. After all, he was originally prepared to go to the universe boat. Luo Feng's idea was because he had a Cyan token. As for the other universe lords, they did not speak. Everyone need not be too discouraged. Next is a brand new era of development for our human race. The territory of 1,000 star sectors that we obtained has already begun to be developed one after another. Plus, Lord of the Divine Firmament has contributed so many treasures to the race. We have decided to directly give 1000 Supreme True Treasure Points to newly promoted Universe Lords in the future. And for those who break through to Universe Strongest, we will directly give 1 million Supreme True Treasure Points. The race is not short of Supreme True Treasures. Please work hard. With the accumulation of endless years, a Universe Strongest still has the hope of exchanging for a mechanical flow treasure similar to the Moshe God. After Shen Chen and the Great Axe founder discussed it, the Great Axe spoke. 1 million Supreme True Treasure Points. My goodness. All the Universe Lords present were frightened by Shen Chen's decision. However, after they thought about it carefully, they felt it was very reasonable. After all, for a race, the importance of a Universe Strongest is self-evident. 1 million Supreme True Treasure Points is equivalent to the 100 Supreme True Treasure Points the human race gave to a newly promoted Universe Lord back then. Subsequently, one by one, the veteran Universe Lords left with excitement on their faces. Among them, Hung-Gong and Darkness were very happy because, like Chaos, they were the Universe Lords in the human race who had the hope of becoming the next Universe Strongest. Soon, the human race powerhouses also left the Giant Axe Temple one after another. Cheng Zhou, you come back from the Universe Sea. First, I have something to give you. However, Shen Chen kept Shen Chengzhou alone and instructed him. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Shen Chengzhou also had a guess in his heart. He reckoned that his old man was going to give him some treasure again. However, Shen Chengzhou nodded and agreed directly. After all, the treasures he currently possessed were a bit stretched when confronting other Universe Lords in the Universe Sea. The Great Axe founder didn't say anything after seeing this scene. Chapter 270, Universe Boat Golden Token. Black Demon Breakthrough. Lord Ganwu reaches 5th rank. Shen Chen's support. Anyway, it was Lord of the Divine Firmament's own treasure, it had nothing to do with him who he gave it to. However, that cyan token still had to be given to Shen Chen. After all, the reason the God Eye race brought out the cyan token this time was because of Shen Chen's reputation. Relying solely on his own Great Axe founder 9th rank peak strength was not enough to make the God Eye race hand over the cyan token. After a period of time, inside the Chronos Temple in the Lingshu Secret Realm, the figure of Shen Chengzhou appeared here. He walked into the Chronos Temple with a hint of curiosity. Looking at Shen Chen sitting there comprehending the law, he was filled with exclamation. After all, his own father was already so powerful, yet he was still comprehending the law. Chengzhou, this black token is a treasure I exchanged from Lord Yanying. It corresponds to an independent secret chamber space in the Universe Boat. Perhaps there will be an opportunity within it. I will give it to you now. Do not refuse, it is just a black token, it means nothing to me. Even if there is an opportunity within that independent secret chamber space. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou in front of him, said slowly, and then directly through a black stream of light. After receiving the black token, Shen Chengzhou was also filled with disbelief. During the previous Great Axe meeting, he had also searched among the human race about what the cyan token was. Naturally, he understood the importance of the black token. Thank you, Dad. Used to it, Shen Chengzhou directly put away the black token and said slowly. Bestow the black token to the Gold Aptitude Clan member Shen Chengzhou, 10,000 times return, Universe Boat Silver Token. As expected. After hearing the prompt sound from his mind, Shen Chen murmured to himself, as expected. As long as it was an item with a distinguishable rank, after bestowing it to a clan member, it could be returned. And silver tokens were basically only possessed by Holy Land universes. But Shen Chen did not know if it was the highest rank token in the Universe Boat. So he decided to experiment. After Great Axe founder brought the cyan token back, he would bestow the cyan token to Shen Chengzhou. If a higher rank token could not be returned, Shen Chen decided to find a way to get another cyan token and bestow it to Shen Chuyang, trying to return another silver token. The space corresponding to the black token belongs to the heaven-piercing demon pillar, which is the black veined stone pillar. Like the crimson pattern heart-burning pillar, it can temper your will. Long ago, your will had already reached the limit of a Universe Lord. This time, just take the opportunity to break through to the Universe Strongest level. However, if you only open one independent secret chamber space on this trip to the universe boat, it will be a bit of a waste. After Great Axe Founder returns from the Universe Sea, I will also bestow that cyan token to you. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou in front of him and said slowly. Quote. Hearing that Shen Chen was going to give him another cyan token, Shen Chengzhou's head was full of question marks. He also understood a lot about the value of the cyan token, that was something only a universe strongest was qualified to possess. Moreover, the independent secret chamber space corresponding to the cyan token was basically on the edge of the core area. It was not something he could reach by relying on a top-tier palace-type supreme treasure. However, after thinking about it carefully, he did not refuse. After all, this was also an opportunity to go to the universe alone for training. At worst, he would spend a little price to exchange for a peak palace-type supreme treasure from the human race. Anyway, he had also gained a lot in the Universe Sea during this period. When Great Axe Founder brought the cyan token back, Shen Chen also directly handed the cyan token to Shen Chengzhou in front of Great Axe Founder. Sure enough, the rumors outside are true. Lord of Thunder Sword is indeed the Sun Lord of the Divine Firmament loves the most. This is a cyan token, and you just gave it to him like that. Great Axe Founder's personality made him choose to speak out bluntly. Great Axe Founder is overthinking it. Father is very caring towards outstanding clan members. Shen Chengzhou smiled at this and explained. I believe this. After all, my human race relies on Lord of the Divine Firmament to develop so rapidly, not to mention Lord of the Divine Firmament's own family. Great Axe Founder nodded at this. Subsequently, Great Axe Founder's figure also left this place. He wanted to continue to the Collapsing Peak world and search the core area according to the complete map of the Collapsing Peak world. He would strive to get 1 or 2 supreme true treasures, and then add the more than 2 million treasure points in his account. To see if he could exchange the Moshe God from the human race treasury. Then hand the Moshe God directly to Chaos. So that even if Chaos was not a universe strongest, he could rival a universe strongest like Shen Chen. It really is correct. Cheng Zhou is now a 5th-rank universe lord. Bestowing him a cyan token is feasible. Shen Chen muttered to himself at this moment, because just now, the prompt sound of the creation treasure tree rang in his mind again. Bestow the gold aptitude clan member Shen Chengzhou, 10,000 times return, universe boat golden token. This prompt sound made Shen Chen sigh a little. He did not expect that above the silver token, there was a golden token. And the universe boat was a heaven-defying mechanical flow treasure that had no owner. How heaven-defying the independent secret chamber space corresponding to the golden token was, Shen Chen could hardly imagine. However, when Shen Chengzhou left the Lingshu secret realm holding the 2 tokens, after Shen Chen took out the golden token, his expression also turned ugly. Because the area of the universe boat corresponding to the golden token was simply too terrifying. That independent secret chamber space was in the core of the core area of the universe boat. You must know that in the core area of the universe boat, some extremely dangerous places, even if a universe strongest had a palace-type supreme true treasure, could not survive. Shen Chen's current full combat power, in the end, was only the limit of a true god. It was possible to threaten his clone. In this case, even for me now, I can only go to the independent secret chamber space where the silver token is located. As for the golden token, I have to wait until I have combat power beyond a true god before I can go. Forget it. It is just a matter of bestowing a few more treasures. Let the golden horned beast clone take the silver token to the universe boat first. Let's see if there are really any remnants of those universe boat powerhouses in the independent secret chamber space corresponding to the silver token. Shen Chen said lightly, and then a miniature golden horned beast clone appeared in front of Shen Chen. Long ago, the golden horned beast clone had returned from the universe sea. It was just waiting to take the token to the universe boat. After receiving the silver token, the golden horned beast clone drove the void gazer holy wings and instantly left the Lingshu secret realm. For the next period of time, Shen Chen cultivated the geniuses of the Shen family as usual. He hoped that more geniuses with heaven-defying aptitude would appear in the Shen family. However, it was clear that Gold Aptitude clan members like Shen Longhai and Shen Chengzhou were not that simple to appear. Even Shen Chongyun did not become a Gold Aptitude clan member. At the Lihuo Mountain clone location, I have now created a 7th rank peak secret technique. According to the records on the true explanation of mechanics, I can already start to refine some simple divine rank mechanical flow treasures. After the Lihuo Mountain clone finished saying this, it also began to refine divine rank mechanical flow treasures according to the operating methods on the true explanation of mechanics. However, it was clear that although Shen Chen could refine pseudo-supreme true treasures, the difficulty of mechanical flow treasures was even greater. So it was not that simple to be able to refine them. Just when the Lihuo Mountain clone was still trying to independently refine divine rank mechanical flow treasures, his human original body welcomed an unexpected character. Greetings, Lord of the Divine Firmament. Black Demon Star Lord knelt respectfully in front of Shen Chen. Although Shen Chen did not enslave Black Demon Star Lord was still as respectful as a servant. Although the Black Demon clan was nominally a vassal of the human race, they only pledged allegiance to the Shen family. When some Shen family geniuses went out for training, the Black Demon clan even tried every means to provide help. Black Demon, your strength has improved a lot recently. It seems that the treasure points I gave you back then were still somewhat useful. After seeing Black Demon Star Lord at this moment, Shen Chen was also quite surprised. The Black Demon clan was actually quite important to Shen Chen because they could produce various ranks of comprehension ability treasures. Although not very high rank, Shen Chen was able to bestow these treasures and return heaven-defying treasures to Shen Chen. So Shen Chen was actually very generous to the Black Demon clan. That is also thanks to the life source core that Lord of the Divine Firmament was able to trade. It allowed me to break through the 100-fold life gene level limit. Recently, I spent some price to raise my life gene level to 1000 times. The effect of the incubated demon star has improved significantly again. Black Demon Star Lord said respectfully. Want to break through to Universe Lord? After glancing at Black Demon Star Lord, Shen Chen said lightly. Shen Chen was now a Universe Lord. How fast was his brain running? Through a few words from Black Demon Star Lord, he could hear his thoughts. Yes, Lord of the Divine Firmament. After hearing Shen Chen directly point out his thoughts, Black Demon Star Lord's body also trembled slightly. He was truly afraid that Lord of the Divine Firmament would mind this point. Just speak directly next time. No need to be too reserved in front of me. Shen Chen looked at Black Demon Star Lord, shook his head, and said directly. However, Black Demon Star Lord was still kneeling on the ground, looking like he was waiting for orders. I know your clan's special methods. After you break through to Universe Lord, the effect of the incubated demon star will surely be even more significant. This is what I need. This is a win-win for both you and me. How about this? This is a treasure that the Northern Border Alliance traded with me back then. It can improve the comprehension of the wood space fusion law, and the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne in my Shen family is also temporarily open to you. If you can really break through to Universe Lord, I can even return the supreme treasure demon star you originally possessed to you. But the price is that in the future, the demon star you incubate will be unconditionally provided to my Shen family for use. Shen Chen looked at Black Demon Star Lord below and said. He, Shen Chen, was not a real good person. He basically made trades with others. What he valued was that after Black Demon Star Lord broke through to Universe Lord, the effect of the incubated demon star could be even more heaven-defying. Thank you, Lord of the Divine Firmament. Black Demon Star Lord was almost crying. Were the conditions Shen Chen proposed really conditions? After all, after he broke through to Universe Lord, the improvement of the Black Demon clan would undoubtedly be the greatest. And Shen Chen only valued his demon star. And he even wanted to return his original demon star to him. If this wasn't a great good person, then what was? Subsequently, after Black Demon Star Lord received the treasure given by Shen Chen and the permission to comprehend the 9-rank enlightenment lotus throne, he also retreated respectfully. I hope this guy Black Demon can succeed. I haven't heard of many races that can possess renewable comprehension ability treasures. After glancing at the retreating figure of Black Demon Star Lord, Shen Chen also closed his eyes. Obviously, Black Demon Star Lord's confidence had its reasons. 100 years later, Black Demon Star Lord successfully broke through to Universe Lord. After he broke through to Universe Lord, the incubated Demon Star really had a heaven-defying effect. Its value in the race treasury could reach 20 treasure points. After Shen Chen bestowed it to a Red Aptitude clan member who served as a Universe Kingdom Lord, Shen Chen obtained a treasure called Law Star Core. Compared to the previous Law Core, the effect of the Law Star Core was undoubtedly more heaven-defying. It could assist a Universe Lord to create a Universe Lord's strongest secret technique. Since it was a consumable, in terms of value, it was actually not as good as the 9-rank Enlightenment Lotus Throne. However, this kind of treasure was completely heaven-defying for the human race and for the Shen family. Shen Chen was also prepared to hoard a little more. However, after hearing that Lord Ganwu had returned to the primordial universe after venturing into the Universe Sea for a period of time, Shen Chen also went directly to Lord Ganwu. Teacher. Disciple has a good thing to give to teacher. Shen Chen looked at Teacher Ganwu in front of him and said with a smile. Shen Chen, if you have any good things, just keep them for your family or hand them over to the race treasury. I have also gained many treasures in the Universe Sea, which can be fully exchanged with treasure points. Ganwu looked at this disciple of his and said with helplessness, I just want teacher to help me test where the limit of this treasure is. Perhaps it can allow teacher to create a Universe Lord's strongest secret technique. Shen Chen waved his hand directly and insisted on handing the Law Star Core to Teacher Ganwu. Ganwu, who could not refuse Shen Chen, had no choice. After looking at the Law Star Core in his hand, he finally chose to use it. It could only be said that the treasure after 1,000 times return indeed had a heaven-defying effect. It allowed Teacher Ganwu to directly create a Universe Lord's strongest secret technique. The treasure that provides comprehension ability is really too heaven-defying. If it were the ordinary me wanting to create a Universe Lord's strongest secret technique, I guess I would have to wait another tens of thousands of eras. But I didn't expect that one treasure would solve it today. And after coming out of seclusion, Lord of Ganwu also said with exclamation. The current Lord Ganwu had a life gene level that reached 10,000 times, and had created a Universe Lord's strongest secret technique. Coupled with some supreme treasures he obtained, he could also be considered a 4th-rank Universe Lord. If he could get another Universe Lord level mechanical flow treasure to improve his attack, he would be able to be considered a 5th-rank Universe Lord. However, it was clear that Shen Chen had naturally considered this aspect. He directly picked out a Universe Lord level mechanical flow treasure from his previous stock and handed it to Lord Ganwu. Just like that, I reached a 5th-rank Universe Lord. Comparable to the previous Primordial Chaos City Lord and the others. After obtaining that Universe Lord level mechanical flow treasure from Shen Chen, Ganwu was a little emotional at this moment. You must know that in the previous human race, 5th-rank Universe Lords were pitifully few. I have also prepared many gifts for Teacher Primordial Chaos City Lord. After giving the gift to you, Teacher Ganwu, this time, I am ready to go find Teacher Primordial Chaos City Lord. After hearing what Ganwu said, Shen Chen also said with a smile. That's right, compared to me, Primordial Chaos City Lord needs your support more. If Primordial Chaos City Lord can become a Universe strongest, that would be even better. Ganwu said with a hint of exclamation. There should be hope this time. Shen Chen said with a smile. Chapter 271, Chaos creates a Tier 6 secret technique. Instant Tier 9 combat power. After discussing with Teacher Ganwu for quite a while, Shen Chen finally departed from the Ganwu secret region. This disciple of mine, if he says there is hope, doesn't that mean the Primordial Chaos City Lord is about to become a Universe strongest? After all, he never fights battles he isn't sure of winning, Teacher Ganwu said, watching Shen Chen's retreating back. He was incredibly confident in his disciple. After all, nowadays, who in the entire Universe Sea didn't know the great name of Lord of the Divine Firmament? However, now that I am already a Tier 5 Universe Lord, I can go directly to the inner region of the collapsing peak world to search for treasures, just like the Primordial Chaos City Lord and the others did back then. I am still that same teacher Ganwu. I still love adventure, Lord Ganwu said with a chuckle, his head held high, before his entire figure vanished from the Ganwu secret region. Primitive mystical region. Shen Chen arrived here at this moment. Seeing that it was Shen Chen's human original body, this clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord was somewhat puzzled. After all, he didn't know why Shen Chen had come here. Compared to his other clones, Shen Chen's human original body was undoubtedly much more important. Teacher, are you confident about making a breakthrough to true God now? Shen Chen asked, looking at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him. The primordial Chaos City Lord had previously heard from Shen Chen that a true God was a universe strongest, so he wasn't very surprised at this moment. Just about. The path I am seeking is already clear. There is hope to break through directly to true God, the primordial Chaos City Lord said, a smile appearing on his face as he spoke of this. After all, finding a path suitable for oneself was very important. Finding the path is actually about breaking through the restrictions of the primordial universe. Breaking these restrictions is quite simple. Whether it is through law, secret technique breakthroughs, or the divine body's life gene level, all can drive the evolution of the divine kingdom. However, teacher, what I want to say is, try your best to comprehend a Tier 6 secret technique while you are still a universe lord. After experiencing the chaos evolution of a miniature universe, your insights into secret techniques can be elevated once again. Like me, even though I have comprehended a Tier 7 peak secret technique, I have not chosen to make a breakthrough, Shen Chen said, looking at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him. A Tier 7 peak secret technique. Hearing Shen Chen's words, a look of surprise flashed across the primordial Chaos City Lord's face. Many of the universe strongest in their primordial universe had only created Tier 7 peak secret techniques. His own disciple was only at the universe lord rank, yet could already create secret techniques of this level. How could he not be surprised? Everything you said makes sense. Furthermore, with you and the great axe founder in our human race now, there is indeed no need to rush a breakthrough. The primordial Chaos City Lord clearly agreed with Shen Chen's idea. So, this time I came to provide treasures for you, teacher. Teacher Ganwu has already reached the Tier 5 level. If he wants to improve again, it will be quite difficult. So, I will wait for teacher Ganwu to adventure for a few more epochs before I give him treasures. However, your foundation, teacher, is much deeper than teacher Ganwu's. You can completely utilize those treasures of mine. Shen Chen said with a chuckle, looking at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him. Use your treasures. The primordial Chaos City Lord was somewhat hesitant. Although he did not know what treasures Shen Chen was talking about, he could tell from the other treasures Shen Chen possessed. The treasures he had were absolutely heaven-defying. In the primordial Chaos City Lord's estimation, they should not be things he could use. I have already reached the limit of these two treasures. They are not enough to help me create a Tier 8 secret technique. When our race has 50 universe lords, I might hand one of the treasures over to the race, Shen Chen said nonchalantly. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the primordial Chaos City Lord sighed with emotion. After a while, this clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord arrived at Shen Chen's divine kingdom together with him. Inside Shen Chen's divine kingdom, the crimson pattern heart-burning pillar and the law unification stele stood tall. Both treasures emitted an incredibly terrifying aura. When the primordial Chaos City Lord saw these two treasures, he was somewhat dazed. Shen Chen even possessed treasures of this level. Especially that law unification stele, he felt his laws fluctuate just by glancing at it. He dared not imagine what the result would be if he were to stay here and comprehend it often. Teacher, have this clone of yours comprehend the law unification stele here. Anyway, there are already several universe lords in my virtual universe corporation, let them guard the primitive mystical region for a period of time first. Besides, I don't believe any other race has the guts to invade our human race now, Shen Chen said with a chuckle, looking at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him. Good. After thinking about it, the primordial Chaos City Lord agreed directly. The primordial Chaos City Lord had been wanting to break through to become a universe strongest for a long time. Since there was hope of creating a Tier 6 secret technique, he naturally had to give it a try. However, what surprised the primordial Chaos City Lord was that Shen Chen actually brought out an even more heaven-defying treasure. That was the Enlightenment God Bead. Wearing the Enlightenment God Bead for a long time could enhance Shen Chen's comprehension ability. However, Shen Chen was not short on this bit of time, and in his view, letting the primordial Chaos City Lord create a Tier 6 secret technique was more important. This time, Shen Chen had brought out both the Law Unification Steel and the Enlightenment God Bead. Moreover, the primordial Chaos City Lord's foundation was no joke. Even many of the universe strongest in the Universe C believed that the primordial Chaos City Lord had the potential to become the next universe strongest. Sure enough, after only a few decades, the primordial Chaos City Lord, relying on the Enlightenment God Bead and comprehending the Law Unification Steel, created a Tier 6 secret technique. The primordial Chaos City Lord had a feeling that he could now drive his divine kingdom to evolve into a miniature universe and directly comprehend the chaos evolution. By then, he would have the hope of creating a Tier 8 secret technique directly. However, the primordial Chaos City Lord still kept in mind Shen Chen's previous instructions and did not choose to become a universe strongest. After all, the primordial Chaos City Lord was in Shen Chen's divine kingdom, and the commotion after he comprehended the Tier 6 secret technique was clearly sensed by Shen Chen. "Congratulations, teacher." After arriving here, Shen Chen said with a face full of smiles, looking at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him. "All thanks to you," the primordial Chaos City Lord said with emotion. After finishing, he directly returned the Enlightenment God Bead to Shen Chen. He was also very clear about how much help his disciple had provided him. It was not something that the little things he had given him in the past could compare to. However, it was clear that Shen Chen didn't care about this at all. Seeing the primordial Chaos City Lord return the Enlightenment God Bead to him immediately after creating the Tier 6 secret technique, Shen Chen shook his head. He was very clear that the primordial Chaos City Lord was just such a person. "Teacher, since you have already created a Tier 6 secret technique, you should be able to comprehend all the law secret engravings within the Moshe God. You can directly unleash the power of a Tier 8 secret technique. However, in my opinion, it is still not enough. I have another secret technique that can further elevate your attack by one level, teacher. By then, you will be able to become a Tier 9 combat power in one step." After thinking for a moment, Shen Chen continued to look at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him and said. His golden horned beast clone was about to head to the independent secret room space corresponding to the silver token, and by then, the divine power burning secret technique might no longer be so scarce. He could hand it over to the race now. Chapter 272, Cheng Feng Breakthrough to Universe Lord. 8 Desolations Series, Cheng Zhou's Secret Room Opportunity. Moreover, according to the timeline, the boat of Mausoleum in the Flame Ice domain is about to appear with the legacy of Duan Dong and the upcoming world of Jin. By then, there will be channels to exchange for divine power burning secret techniques, supreme true treasure, and mechanical flow treasures. It would be better to bring them out now and first enhance the strength of the human race. To become the true overlord of the Universe C. Shen Chen was also very clear about the huge threat that the primordial universe would face next. Arming the human race was also to better deal with the world beast that would appear next. What? Upon hearing that Shen Chen wanted to hand over the Moshe God to him, the primordial Chaos City Lord actually did not have much of a reaction. Because the Great Axe founder had already told him before that the Moshe God was basically reserved for him. But when he heard that Shen Chen possessed a secret technique capable of increasing attack power by another level, the primordial Chaos City Lord's reaction was huge. And hearing from Shen Chen that even after he reached the 8th tier, that secret technique could still amplify him. How could he not feel surprised? Afterwards, Shen Chen smiled and directly handed the Jin Fen secret technique to the primordial Chaos City Lord, letting him view it himself. Heavens! Divine power can actually be organized, arranged, and burned in such a way. When the primordial Chaos City Lord carefully comprehended the Jin Fen secret technique, he could not help but exclaim. Compared to this secret technique, their divine power burning was simply like children playing house. There was absolutely no comparison at all. However, this Jin Fen secret technique also had drawbacks, that is, without a super large divine body, relying solely on the divine body of human powerhouses, the burning speed was undoubtedly very fast. If it were really passed on to the universe lords of the human race, they would probably need to keep treasures for restoring divine bodies in stock. However, after the primordial Chaos City Lord thought about it carefully, if it could enhance attacks, what did keeping treasures in stock matter? At worst, he could just let those universe overlords and top-tier universe overlords head to the primitive star and various universe secret realms to seize them. This was also to better train them. This secret technique is of great importance. I must notify the Great Axe. Primordial Chaos then continued looking at Shen Chen and said, because he also saw that this secret technique could even enhance true god-level attacks. If the Great Axe could execute this secret technique named Jin Fen, the Great Axe could directly reach the top of the 10th tier. Shen Chen nodded, not saying much more. As for the Jin Fen secret technique, within his Shen family, he had bestowed it upon anyone who reached the level of Universe Exalt. However, for the human race, one needed to be a Universe Lord to obtain it. The Great Axe founder, who had just arrived at the Universe Sea, upon learning this news, hurriedly drove his divine power incarnation in the primordial universe and headed to Shen Chen's divine kingdom. It is too exquisite, this secret technique. I can fully cultivate it. After the Great Axe founder received this secret technique, he also exclaimed how similar it was to the reaction of the primordial Chaos City Lord earlier. If those universe lords could also use this secret technique, my human race would have 3 more 7th-tier combat powers and several more 6th-tier combat powers. In that case, my human race would truly live up to the name of an overlord race in the Universe Sea. The Great Axe founder said. His words were filled with excitement. Teacher, you have now comprehended a 6th-tier secret technique. Adding the divine, power-burning secret technique, you can be considered 7th tier. You are no different from a universe strongest. It is also time to let the virtual universe system deposit 1 million true treasure points into your account. And at this moment, Shen Chen was smiling and looking at the primordial Chaos City Lord as he spoke. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the Great Axe founder also looked at the primordial chaos beside him with some disbelief. And primordial chaos, seeing this, also smiled and explained it to the Great Axe founder. Good. After hearing primordial chaos's explanation, the Great Axe founder was undoubtedly very happy. All these years, it had always been him and the primordial Chaos City Lord supporting the race. So when he learned that the primordial Chaos City Lord could directly rival a universe strongest, his reaction was so great. Teacher, you are about to receive 1 million true treasure points. Then, adding the support from me and the Great Axe, it will be easy for you to exchange for the Moshe God. It is just a matter of going through the process to let the race earn 500,000 true treasure points, so as to cultivate more universe lords. Shen Chen said with a smile as he looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord, then directly transferred 3 million true treasure points to the primordial Chaos City Lord. The Great Axe founder on the side, seeing this, also transferred 1,500,000 true treasure points. The primordial Chaos City Lord, looking at his account with over 4 million more true treasure points all of a sudden, also felt some emotion. Afterwards, the consciousness of the 3 of them immediately entered the virtual universe. The management system of the virtual universe, after hearing what the primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord of the Divine Firmament, and the Great Axe founder said, also lagged for a moment. However, the current primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord of the Divine Firmament, and the Great Axe founder were always the ones with the highest authority in the human race. Soon, the 1 million true treasure points were issued. With the primordial Chaos City Lord spending 5,500,000 true treasure points, the Moshe God officially belonged to the primordial Chaos City Lord. Wait until you, teacher, have comprehended the law secret engravings within the Moshe God, then comprehend the Jin Fen secret technique, and you will be able to count as a 9th-tier combat power. Your status in the race will be equivalent to mine and the Great Axe's. Shen Chen looked at the primordial chaos city lord before him and continued. All right. The clone of the primordial chaos city lord stationed in the primal universe also obtained the Moshe god from the race's treasury. He also nodded, then immediately went down to comprehend the law secret engravings within the Moshe god. The Great Axe founder, when heading to the core area of the collapsing peak world, must still keep in mind what I said. The core area of the collapsing peak world is fraught with danger. Even with a palace-type supreme true treasure, one should not be careless. However, after comprehending the Jin Fen secret technique this time, Great Axe founder, since you have top-tier 10th tier combat power, you should also find opportunities to show it. After all, relying solely on me to search the universe see, some treasures still cannot be found. Shen Chen then said with a smile as he looked at the Great Axe founder on the side. I understand the gravity of the situation. The Great Axe nodded. This matter is concluded. After handing over the Jin Fen secret technique to those universe lords of the race, the current strength of the race, even excluding me, is enough to contend with those other races. Searching for treasures will also be more convenient. Inside the Chronos temple, Shen Chen was still very satisfied with his decision. Just as Shen Chen's main consciousness was preparing to focus on his Laotian clone refining a true God-level mechanical flow treasure, a prompt sound came from the creation treasure tree, attracting Shen Chen's attention. Purple Talent Clansman Cheng Feng has broken through to Universe Lord, achieving Red Talent Clansman. Cheng Feng, after so many years, has finally broken through to Universe Lord, and has finally become a Red Talent Clansman. Having managed the family for so many years, I even think that Cheng Feng should be rated as a Golden Talent Clansman. Shen Chen said with emotion at this moment. At the same time, in the Lingshu secret realm, movements also rang out. In the Lingshu secret realm, all the Shen family geniuses also placed their attention in the direction of the clan chief's administration hall. When they saw that massive space channel leading to the place of the universe origin, their faces were also filled with shock. Clan Chief Cheng Feng has broken through. Clan Chief Cheng Feng is our race's 5th universe lord, right? Yes. It is said that Clan Chief Cheng Feng's aptitude is not as good as old ancestor Cheng Yun and old ancestor Cheng Zhou. But he is far stronger than us. One after another, the family geniuses who were not out training exclaimed. At the same time, they were also looking forward in their hearts, hoping that they could also break through to Universe Lord. After all, if one broke through to Universe Lord now, there would be a high probability of attracting the attention of old ancestor Shen Shao. For all the geniuses of the Shen family, old ancestor Shen Shao was the heaven, the everything. Didn't you see that after the Lord of 10,000 Beasts broke through to Universe Lord, he was directly crafted a full set of peak true treasures by old ancestor Shen Shao? Such treatment cannot be found in the entire human race. And the first thing Cheng Feng did after completing the divine body transformation and the expansion of his divine kingdom was to come to the Chronos temple. Cheng Feng. It seems that managing the family has dragged you down. Actually, based on your level of focus, you should have broken through even earlier than Cheng Yun. When Shen Chen saw Cheng Feng, he also said with a hint of emotion. Dad knows, what I am good at is these things. Fighting and such are basically unrelated to me. I know Dad also doesn't like managing the family. I am not as good as my second brother, I don't have the talent for refining treasures, and I cannot compare to my third brother's combat talent. So, these things can only be done by me. Cheng Feng also said with a smile. Back in the Earth era, he had also gone to the wilderness area to kill monsters. It was only later in the Universe era, after the population of his Shen family became more and more numerous, that he had no choice but to take on this job. Since you have already broken through to Universe Lord, if you don't want to manage the family, you can also cultivate other clansmen to manage it. Nowadays, there are quite a few Universe Exalts and Universe Overlords in my family, and even several top-tier Universe Overlords. I think they are very suitable. Anyway, the authority of a Universe Lord in the race is very high. You can also head to various Universe secret realms, and roam the Universe Sea. Anyway, whatever you do, I will fully support you. You should first go to my Laotian clone. Regardless of what decision you want to make, as the current clan chief of my Shen family, the status of true treasures cannot be lacking. Shen Chen said with a smile as he looked at Cheng Feng before him. Cheng Feng was actually still a bit hesitant. After all, he was only managing the family, and didn't need to go out to fight. What would he do with true treasures? My Shen family is still very wealthy. After breaking through to Universe Lord, one will be bestowed a full set of peak true treasures. If you don't take it now, then in the future when my Shen family has another Universe Lord breakthrough, how will you let them take it? Shen Chen said directly regarding this. Yes. After hearing Shen Chen's explanation, Cheng Feng also nodded, then departed from the Chronos Temple and headed to the Laotian clone. And in the following period of time, Cheng Feng successively obtained a total of 8 peak true treasures from the Laotian clone. Attack type, armor type, flight type, palace type, soul type, domain type, origin type, and suppression type. And Shen Chen, who bestowed them upon a red talent clansman, also obtained 8 supreme true treasures. 8 Desolation series, another full set of supreme true treasures. Pity, for me, it doesn't have much use anymore. Placed in the family, no one can use this full set of supreme true treasures. After all, this is a set, splitting it up would be too wasteful. After a while, I will just place it in the race's treasury to motivate the Great Axe founder. Moreover, with the Jin Fen secret technique, Dark, Peng Gong, and the others can also reach the 7th tier. It just depends on who has the opportunity. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he also put the 8 Desolation series supreme true treasures into his world ring. Afterwards, he began to comprehend secret techniques again. He wanted to create an 8th tier secret technique during this period of time. Universe Boat, one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the Universe Sea. Here, there are basically Universe Lords and Universe Strongest from various major forces exploring. At the Black Vein Stone Pillar, many powerhouses who borrow the Black Vein Stone Pillar to temper their will have gathered. And in that strange space supported by the Black Vein Stone Pillar, there are unique secret rooms. These secret rooms can provide people with cultivation, and also possess opportunities. However, only those who possess a black token can break into that secret room space. Others, even the Universe Strongest, cannot forcibly break open the secret room space. And the independent secret room space corresponding to the cyan token is in a deeper place, basically at the edge of the core area. And today at the Black Vein Stone Pillar, it also welcomed 2 people. Originally, Luo Feng was going to head to the Universe Boat alone. When he heard that Cheng Zhou also had a black token, the 2 of them chose to travel together. Luo Feng, the independent secret room space corresponding to my black token is in this area. You wait for me here for a while, I will head to that secret room space and see what opportunity there is. Then, we will head to the area corresponding to the cyan token together. Cheng Zhou, holding the black token, after sensing something, also said to Luo Feng beside him. Cultivating in that secret room space for a while is fine. I am prepared to temper my will here at the Black Vein Stone Pillar. Just contact me after you come out. Luo Feng also waved his hand and said directly. Unlike before, Luo Feng did not have a conflict with the Lord of Wuhan of the God Eye race at the Mishan stream. Therefore, he did not obtain the black token of the Lord of Wuhan. However, that he wanted to temper his will was indeed true. And the cyan token of Jia Fanzi that he obtained was indeed in the Universe Boat. Soon, Cheng Zhou's figure headed towards this Black Vein Stone Pillar. After seeing Cheng Zhou's figure, and that iconic purple lightning time-tracing sword on his back, the powerhouses around who were borrowing the Black Vein Stone Pillar to temper themselves also sensibly moved away. After all, this was Lord of the Divine Firmament's son, Lord of Thunder Sword. Even without mentioning Lord of the Divine Firmament, as Lord of Thunder Sword, the combat power he had previously displayed had also reached the 5th tier. He was also not someone to be trifled with. Finally found it. Without anyone else's disturbance, Cheng Zhou quickly found the independent secret room space that belonged to him. Looking at the black spire architecture in front of him, Cheng Zhou directly turned into a stream of light and flew in. Having the black token, the restriction of this secret room space could not stop Cheng Zhou at all. So big. Cheng Zhou, entering the independent secret room space for the first time, also exclaimed. Moreover, this independent secret room space seemed to have not been visited by anyone for a long time. Cheng Zhou was, after all, a universe exalt comparable to a universe lord. He had comprehended the origin law of time. Naturally, he could sense the traces left by time from this secret room space. Even though he was a universe exalt, he also felt an endless sense of desolation. As expected of a brand new black token, it should be me who possesses these opportunities. Chapter 273, Supreme True Treasure Battle Blade. Shen Chengzhou's ambition. Development of the human race. After entering this independent world, Shen Chengzhou constantly scanned his surroundings. In this independent space, upon one mountain after another, were inscribed incredibly unique law secret engravings. Good stuff. Excitement instantly flashed across Shen Chengzhou's face, and he subsequently began to study these unique law secret engravings. Those unique law secret engraving murals gave Shen Chengzhou much insight. Each mural corresponds to a secret technique. This must have been recorded by that expert of the universe boat, a secret technique unique to him. It covers everything from the universe lord level to the universe strongest level. Even the later secret techniques are somewhat beyond my comprehension. Coincidentally, this expert also cultivated the origin law of time. Shen Chengzhou said, feeling happy inside. After all, he also specialized in the origin law of time. Furthermore, the law secret engraving diagrams left behind by this expert were beneficial to him. He had hopes of further sensing the origin law of time here, to see if he could create more powerful secret techniques. After all, the strongest secret technique he had created previously was merely a peak universe lord secret technique. Among the past fourth-tier universe lords of the human race, it could not be considered powerful. This place is my opportunity. I will prepare to create stronger secret techniques right here. After finishing, Shen Chengzhou prepared to inform Luo Feng. However, at this moment, his eyes scanned over to find a black house to the side. Could it be the residence of that expert? Shen Chengzhou thought to himself, then quickly transformed into a stream of light and entered that black house. Opening the door, an aura of decay rushed toward him. However, soon a precious light shone upon Shen Chengzhou's face. This black house had been sealed for who knows how long, finally welcoming light once more. A battle blade placed upon the high platform seemed to possess a spirit, emitting an incredibly dazzling light. As expected, it is a supreme true treasure. After seeing this battle blade, Shen Chengzhou said with a hint of admiration. After all, a completely unopened black secret chamber space was highly likely to contain a supreme true treasure. However, Shen Chengzhou was also very clear that he was able to obtain such a great opportunity this time entirely because his father had given him the black token. The opportunity from the black token was already so terrifying. Shen Chengzhou dared not imagine what kind of opportunity the independent secret chamber space corresponding to the cyan token might hold. However, now was not the time to dwell on the cyan token. Shen Chengzhou beckoned, taking the pitch-black battle blade into his hand. Although I use a sword, I can still first comprehend this battle blade. After all, it can enhance my own combat power. After speaking, Shen Chengzhou went outside and sat down in front of the largest law secret engraving mural. What he needed to do now was comprehend the law secret engravings on the battle blade, while simultaneously studying the law secret engravings on the mural. However, just as Shen Chengzhou was using his divine power incarnation in the primordial universe to enter the virtual universe and prepare to notify Luo Feng, he received a notification from Shen Chen. A secret technique named Ash Burn had been passed down by Shen Chen to all members of the Shen family at the universe Exalt realm or higher. Since Shen Chen had already given the Ash Burn secret technique to the race, the members of his Shen family certainly had the qualifications to possess it. However, the Ash Burn secret technique required at least the universe Exalt level to be cultivated. Ash Burn secret technique. According to my father, even a universe lord can increase their attack by another level. After fully cultivating it, even a universe strongest can enhance their level. Moreover, this secret technique can stack with mechanical flow treasures. This means that now, as long as I cultivate this secret technique, I will be able to unleash 6th-tier attacks. Comparable to a universe lord possessing a supreme true treasure. Shen Chen spoke, with a look of astonishment on his face. Such a secret technique, even in the entire primordial universe, probably no expert could produce it. However, upon thinking that it was his father who produced this secret technique, Shen Chen felt it was somewhat to be expected. As long as I can create the strongest fusion secret technique. With this as a foundation, I have hope of comprehending the third layer of secret engravings on this battle blade. At that time, relying solely on this battle blade, I will be able to unleash peak 6th-tier attacks. If I stack the Ashburn secret technique, it will be a peak 7th-tier attack. You must know that the beast ancestor whom my father killed previously was only a universe strongest with peak 7th-tier combat power. However, the most important thing right now is to create the strongest fusion secret technique. This is what has been troubling me. Time for closed door cultivation. Even Shen Chen became more and more excited as he spoke. He was even startled by the reality he had depicted himself. After taking a deep breath, Shen Chen directly contacted Luo Feng through the virtual universe. He informed Luo Feng that he would be cultivating here for a period of time, then immediately entered closed-door cultivation. Luo Feng, who was cultivating with the help of the black patterned stone pillar, was not surprised by this. After all, that was a brand new, never-before-used black token. However, he also learned from Shen Chen excited words just how great this opportunity was. Thus, he also had high expectations for the cyan token left behind by Jia Fanzi. Soon, a long period of time passed. Luo Feng and Shen Chen had been adventuring in the universe boat. Meanwhile, the human race had been developing frantically during this period. After all, following Shen Chen's display of peak 10th-tier strength in the universe C, the monster race, automaton race, and insect race unanimously chose to cede another portion of their territory to the human race. What they feared was nothing else but Shen Chen's 3 main battle divine power bodies. No one dared to guarantee whether all 3 of Shen Chen's main battle divine power bodies possessed peak 10th-tier combat power. After all, every one of his main battle divine power bodies possessed a full set of supreme true treasures. These races simply dared not gamble. The current Shen Chen was even more threatening than the origin ancestor of the past. After all, Shen Chen was, when it came down to it, still a universe lord. If these universe strongest tried to attack Shen Chen, they would be restricted by the primordial universe. This was what angered those universe strongest the most. The human race's territory thus expanded to 2,500 star sectors. The human race was now the undisputed number 1 race in the primordial universe, and even the number 1 race in the universe C. With the many supreme true treasures that Shen Chen had gifted to the race, plus the fact that the human race and the universe lords of the Great Alliance were desperately fishing for treasures from the universe C, the number of universe lords in the human race was currently climbing. After all, Shen Chen had also given the human race quite a few treasures that enhanced comprehension ability. Coupled with the fact that the human race's innate comprehension ability was not simple, the human race was able to develop rapidly. Fortunately, I carried the time chamber with me, and I also had my divine power incarnation ask my father to let me comprehend the law. Unification steel for a period of time. During this period, I have essentially perfected the foundation of my secret techniques. Nowadays, I can basically create a peak secret technique with a wave of my hand. As for the strongest fusion secret technique, I have some ideas now. Give me some more time, and I will be able to create the strongest fusion secret technique. A smile appeared on Shen Chengzhou's face. However, just at this moment, Shen Chengzhou's expression suddenly changed because the Great Axe meeting had been convened, saying it was an incredibly important matter. And it seemed to be because of Luo Feng. Shen Chengzhou did not hesitate in the slightest, directly using his divine power incarnation to project his consciousness into the virtual universe. Chapter 274, Duandong emerges. Hope to surpass Shen Chen's legacy. A universe strongest who yields. Virtual universe, Giant Axe Temple. When Shen Chen arrived here, all the universe lords of the human race were already waiting. Legion, Lord of Thunder Sword has arrived. It's a pity for Lord of Thunder Sword this time, he didn't go to the Flame Ice domain with Luo Feng. Seeing Shen Chengzhou, they greeted him one by one. Nowadays, he also displayed Tier 5 combat power. Although Tier 5 combat power was not rare among the current human race, Shen Chengzhou was still the son of Lord of the Divine Firmament. Of course, they had also seen the secret techniques created by Shen Chengzhou himself. Many people were very clear about Shen Chengzhou's foundation. After all, Shen Chengzhou was currently only a universe exalt. Even though Lord of the Divine Firmament had given him many resources, the secret techniques created by Shen Chengzhou were not fake. Shen Chengzhou also smiled and greeted them. Lord of Thunder Sword, it seems you have had another breakthrough. Just arrived at the virtual universe, judging by your aura, you must have created another strongest secret technique of a universe lord, right? Great Axe founder looked at Shen Chengzhou and spoke. His face showed some surprise as well. After all, being able to create a universe lord's strongest secret technique at the universe exalt level, such a genius was not a coincidence. Great Axe founder has the wisdom eye. It is indeed that I just created a strongest secret technique of a universe lord, and my aura is a bit exuberant. After hearing what Great Axe founder said, Shen Chengzhou answered earnestly. After all, the status of Great Axe founder within the human race was the same as his father's. Although his father's combat power was a bit stronger, Shen Chengzhou was not proud because of that. Or rather, Shen Chengzhou knew very well that only if one is strong oneself will others truly respect. After hearing what Shen Chengzhou said, the other universe lords also felt a sense of admiration in their hearts. They did not expect that Shen Chengzhou had actually created another strongest secret technique of a universe lord. If it were once, it could be a coincidence, but twice or three times, it was no longer so. In other words, Shen Chengzhou truly had the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Coupled with the support of Lord of the Divine Firmament behind Shen Chengzhou, they were all guessing how long it would take for Shen Chengzhou to surpass them. All right. It is because of the news of the Duandong legacy. According to the news sent to us by the skeleton race of the first reincarnation era, among the 6 people exploring the Duandong legacy, one of them is Luo Feng. So we are waiting for Luo Feng here. Shen Chen interrupted them, then looked at Shen Chengzhou and briefly described what had happened. That guy Luo Feng really has good opportunity. Duandong legacy, just hearing the name makes it sound extraordinary. After hearing what his father said, Shen Chengzhou was also a bit curious. After all, he had only obtained a supreme true treasure and some secret engravings murals in that independent secret room space. It was far from Luo Feng's good luck. Soon, Luo Feng also arrived at the Giant Axe Temple. Galaxy, what exactly is going on with the Duandong legacy? Great Axe founder asked. Seeing this, Luo Feng did not hide anything and projected everything he had experienced exactly as it was. When the powerhouses of the human race saw the situation projected by Luo Feng, their eyes immediately lit up. The situation is like this: the Duandong legacy is a powerful legacy of an ancient civilization. But it is destined to have only one inheritor. Some of the powerhouses who entered the tomb boat before, now only 4 universe lords remain. However, this is also an opportunity for my human race. I think I should continue to explore. Luo Feng looked at Great Axe founder, Primordial Chaos City Lord, and Lord of the Divine Firmament and said earnestly. However, after he said these words, many universe lords present looked at Shen Chen with strange expressions. It is well known that all the powerhouses in the entire primordial universe and the entire universe C believe that Shen Chen also possesses an ancient civilization legacy. They did not expect that now, his human race had hope of obtaining a new ancient civilization legacy. Don't look at me. This legacy is indeed extremely important for my human race. Arrange for universe lords, universe exalts, and undying spiritual gods to go. Even if they don't obtain the legacy, for those universe lords, universe exalts, and undying spiritual gods, there should be opportunity. Anyway, universe exalts and undying spiritual gods can be resurrected. As for the universe lords, let's send those who have clones. Shen Chen said slowly at this moment. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the universe lords present nodded in unison. After all, the authority of Shen Chen within the human race was unquestionable. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Chen basically didn't care about matters, all the universe lords would have to obey his orders. Let's listen to what Lord of the Divine Firmament said. Universe lords with clones can go. Primordial Chaos City Lord also stood up at this moment and made the final decision. During this period of time, Primordial Chaos City Lord had created a Tier 6 secret technique, and after exchanging for the Moshe God and cultivating the Ashburn secret technique, his strength was also stabilized at the Tier 9 level, although he had not shown his specific combat power in the Universe C. However, the Universe Lords of the human race basically all knew about it. The status of Primordial Chaos City Lord within the human race today could be considered the fourth universe strongest. Coupled with the fact that Primordial Chaos City Lord had been the chief steward of the human race before. So the universe lords of the human race were still used to Primordial Chaos City Lord giving orders. Subsequently, the universe lords who had clones left here excitedly, and they were also preparing to go to the Flame Ice domain. However, what surprised Shen Chen was that Shen Chengzhou was also preparing to go to the Flame Ice domain. You don't have a clone, so be safe. If you can't compete with other inheritors, just choose to give up. With me here, there will still be opportunities for subsequent ancient civilization legacies. Shen Chen specially instructed Shen Chengzhou a few words. Facing Shen Chen's instructions, Shen Chengzhou also nodded. After watching all the universe lords disappear from the giant axe temple, only Primordial Chaos City Lord, Great Axe Founder, and Shen Chen remained here. The Duandong legacy is a very high-level ancient civilization legacy. Just in case, Great Axe Founder and Teacher. Let's head to the universe boat to explore during this time. Even if an accident occurs and the Duandong legacy is snatched away by other races, the human race can also find other opportunities. However, I still believe in the powerhouses of my human race. Shen Chen said while looking at Great Axe Founder and Primordial Chaos City Lord. It should be so. After all, this is a major event for the race. Although Great Axe Founder liked to explore in the collapsing peak world, he also understood the importance of the Duandong legacy to the human race. So he also chose to agree. My golden horned beast clone still has very important things to do in the universe boat. So the temporal thunder who clone exploring in the collapsing peak world will leave Luzhong Mountain and head to the universe boat. And my human original body is also preparing to head to the universe boat. My human original body has basically not taken action during this time, Shen Chen continued. Hearing that both Shen Chen's human original body and temporal thunder who clone were going to the tomb boat, Primordial Chaos City Lord and Great Axe Founder also nodded, appearing extremely happy. Great Axe Founder had Tier 10 peak combat power, and both Shen Chen's human original body and temporal thunder who clone had Tier 10 peak combat power. Plus a Primordial Chaos City Lord with Tier 9 combat power. Such a wealthy battle, the two of them had not experienced it before. Soon, Shen Chen's consciousness returned to the Chronos Temple. Duandong Legacy. Based on my current foundation of creating a Tier 7 peak secret technique as a Universe Lord. As soon as I go, Duandong should immediately give me the legacy. However, I should also give Shen Chengzhou and Luo Feng these two a chance. I believe the silver token and the golden token will not let me down. After all, Duandong is just a subordinate of that general in the universe boat. If the golden token corresponds to the secret room of the general who commands the universe boat, then that would truly be a surprise for me. After Shen Chen finished speaking, his figure also disappeared from the Chronos Temple. He headed to the universe C. The human race had such a reaction, and the various major forces in the universe C and the primordial universe obviously also learned the news one after another. East Emperor Holy Land Universe, in the Endless Divine Realm. Strange sounds echoed through the Endless Divine Realm. That was emitted by the ancestor tree of the East Emperor Universe. The powerhouses of the Holy Land Universe who sensed this movement also arrived under the ancestor tree at a rapid speed. Among them were many universe lords and universe strongest. However, the respect and fiery color in their eyes had already overflowed. The Duandong legacy is an extremely powerful legacy. Even for me, it is extremely important. I order you, Star Lord Beijun, to personally escort 20 Universe Lords, 200 Universe Exalts, and 2,000 Undying to the Universe boat at the fastest speed to seize the legacy. East Emperor looked at a white-robed man below and said, "Yes." And Star Lord Beijun obviously answered respectfully. Learning that it was needed by East Emperor, the Universe Lords, Universe Exalts, and even Undying below also shouted excitedly one by one. They all wanted to win back the legacy for East Emperor. Win back the legacy for me. In the Purple Moon Holy Land universe, Purple Moon Ancestor also appeared and issued an order. And the Universe Lords and Universe Exalts in the Purple Moon Holy Land were just like those powerhouses in the East Emperor Holy Land universe. Their faces were full of excitement. For them, the Ancestor was the truly supreme existence. If it weren't for the protection of the Ancestor's universe, they would have already fallen. Both Holy Land universes were like this, not to mention other Universe C forces. The hegemon level force of the first reincarnation era, the God Eye race. The 7 universe strongest were also constantly discussing. The Duandong legacy sounds much stronger than the complete legacy we obtained at the beginning. It might even rival the legacy obtained by Lord of the Divine Firmament. At that time, with so many universe strongest in our race, we will surely be able to suppress the human race again. 7th True Master said with an excited face at this moment. After hearing what 7th True Master said, the other True Masters were also a bit helpless. 7th True Master was simply like he had gone mad. However, they also hated the human race in their hearts. After all, the human race had extorted so many treasures from his God Eye race. Of course, these True Masters never mentioned that it was the God Eye race who first looked for trouble with the human race. Surpass the legacy of Lord of the Divine Firmament. I hope so. However, for my God Eye race, if it is really an ancient civilization legacy that rivals or even surpasses Lord of the Divine Firmaments, that is indeed good news. After all, the legacy obtained by Lord of the Divine Firmament allowed Lord of the Divine Firmament to display Tier 10 combat power while only being a Universe Lord. If it is obtained by me, I am very likely to pass through the reincarnation. First True Master nodded slowly and said. However, what First True Master said was rejected by all the universe strongest present. Because for the God Eye race, the existence of First True Master was the most important thing. A universe strongest who had reached the Tier 9 peak, at the end of this reincarnation era. They had to rely on First True Master to pass through the reincarnation. In the end, the God Eye race chose to let 2nd and 7th True Master lead 20 Universe Lords and 100 Universe Exalts to the Universe boat. The reactions of those forces in the primordial universe were obviously similar to those of the Universe C forces. Especially after they had been suppressed by the human race for so long, they were even more eager to rise. Among them, the monster race, automaton race, and insect race were the most excited. After all, compared to the forces of other reincarnation eras, once they obtained the Duandong legacy and hid in the primordial universe, other forces would have no way to deal with them. They only needed to face the attacks of other forces in the primordial universe. However, in the primordial universe, the power limit was right there. It was still much better than in the Universe C. Soon, the monster race, automaton race, insect race, Northern Border Alliance, and even the Space Beast Alliance sent Universe Lords to the Universe boat. Flame Ice Domain, at the entrance of the Tomb boat. Although the major forces of the Universe C had sent people to the Flame Ice Domain, the first to arrive was the weaker Heavenly Bell race of the first reincarnation era. Because they were the first to arrive, Shadow Bell Demon Ancestor was also extremely happy and let the Universe Lords of his Heavenly Bell race enter the Tomb boat directly. Next, Shadow Bell Demon Ancestor offended the public, actually blocking the cabin door and not letting those Universe Lords enter. And those Universe Lords looked at Shadow Bell Demon Ancestor with hatred, but they had absolutely no way to deal with him. And Shadow Bell Demon Ancestor stood there, doing as he pleased. Rumble. However, just at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came from afar. A terrifying beast wearing terrifying armor arrived here. Lord of the Divine Firmament. After seeing this beast, Shadow Bell Demon Ancestor instantly recognized who had come. He dared to stop others, but he didn't dare to stop Lord of the Divine Firmament at all. The true Lord Wanai and true Master Linghuan that Lord of the Divine Firmament killed back then were at the same level as him. If he offended Lord of the Divine Firmament, his Heavenly Bell race would not even mention winning the Duan Dong legacy. It was even possible that they would be exterminated directly by Lord of the Divine Firmament. Lord of the Divine Firmament can go in directly now, Shadow Bell Demon Ancestor said with a hint of flattery. The other universe lords also looked at Shadow Bell Demon Ancestor with contempt. Chapter 275, Lord of the Divine Firmament's Might. Blocking the Purple Moon Holy Land. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord of the First Reincarnation Era. Shen Chen had obviously noticed the Shadow Bell Demon Lord and fixed his gaze upon him. Facing Shen Chen's scrutiny, the Shadow Bell Demon Lord lowered his head, and the billions of tiny black bells upon his hair emitted a series of chimes. This revealed that his heart was not actually calm. After all, standing before him was Lord of the Divine Firmament, who was stained with the blood of a universe strongest. No one dared to treat Lord of the Divine Firmament as an ordinary universe lord. I am not going in. However, Shen Chen said this calmly at this moment, then stood in the void realm, quietly watching the tomb boat. Upon hearing Shen Chen's words, the eyes of the Shadow Bell Demon Lord and the surrounding powerhouses instantly lit up. The entire universe knew that Lord of the Divine Firmament might possess the legacy of an ancient civilization. After all, several sets of equipment and supreme true treasures were on Lord of the Divine Firmament's person. To say that Lord of the Divine Firmament did not have an ancient civilization legacy would be a lie. And since Lord of the Divine Firmament was not entering the tomb boat this time, did that not mean the legacy Lord of the Divine Firmament possessed had restrictions? He could not accept other legacies. For all of their factions, that could be considered good news. After all, Lord of the Divine Firmament was only a universe lord, yet he could slaughter a universe strongest. With such terrifying talent, what if that Duan Dong met Lord of the Divine Firmament and immediately wanted to hand the legacy to Lord of the Divine Firmament? What then? Then I ask that Lord of the Divine Firmament join me in blocking the other factions for a time. As for the legacy inside, let our clansmen rely on their own means. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord's eyes immediately lit up, and he began to solicit an alliance directly. The other powerhouses present saw their expressions instantly turn ugly. If Lord of the Divine Firmament truly agreed, they dared not imagine how great a price the factions behind them would need to pay to enter the tomb boat. After all, Lord of the Divine Firmament possessed top-tier Tier 10 combat power. Once he blocked the door, who else could get in? Oh, Shen Chen hadn't actually intended to pay any more attention to the Shadow Bell Demon Lord, but upon hearing the Shadow Bell Demon Lord's words, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He revealed an enigmatic smile. This also gave the Shadow Bell Demon Lord a sudden sense of foreboding. Very soon, the human race's Great Axe Founder and Primordial Chaos City Lord also arrived here. When they saw the Great Axe Founder and Primordial Chaos City Lord, the expressions of everyone present changed. After all, the Great Axe Founder also possessed top-tier Tier 9 combat power. The news of the Great Axe Founder suppressing the 4 true gods of the God Eye race in a single battle had been investigated by all factions. It was simply not something the God Eye race could cover up just because they wanted to. As for the Primordial Chaos City Lord, since he had not displayed his power in the Universe Sea, the various factions only possessed previous information. They only considered the Primordial Chaos City Lord to be a top-tier Tier 6 Universe Lord. And the Universe Lord leading the team to enter the tomb boat was none other than Lord Peng Gong. Lord Peng Gong was still very important to the entire human race. After all, he had previously been one of the human race's Tier 6 Universe Lords. However, since Lord Peng Gong wanted to participate in the legacy, the Great Axe Founder and Shen Xiao only advised him a few times and said nothing more. Boom! Just at this moment, a powerful aura tore through space and arrived directly here. The person arriving was piloting a palace type. Supreme true treasure, accompanied by a powerful roar. But a mere palace-type supreme true treasure was not enough to make the great axe founder and Shen Chen retreat. The Shanling Nine Heavens Palace and the Time Sequence Palace likewise emitted incomparably terrifying auras. This caused everyone present to feel a terrifying suppression. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord patted his own chest, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, he had not offended the human race, otherwise, he might really have been suppressed by the human race today. He did not have a palace-type supreme true treasure. Once suppressed, he would truly be worn away by the small universe origin. Are you going to block my Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe? After sensing the auras of the two palace-type supreme true treasures, an old man in white robes, his entire body wrapped in vines, walked out from the palace-type supreme true treasure. He frowned as he looked at the great axe founder and lord of the divine firmament opposite him. Although he had not ventured into the universe sea for 10 reincarnation eras, the Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe still had an intelligence network. He naturally understood that these two guys were the strongest of the human race. Especially that incomparably massive giant beast, whose entire body was covered in nothing but supreme true treasures. This must be the renowned Lord of the Divine Firmament, famous throughout the entire universe. He was the powerhouse in the universe sea, after the origin ancestor, who could erupt with top-tier Tier 10 combat power. Human race, my Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe seems to have no enmity with your human race, right? Even though Star Lord Beijun was incomparably arrogant in front of others, in front of a powerhouse stronger than himself, he could only rely on the name of the Holy Land universe to negotiate. However, within his Holy Land universe, there were still hundreds of universe lords. And the Holy Land ancestor was still there. I am not blocking your door today. I am blocking the Purple Moon Holy Land. Shen Chen looked at Star Lord Beijun and said calmly. Others might care about the Holy Land universe, but he did not care at all. After all, he was very clear that, regarding the so-called Holy Land universe, those two ancestors simply could not step out of their universes again. In other words, the Holy Land universe was merely relying on the few remaining universe strongest and hundreds of universe lords to dominate the universe sea. But in front of Shen Chen, there was no need to put on the airs of a Holy Land universe. His 3 Tier 10 main combat clones would not joke around with a Holy Land universe. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the Shadow Bell Demon Lord instantly reacted. Then many thanks to Lord of the Divine Firmament. My Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe respects the strong, especially strong ones like you, Lord of the Divine Firmament. Upon hearing Shen Chen's words, Star Lord Beijun cupped his hands. Then he immediately let his subordinates, those universe lords and universe exalts, enter the tomb boat. And he naturally stood on the side of Lord of the Divine Firmament and the Great Axe Founder. As fellow Holy Land universes, coming from the Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe, if he could cause trouble for the Purple Moon Holy Land, he would be very happy to do so. However, the Shadow Bell Demon Lord, Star Lord Beijun, and other Star Lords also blocked other factions for a time. After all, they also had to buy time for their own clans. As time passed little by little, the powerhouses from the Purple Moon Holy Land universe also arrived here. True God Huehua, you people from the Purple Moon Holy Land universe cannot enter the tomb boat today. True God Huehua surely hasn't forgotten that for some time now, many universe lords from your Purple Moon Holy Land universe have targeted the universe lords of my human race and the Great Alliance, right? Facing the universe strongest of the Purple Moon Holy Land universe, Shen Chen looked on indifferently. Ha, Huehua, Lord of the Divine Firmament is right. This time, your ancestor is afraid he won't be getting the Duandong legacy. Star Lord Beijun, who was to the side, also said with a chuckle. Damn it. True God Huehua stared fixedly at that giant beast covered in supreme true treasures, his expression incomparably ugly. Because he discovered that he really had no way to deal with the current Lord of the Divine Firmament. Because Lord of the Divine Firmament had already spoken up to block the people from his Purple Moon Holy Land universe. He wanted to unite with other factions, but he couldn't do that either. If they could never enter the tomb boat, his Purple Moon Holy Land would only be able to rely on Lord Luchong alone. Chapter 276, Silver Secret Chamber. Lingjunchen Wu, confident Shen Chen. The next to arrive at the tomb boat were the two universe strongest from the God Eye race. When the seventh true master saw Lord of the Divine Firmament blocking the entrance, his body trembled involuntarily. He had long been traumatized by the human race, especially by Lord of the Divine Firmament. Previously, True Master Linghuan and the Lord of One Eye Domain, who possessed supreme true treasures, had both been killed by Lord of the Divine Firmament. Even if he had a palace-type supreme true treasure, what could he do? A peak tier 10 existence was simply not something he could contend with. You God Eye race gave me a brand new, unused cyan token. This has already settled the grievances between the God Eye race and my human race. You may enter together with the other races, Shen Chen said calmly, looking at the two true masters of the God Eye race. In any case, after these guys from the God Eye race went in, if they didn't get a chance at the legacy, they would definitely die. Moreover, he could also see that true God Huehua wanted to ally with the God Eye race. So, Shen Chen would never give him that opportunity. Many thanks, Lord of the Divine Firmament. The second true master looked at Shen Chen in front of him with a happy face. Subsequently, the two ignored the calls of true God Huehua and directly allowed the universe lords of their God Eye race to enter the tomb boat. As for the Shadow Bell Demon Master and Star Lord Beijun, they did not block them upon seeing this. After all, they had been blocking other forces for quite some time. The God Eye race was, after all, a former hegemon-level race, possessing a full 7 universe strongest. Even a Holy Land universe had to steer clear. Damn it. True God Huehua could see it now. This guy, Lord of the Divine Firmament, was determined not to let the experts of his Purple Moon Holy Land enter the tomb boat. With no other options, True God Huehua could only transmit the message back to the Purple Moon Holy Land universe, informing the Purple Moon Ancestor. Presumptuous. Upon hearing this message, the Purple Moon Ancestor couldn't help but curse in his heart. But he truly had no way to deal with Shen Chen. If others didn't know, didn't he know? What he had left in the Holy Land universe was merely his own divine power incarnation. For so many reincarnation eras, he had never stepped out of the Holy Land universe. How could he possibly have any way to deal with Lord of the Divine Firmament? HMPH, Peak TIER 10. But that is just the limit of a true god. The Duandong legacy, I fear, belongs to the very top tier of legacies even among the ancient civilizations. It is a pity that this time, I am destined not to obtain it. However, I must cause some trouble for your human race, the Purple Moon Ancestor said. In the end, the group from the Purple Moon Holy Land universe could only fly back in defeat. After witnessing this scene, no one dared to question the authority of the human race anymore. After all, if they dared to suppress even a Holy Land universe, other races had even less ground to boast in front of the human race. However, the most important thing this time was still the Duandong legacy. So, after sighing at Lord of the Divine Firmament's power, they focused their attention once again on the Duandong legacy. As long as they obtained the Duandong legacy, their races would also have hope of reigning over the entire universe, see, just like the human race, without fear of the Holy Land universe. Meanwhile, one universe lord, universe exalt, and undying spiritual god after another successively entered the tomb boat and began to accept the legacy. They also received the rules of the Rhinoceros Emperor game and began to solve the puzzles one after another. As time passed, the figure of Duandong slowly emerged, beginning to repeat the explanation of the rules. Subsequently, he informed everyone present that Luo Feng had already perfectly solved 124 puzzles. The speed of others simply could not compare to Luo Feng. Duandong was too vicious, actually saying such things. Luo Feng's expression changed immediately. However, to Luo Feng's surprise, although the internal fluctuations of all the forces present were incomparably obvious, they did not dare to make a move against Luo Feng. Because Shen Chen's previous performance had already terrified all their forces. He wasn't even afraid of Lord of the Divine Firmament of the Purple Moon Holy Land. If they made a move against Luo Feng, wouldn't that be truly angering Lord of the Divine Firmament? Did they see the fate of those races that had offended the human race before? The Wanli clan had 2 universe strongest directly killed, and their supreme true treasures were snatched away. The God Eye race had been extorted by the human race twice in a row. And this time, even the Purple Moon Holy Land Universe's Lord of the Divine Firmament didn't care. Such an outcome served as a warning to everyone. Seeing that those people only had jealous eyes, a look of surprise also appeared on Luo Feng's face. However, when he learned that it was Uncle Shen who had blocked the Purple Moon Holy Land Universe outside, a look of, "it is only natural," appeared on Luo Feng's face. "Luo Feng, you can cultivate with peace of mind. Don't worry about them making a move against you. Whoever dares to make a move against you will have to face the retaliation of my human race," Shen Chen said while looking at Luo Feng, scanning all the experts present. After seeing the warning words from Lord of Thunder Sword, the experts present also smiled in response and did not speak much. After all, Lord of Thunder Sword's identity was self-evident. Behind him stood Lord of the Divine Firmament. No one would ignore Lord of the Divine Firmament, and no one dared to. Outside the tomb boat, some universe strongest present, upon learning that the one receiving the legacy the fastest inside was Luo Feng of the human race, also had their expressions change. If this Duandong legacy were to be obtained by the human race again, the human race would possess 2 major ancient civilization legacies. They didn't even dare to imagine how powerful the human race would be after this reincarnation era ended. However, before they could develop any other thoughts, another terrifying aura tore through space and arrived here. Although this figure's divine body was not large, only exposing 1,000 kilometers, the terrifying aura it exuded as it stood there was not inferior to the Great Axe founder at all. Moreover, this figure already possessed the auras of several supreme true treasures. That is Lord of the Divine Firmament's human original body. Heavens, also so many supreme true treasures. Does he also have peak tier 10 combat power? Does that even need to be asked? That is to say, the human race's combat power here now includes 1 peak tier 9 Great Axe founder and 2 tier 10 combat power Lord of the Divine Firmaments. It is fortunate that we did not let our race's universe lords make a move against Luo Feng. Otherwise, that would have been truly finished. One universe strongest after another, as well as those universe lords, also sighed. Great Axe, teacher. My current golden horned beast clone is driving the Kongming Sacred Hall and exploring in the core area. It is possible to obtain something that can rival this Duandong legacy. Therefore, I have let my human original body come here to hold the fort. However, most of my consciousness is with the golden horned beast clone. After all, the core area is still very dangerous. Shen Chen said a few simple words to the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord beside him. Upon hearing what Shen Chen said, the eyes of the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord immediately lit up. They had not expected that Shen Chen actually still had an opportunity. He could even unearth an opportunity from the universe boat that Shen Chen evaluated as potentially not inferior to the Duandong legacy. Good. This time, Luo Feng has hope of obtaining the Duandong legacy in the open. Shen Chen, you have hope of obtaining that opportunity in the shadows. It is time for my human race to rise. The Great Axe founder transmitted via divine power from the side. The primordial Chaos City Lord was also full of joy. He had already decided that as soon as Luo Feng was confirmed to have obtained the Duandong legacy, he would also fully unleash his power and try out the might of the Moshe God. Universe Boat Core Area. The universe boat is a super treasure of mechanical flow, internally divided into hundreds of millions of regions. Even now in its damaged state, one could still faintly feel the terrifying divine might of the universe boat in its intact state. And at this moment, Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone was staying here. It's just that, even with his golden horned beast clone driving the Kongming Sacred Hall, he had to be extremely careful here. Because in some dangerous places, even with a palace-type supreme true treasure, one would fall. Shen Chen dared not underestimate the universe boat at all, even if he possessed the full set of Void Gazer series supreme true treasures. Almost there. The area corresponding to this silver token is already hidden inside the core area. However, just being in the core area, relying on the Kongming Sacred Hall, I feel incomparably terrified. Fortunately, I made the decision before not to immediately take the golden token to the core of the universe boat. Otherwise, relying solely on the Kongming Sacred Hall, it is really possible that a clone would fall. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he also moved forward cautiously. Regarding the tokens of the universe boat, basically the entire universe C had some understanding. Silver tokens were incomparably precious. It was only because the Holy Land universe had experienced too many reincarnation eras that they had the opportunity to obtain silver tokens. Ordinary forces simply could not obtain them. According to Shen Chen's thoughts, if the tokens were divided into 3 ranks, then the silver token likely corresponded to an eternal true God. In other words, this time he was heading to the independent secret chamber space corresponding to the silver token, and it was very likely he would obtain the remains of an eternal true God. However, the will of the primordial universe was consciously controlling the proportion of experts in the universe C. When he faced danger, he opened up the restrictions. The Duandong legacy being able to emerge should be for this reason. After all, that was a world beast. It's just that I don't know if I can really obtain a complete ancient civilization legacy as those examples said. Even if it is only eternal true God rank, that is enough. Soon, Shen Chen approached the secret chamber where the silver token was located. The closer he got, the more active his thoughts became. Soon, Shen Chen appeared in front of an ancient building. And this ancient palace was entirely silver, filled with an unimaginable aura of nobility. Shen Chen could imagine the excitement of some universe strongest when they saw this ancient palace. However, without a silver token, no one could enter at all. Obviously, Shen Chen was the exception. Soon, Shen Chen walked into this silver palace, and the restriction of this silver palace had no reaction. If Shen Chen had come here, he would have been able to discover that the space inside this silver palace was far larger than the black secret chamber space he had broken into before. It was completely not an existence on the same order of magnitude. And in this space, there was an incomparably vast continent. Just as Shen Chen was preparing to master this space, a series of terrifying movements rang out. Shen Chen's state also reacted immediately, and then he looked at that continent with disbelief. I saw a throne slowly emerging on that continent. A figure appeared there, sitting on the throne. That figure seemed to have no aura on his body, but when Shen Chen saw this figure, it was as if he saw an incomparably tall mountain. An expert. As expected, this figure was also an extraordinary expert before his death. In any case, it was not something the current Shen Chen could compare to. My name is Lingjunchen Wu. The figure gazed at Shen Chen and spoke slowly. As expected, he was also a powerful existence who had been conferred the character, Wu. He should also be an eternal true God. Shen Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He had already prepared for the situation of only obtaining an eternal true God rank weapon or treasure, or even possibly obtaining nothing. After all, the primordial universe will wanted to control information above true God, as well as various treasures. However, this silver token of mine was returned to me directly by the creation treasure tree. It might not be controlled by the primordial universe will at all. And the independent secret chamber space corresponding to the silver token was obviously the same. Since Shen Chen's rise, he knew very well what he relied on. The so-called supreme true treasures, enlightenment god beads, etc., were all given to him by the creation treasure tree. The abilities possessed by the creation treasure tree were simply not something the primordial universe could restrict. However, with Shen Chen's current means, he did not understand the origin of the creation treasure tree at all. So Shen Chen could only use the creation treasure tree to strengthen himself first, and then investigate. A junior from after endless reincarnation eras. When you see this phantom of mine, I have long since fallen. Compared to my other colleagues, I can be considered lucky. After encountering great terror, I was still able to leave behind a legacy. However, my legacy requirements are quite high. Even if you can open this place of cultivation, you must fulfill my requirements to inherit my legacy. Once you cannot inherit my legacy, I can give you some benefits and spread the information out. I do not wish for my legacy to be severed. Lingjunqian's eyes gazed at Shen Chen, speaking slowly. Even though he was a trace of Wu left behind, he could see that Shen Chen was only a universe lord. He was just equipped with some superior gear, possessing a full set of true god rank standard equipment. But he just looked wealthy. His legacy could only be handed over to a true genius. If in the current universe see, if I cannot inherit the legacy of Lord Lingjunchen, I am afraid no one will be able to inherit it. Shen Chen looked calmly at the Lingjunchen phantom in front of him and said. He could guess that Lingjunchen should also be the same as Duandong. He just didn't know if Lingjuncheon's legacy contained the God King rank. However, even if there was no God King rank legacy, there were still unique arts, and Shen Chen felt it didn't matter. After all, he still had a golden token. I didn't expect the junior who opened my independent secret chamber space to be so confident. However, I also know some things. Fine, since you are so confident, then come. A smile appeared on Lingjuncheon's face. This trace of his will had just awakened from the restriction. He didn't expect to meet such an interesting junior. However, if he were truly confident, Lingjunchen would not be stingy with his legacy. For experts, their legacy was the most precious. If everything they were proud of could not be passed down, then for an expert, it was undoubtedly cruel. Soon, Shen Chen moved towards Lingjuncheon's phantom and arrived on that continent. He saw an instrument appear in front of Shen Chen. No wonder they are all colleagues. Does the legacy basically have to rely on this kind of thing? Shen Chen said, looking at this instrument. Chapter 277, The Surprised Lingjun Mountain. No need to test anymore. Obtaining the legacy. Judging by what you said, is there another legacy that has emerged outside? The consciousness left behind by Lingjun Mountain still possessed clear intelligence. His face was filled with curiosity as he looked at Shen Chen before him. That's right, it is a legacy called Duandong. Just like you, Lord Lingjun Mountain, he was granted the title, Wu. I wonder if you recognize him. Shen Chen also smiled, looking at Lingjun Mountain before him, and spoke directly. Gen Con, has that guy's legacy been left behind as well? His legacy is much higher rank than mine. Since you have such confidence, why not go participate in his legacy? Upon hearing Shen Chen mention Duandong, a trace of surprise appeared on Lingjun Mountain's face. As a figure on the universe boat second only to the general, Lingjun Mountain naturally knew Duandong. At the same time, he was very clear that the legacy behind Duandong was far higher rank than his own. After all, he was merely a lone traveler who had wandered for who knows how long before being granted the Wu title in the Wu Kingdom and following the general down this point of no return. If Duandong had stayed in that place, his future would have been far greater than his own, yet he still chose to follow the general. This also made Lingjun Mountain somewhat admire Duandong. Duandonghe's legacy, the juniors of my race, as well as my son, have a hope of obtaining it. I have no need to compete with them. Shen Chen shrugged at this moment and said indifferently. I see. Your heart nature is quite good. Enter that instrument. I want to see why you are so confident. Lingjun Mountain had not met such an interesting junior in a long time, so his attitude was quite good. Shen Chen nodded in response, not caring at all. Finally, this incomparably massive giant beast slowly shrank and entered the instrument. When Shen Chen entered the instrument, it emitted waves of strange light that covered Shen Chen's body. However, with Shen Chen's true god limit willpower, he could sense that these light waves were actually harmless to him. Therefore, he simply let it be. Soul-type creature. Matches. Law Master, matches. Age is actually only over 10 epochs. Good fellow. Actually true god limit willpower. This is something. After Lingjun Mountain learned of Shen Chen's basic information, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. True god limit willpower is actually not rare, but Shen Chen is only a law master, and his age is only 10 epochs. This is very rare. Moreover, he could also perceive that Shen Chen possessed clones. Is it really that his, Lingjun Mountain's, luck is good, to have such an outstanding junior appear to inherit his own legacy? How is it? Lord Lingjun Mountain. Subsequently, Shen Chen walked out of the instrument. He looked at Lingjun Mountain before him with a smile and said, Not bad, not bad. Your age and talent are truly good. However, to inherit my legacy, this alone is not enough. The treasures I possess can be said to be the most in this universe boat, apart from the general. Therefore, my legacy depends on comprehension ability. In other aspects, my treasures can compensate. Lingjun Mountain said slowly. Although his consciousness had been restricted for a very, very long time, they had understood some things back then. Coupled with the basic information Shen Chen had told him, he understood the basic situation of the current primordial universe and the universe C. Lots of treasures. But as soon as he heard this, Shen Chen's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at Lingjun Mountain before him with a fiery expression. After Lingjun Mountain felt Shen Chen's excited expression, he helplessly shook his head. What kind of guy had he encountered? Previously so confident, but now, upon hearing that he had many treasures, he acted like this. However, Lingjun Mountain also felt it was reasonable. After all, this is the Universe C, not their hometown at all. Even true gods can be treated as universe strongest, so he had nothing more to say. The methods I am good at are not combat, but crafting treasures. Supreme treasures, mechanical flow treasures, I can craft them all. That is why I was entrusted with heavy responsibility by the general to manage logistics. Lingjun Mountain then added an explanation. That is quite a coincidence. I am not only good at combat but also good at crafting treasures, and I have also crafted mechanical flow treasures. Shen Chen immediately followed up. How can it be such a coincidence? However, I still have some doubts. Although you seem to meet my conditions in other aspects, I have not yet witnessed your methods. So, there is still a test ahead. Although Lingjun Mountain also felt it was a coincidence, he was still unwilling to let his legacy fall into the hands of mediocre people. Even if the Shen Chen standing before him seemed to meet his conditions in every aspect. After Shen Chen heard what Lingjun Mountain said, he smiled. A terrifying aura erupted from the golden horned beast clone. The origin law of gold and the origin law of space slowly emerged. One must know that long ago, Shen Chen had already created a Tier 7 peak secret technique. Over these years, he had long since created suitable secret techniques for each clone based on their combat habits. For the Temporal Thunderhu clone, it was Annihilation Claw. And for the Golden Horned Beast clone, it was Golden Space Annihilation. On the Golden Horned Beast's exotic grade claw gloves, an incomparably terrifying aura surged. Two terrifying claw shadows, wide enough to reach the level of hundreds of millions of li, appeared. Incomparably terrifying power filled this independent space. If Shen Chen's target were an ordinary universe lord, they would likely be annihilated instantly. Because this secret technique of Shen Chen's had completely reached the Tier 7 peak. However, this was, after all, the independent space corresponding to the silver token, not enough to be shattered by an attack at the universe's strongest level. Lord Lingjun Mountain, I wonder if my methods are enough. After Shen Chen executed Golden Space Annihilation, he looked toward Lingjun Mountain. At this moment, Lingjun Mountain opened his mouth, looking at Shen Chen in disbelief. He would never have thought that a law master who opened his secret room could actually create a Tier 7 peak secret technique. One must know that he was once a genius in his hometown, but when he was a law master, he had at most created Tier 7 ordinary secret techniques. Yet he was still able to achieve eternal true God. But he would never have thought that today, an even more heaven-defying genius would come. And how long had the Shen Chen standing before him been growing? Compared to his age, it was simply the time of a nap. If he were allowed to continue growing, is it really possible for him to create a Tier 8 secret technique at the Law Master level? That would be the true legend. Thinking that his legacy might be accepted by such a genius, Lingjun Mountain could not imagine what a great good deed he had done. He had no master, and reaching this step was entirely relying on himself. He could not say it was the blessing of the ancestral masters of the past. Could it be that the primordial universe, to compensate for my death, sent me such a genius? So he could only guess this in his heart. No need to test anymore. I am just a lone traveler. I did not expect to meet a genius like you today. Ha ha ha, it really is a blessing for me, Lingjun Mountain. Come with me, I will hand over all my legacy to you. After all, I don't think there is any universe lord in the current reincarnation era who can be more heaven-defying than you. Lingjun Mountain laughed loudly, then happily brought Shen Chen to a great hall. This hall appeared so conspicuous in the independent secret room space. Apparently, it was also Lingjun Mountain's true residence. Chapter 278, Lingjun Mountain refines treasures. Massive amount of treasures. Huge harvest. Tier 8 secret technique. 4-order ruin-breaking sword. When I first encountered danger, I was still here cultivating. However, I didn't expect to face such a great crisis. So, I could only make brief preparations and leave all my treasures behind. However, given your capabilities, you should have obtained a legacy before I did, right? Even if you haven't obtained a legacy, you should have guessed the methods of the primordial universe. Anything above the true God stage is restricted by the primordial universe. Therefore, the legacy I leave for you is basically just some treasures. As for my own legacy, it is the treasure refining manual I am most proud of. Combat secret techniques and the like are considered ordinary at my realm. However, since I was in charge of logistics, many treasures of ordinary true gods, and even those of stronger beings above the true God stage, were distributed by me. Lingjun Mountain said slowly, briefly introducing the basic information of his legacy. Thank you, Teacher Lingjun Mountain. Although Shen Chen knew that Lingjun Mountain had fallen long ago, leaving behind only a sliver of consciousness, he was, after all, about to receive his legacy, and a treasure-refining one at that. Coupled with so many treasures, it was no big deal to make that remaining sliver of consciousness happy. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I, Lingjun Mountain, would end up accepting such a heaven-defying genius with just a sliver of consciousness. Upon hearing Shen Chen's address, Lingjun Mountain's face revealed a smile, filled with immense satisfaction. After all, he was truly lucky. If not for Shen Chen, who knows how long his legacy would have remained in the universe boat before being opened by descendants from how many reincarnation eras later. I have said it before, I am a lone wanderer. I do not know how to cultivate a successor. However, all I can do is leave behind resources and such. Lingjun Mountain said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a completely translucent legacy stone appeared before him. This is the skill I am most proud of. It is also my most important core legacy. It contains a vast amount of legacy information, all related to treasure refining methods. This includes refining techniques for ordinary supreme treasures as well as mechanical flow treasures. The name is also very simple. It is called Linggen Treasure Refinement. Lingjun Mountain placed the legacy stone directly into Shen Chen's hand and gave a brief explanation. Shen Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He had been worrying about where to find treasure refining methods to bestow upon Shen Chengzhou. After all, the treasure Dao manual he had obtained previously could not be bestowed, and its limit was refining pseudo-supreme true treasures. What made it stand out was the technique of reverse restoration. I am a lone wanderer, as you know. It doesn't matter if you want to pass down these techniques for refining treasures. As long as they can be passed on, that is enough. Lingjun Mountain said with an open-minded expression. He believed that a genius like Shen Chen would not bother to cover up his own reputation. I will make everyone in this reincarnation era know the name of Lingjun Mountain. Shen Chen replied tactfully. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lingjun Mountain's face. The legacy of that fellow Gen Khan is of a very high rank. It is a pity that you did not obtain that fellow's legacy. However, once he knows that my legacy has been obtained by a genius like you, I especially want to see that fellow's reaction. Ha 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 ha. Ever since Shen Chen displayed a Tier 7 peak secret technique, the smile on Lingjun Mountain's face had not ceased. Anyway, he had been fallen for who knows how many reincarnation eras. Having a successor like Shen Chen, he naturally would not hide his emotions. Watching Lingjun Mountain's behavior, Shen Chen smiled helplessly as well. Clearly, after just this short period of contact, Shen Chen had gained some understanding of Lingjun Mountain's personality. It was completely one of indifference, doing whatever he pleased. If teacher wants to know his reaction, if the juniors of my race truly obtain the legacy of Lord Duandong, I will also have Lord Duandonghe's remaining will meet with you, teacher. Shen Chen directly came up with an idea for this. You were right. That fellow Gen Con, I feel that when he is passing on his legacy, he is probably still cold and icy. However, he is not like that in front of me. I really want to see his reaction when he sees my remaining will. Lingjun Mountain agreed to this immediately. All right, let's not waste time. The core legacy is just this one treasure refining technique. As for the other legacies, they are a large amount of techniques I collected. They contain many memory messages, including other treasure refining techniques, combat secret techniques, cultivation insights, and so on. Although these techniques are very shallow in my hometown, they should be of great use to your race. Lingjun Mountain then took out thousands of ordinary legacy stones. Thank you, teacher. Shen Chen accepted them directly. These legacy stones were also extremely important for the entire human race. After all, the current Duandong legacy had not yet been taken by Luo Feng. Compared to Luo Feng, Shen Chen was very clear that his third son, Shen Chengzhou, even though he had been greatly improved by him, probably could not compare to the opportunity of that fellow Luo Feng. After all, Star Tower alone could surpass all the techniques Shen Chen had obtained. If, during the years that Luo Feng and the others were accepting the Duandong legacy, Shen Chen could also directly bring out this legacy knowledge to improve the human race. Alright, next is to take you to see some of the treasures I have treasured. What I am most proud of are those treasures. Seeing Shen Chen accept the legacy knowledge, Lingjun Mountain continued forward. Shen Chen followed along. Soon, they arrived in a side hall. This side hall is exactly the place where I store my treasures. However, don't have too high expectations. After all, I don't know how many reincarnation eras have passed. Some true god level weapons, or even stronger weapons, should still exist. But as for some rare treasures, they may have lost their effectiveness with the passage of time, or simply disappeared. Lingjun Mountain gave Shen Chen a few words of advice before opening the door. That is already enough. The legacy alone is enough to make me happy, let alone the rare treasures and those true god-level weapons. However, Shen Chen was able to be content. After all, he could bestow these legacies and many treasures. When the time came, 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold return would be enough. Seeing Shen Chen's good mindset, Lingjun Mountain nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he opened the hall door. In an instant, endless treasure light burst forth, emitting a terrifying power. That terrifying power made Shen Chen, even with his Tier 10 peak combat power, feel a palpitation. However, the more this was the case, the more excited Shen Chen felt. Because this represented that his harvest this time would surpass any previous one. It's a pity, it's a bit too little. Some of the previous treasures were distributed by me and given to those soldiers. Now, here, there are a total of 1539 true god level weapons, and 78 weapons above the true god level. There are also 134 true god level mechanical flow treasures and 11 mechanical flow treasures above the true god level. As for cosmic rare treasures, 23 are true god level and intact, while there are only 3 above the true god level. However, there is a pile of various materials for crafting weapons. I am too lazy to count them. There was a trace of regret in Lingjun Mountain's words, as if he felt he had not left many good things for his successor. However, at this moment, Shen Chen was stunned, looking at Lingjun Mountain in disbelief. This was considered little. He had to know that he had bestowed things to his family so many times, and the true god-level weapons he had obtained did not even compare to a fraction of these weapons. Not to mention those cosmic rare treasures and mechanical flow treasures. Truly worthy of being an eternal true god responsible for managing logistics in the universe boat. After all, Lingjun Mountain could not say what was above the true god level, but Shen Chen was very clear, it was the void true god level. Teacher, the duration of the Duandong legacy, I heard them say, should be 3 epochs. I will accept teacher's core legacy here, as well as other legacies that fit my methods, right? With the many supreme treasures and many legacies teacher has given me, my heart is extremely excited, and my accumulation is already sufficient. After I accept teacher's legacy, I have hope to directly break through the Tier 8 restriction and create a Tier 8 secret technique. Shen Chen looked at Lingjun Mountain in front of him and said slowly. What? You actually have the confidence to create a Tier 8 secret technique right now. If that is really the case, then pick a good mechanical flow treasure. Your combat power should be able to directly surpass a true god. As for your realm, since even a law master can create a Tier 8 secret technique, surpassing a true god is simply not a problem for you. Passing through the reincarnation is also not a big deal for you. Lingjun Mountain's face was filled with surprise. If it were in his hometown, a genius like Shen Chen would not even have had the chance for him to accept as a disciple. Some heaven-defying existences in the Wu Kingdom would probably have cast their gaze down long ago. Why would it fall to him, an eternal true god who only excelled at treasure refining? Soon, Shen Chen entered Lingjun Mountain's cultivation room. Although Lingjun Mountain's cultivation room could not compare to Duan Donghai's legacy space, this was, after all, the silver token space of the universe boat, and the cultivation room inside was still of a very high rank. It was covered with particularly clear law patterns, even more obvious than the law patterns on Shen Chen's law unification stele. This time, I really should be able to create a Tier 8 secret technique. Shen Chen's huge eyes were locked onto these law patterns. He fell directly into a state of research. On the other side, outside the hatch of the tomb boat in the Yanbing domain, the expression of Shen Chen's human original body underwent several obvious changes. However, at this moment, very few people were paying attention to Shen Chen's human original body, they were all focusing on the tomb boat. Only Great Axe founder and primordial Chaos City Lord would spare time to observe Shen Chen. At the same time, there was also anticipation in their hearts. Because they were also very clear that Shen Chen was also looking for a legacy. I have already obtained a legacy. Next, I will go into seclusion to research secret techniques. I will try to create a Tier 8 secret technique. As for the Duandong legacy, I will trouble Great Axe and Teacher to pay attention to it. As for the Shihuang game, after it ends, it will be engraved in the virtual universe anyway. I will study it then. Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord and Great Axe founder on the side, and after finishing speaking, he entered the Chronos Temple on the side with his temporal Thunder Hu clone. The eyes of primordial Chaos City Lord and Great Axe founder immediately lit up. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. One had to know that Luo Feng was also in a leading position in the Duandong legacy, and now another piece of good news had come: Shen Chen had already obtained a legacy. The human race could actually obtain 2 complete legacies of ancient civilizations at once. They dared not imagine what level the human race would develop to next. Subsequently, they directly ordered other universe lords to proceed with their usual cultivation and go to various places in the universe to explore for treasures. As for the Yanbing domain, Great Axe founder and primordial Chaos City Lord would just sit here and guard it. After all, for them, they could also study the Shihuang game through the virtual universe. Some of the other powerful beings of the races in the universe were also guarding outside the hatch of the tomb boat. However, most of them still went to explore other dangerous places as usual. After all, you never knew when the Duandong legacy would end. At this moment, Shen Chen in the Chronos Temple placed his gaze on a fruit in his hand. This fruit was the Enlightenment God fruit returned to him after Shen Chen had bestowed the Lingyu Enlightenment fruit to Shen Chuyang. The effect of the Enlightenment God fruit was similar to the Enlightenment God bead. After using it, one could maintain a greatly increased comprehension ability for a period of time, and after the effect ended, the comprehension ability would increase by a certain amount. It was similar to consumable cosmic rare treasures like the Enlightenment Star Core from before. However, it was only 1,000-fold return treasure, so there was still an upper limit. At most, it would only help the current Shen Chen create a Tier 7 peak secret technique. What Shen Chen needed was just for the Enlightenment God fruit to improve his thinking. Creating a Tier 8 secret technique would take a very long time, and the effect of the Enlightenment God fruit would probably end very soon. Let's begin. Without any hesitation, Shen Chen's human original body directly chose to swallow the Enlightenment God fruit. In an instant, the terrifying effect of the Enlightenment God fruit began directly. Shen Chen instantly felt that even his current comprehension ability had been significantly improved, with exactly the same effect as when he used the Enlightenment God bead for the first time. Since the Enlightenment God fruit was aimed at Shen Chen's soul, no matter which clone of Shen Chen it was, they were all immersed in realization at this moment. Even his Yuanming Yuhai clone was studying the gene maps of various organisms. The Laotian clone was studying how to craft true God-level mechanical flow treasures. All clones stopped at this moment. They began to fully comprehend the origin laws and break through to a Tier 8 secret technique. His state has improved significantly in a short period of time. Did he use some heaven-defying rare treasure? At this moment, Lingjun Mountain's remaining consciousness gazed at Shen Chen and said with a surprised expression. However, just using a particularly heaven-defying rare treasure, if you yourself are not capable, you still won't be able to create a powerful secret technique. As time passed bit by bit, the aura on Shen Chen's body began to change gradually. Wisps of origin laws constantly flowed on his body. Lingjun Mountain could easily see that the current Shen Chen had already comprehended the 10 origin laws. Moreover, during this period, he had also gradually created several Tier 7 peak secret techniques. Each origin law had them. What I am best at is the sword, and I comprehend the origin law of time through lightning. Since that is the case, I will combine light, lightning, and wind with the origin law of time to create a Tier 8 secret technique. After Shen Chen decided, he immediately began to study light time, lightning time, wind time, and the individual origin law of time. Just as Shen Chen was researching the Tier 8 secret technique, the Duandong legacy was still continuing. It was just that Luo Feng's speed of progress was fast, followed by Bai Shui, true god of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land Universe, and Shen Chengzhou, who had been improved many times by Shen Chen, even exceeded others' imagination and ranked third. As time kept passing, Shen Chen, who was staying in the cultivation room, suddenly had his eyes light up. A glimmer of strange light appeared in his eyes. It's done. Light, lightning, wind, and time are themselves decomposed from a powerful law. And the secret technique I created has initially fused these 4 origin laws, having the initial power of that powerful law. Shen Chen stood up slowly, and then, on each of his clones, the 4 origin laws constantly emerged. A battle sword filled with the 4 origin laws appeared, and the terrifying power seemed as if it wanted to annihilate a world. 4 order ruin-breaking sword. With this terrifying sword suddenly erupting, Lingjun Mountain, who was on the side, felt unprecedented shock. He actually succeeded, and in such a short time. My legacy given to him truly does not disgrace me. Lingjun Mountain sighed, looking up at the sky. His heart was full of amazement. Chapter 279, Chaos, Tier 10 Peak Combat Power. The limit of the Ash-Burn secret technique. After creating the 4 Seasons Ruins-breaking sword, Shen Chen turned his gaze to Lingjun Mountain, who was standing to the side. Good disciple, giving my treasures to you truly does not disgrace me. At the Law Master stage, you are already able to create a Tier 8 secret technique. Once you reach True God and experience 1 Chaos Evolution, I estimate you will be able to immediately create a Tier 10 secret technique. With your talent, reaching my level shouldn't be too difficult. It is even possible for you to surpass me. However, all of this is predicated on passing the reincarnation. Lingjun Mountain looked at Shen Chen with a serious expression and instructed him. Shen Chen nodded in response. He understood this very well. Seeing that Shen Chen understood, Lingjun Mountain nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand. Under Shen Chen's gaze, the continent they were originally on slowly shrank. Finally, this continent was directly hidden by Lingjun Mountain inside a world ring. The treasure palace, the cultivation room, and all kinds of devices were all inside this world ring. My legacy can now be considered completely handed over to you. This independent space no longer has much use. This lingering trace of will was originally meant to dissipate after handing the legacy to you. However, I heard that Gen Khan, that fellow, is also selecting a successor, so I will go and meet that fellow. Although our original bodies have already passed away, being able to meet again with our last trace of will can be considered a consolation. Lingjun Mountain then looked at Shen Chen and explained. By the end, there was a look of regret on Lingjun Mountain's face. In response, Shen Chen nodded, having no intention of refusing. In any case, he was also planning to return to the Yamping domain. After Shen Chen put away the world ring, he left the independent space directly. He returned to the Kongming Sacred Hall and, following the map of the universe boat, headed in the direction of the Yanbing domain. On the other side, in the Yanbing domain, outside the hatch of the tomb boat, Shen Chen called the Great Axe Founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord into the Yongzhen Sacred Hall of his human original body. I have already created a Tier 8 secret technique. My golden horned beast clone is also bringing the legacy back. The next step is to see who can obtain the Duandong legacy. Shen Chen said, looking at the Great Axe Founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him. After the Great Axe Founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord exchanged a look, they could both see the obvious shock on each other's faces. At the same time, there was also astonishment in their hearts. Shen Chen was only a universe lord, yet he was already able to create a Tier 8 secret technique. They dared not imagine how powerful a secret technique Shen Chen would be able to create in the future once he reached universe strongest. Seeing the two men's reactions, Shen Chen had nothing to say, he was already used to it. Subsequently, Shen Chen directly took out 8 supreme true treasures. Teacher, it seems you do not have a supreme true treasure yet. I am also aware that you have lent the Shanling 9 Heavens Palace, the soul-suppressing tripod, and the Tao Source Thunder Sea to the Great Axe Founder. Currently, you only have the Moshe God on you. Therefore, this set of 8 Desolation Series Supreme True Treasures is what I have prepared for you, teacher. It includes attack type, armor type, flight type, palace type, soul type, domain type, amplification type, and origin type. Shen Chen pushed these 8 supreme true treasures directly to the primordial Chaos City Lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at the 8 supreme true treasures in front of him, his mouth wide open. He had originally thought that since Shen Chen had given him 3 supreme true treasures before, Shen Chen was generous enough. However, he never would have imagined that Shen Chen would give him 8 supreme true treasures at once this time, and it was a complete set. The Great Axe Founder, seeing this scene from the side, didn't know what to say. He was incredibly envious at this moment. However, he was also very clear that these were treasures Shen Chen had prepared for primordial Chaos City Lord. He had no right to speak up. Moreover, Shen Chen had already given him a supreme true treasure before. How many treasures had he originally prepared for Shen Chen? They couldn't compare to that Dingyu divine shuttle at all. Shen Chen, I think it is better for you to keep these treasures yourself. Or give them directly to Great Axe. After all, both of your strengths are far greater than mine. You don't need to give them to me. With the Ashburn secret technique, I can also unleash Tier 10 peak power. And I still have the Tao Source Thunder Sea, the soul-suppressing tripod, and the Shanling 9 Heavens Palace from before. However, it was clear that the Great Axe Founder immediately refused. Teacher, this set of 8 Desolation Series treasures has a special effect. It can stack together like mechanical flow treasures, enhancing the attack by 1 level. In other words, teacher, with your level of comprehension of Tier 6 secret techniques, you have a chance to comprehend the 4th level of secret engravings of the 8 Desolation Series treasures, unleashing Tier 7 peak power. The set amplification is Tier 8 peak. Teacher, you also have the Moshe God, which enhances the attack by 2 levels. As for the limit of the Ashburn secret techniques amplification, it is Tier 10 peak. In other words, teacher, this original body of yours will be able to directly reach Tier 10 peak combat power. Shen Chen explained slowly. What? After hearing what Shen Chen said, the primordial Chaos City Lord immediately widened his eyes. He had not expected that he would have the hope of directly unleashing Tier 10 peak combat power right now. One must know, this was the combat power his teacher, origin ancestor, possessed back then. Do set supreme true treasures have such an effect? The Great Axe Founder on the side was also full of confusion. Obviously not. Some ordinary set supreme true treasures do not have this effect. Shen Chen explained at this moment. In Lingjun Mountain's legacy, he had obtained too many true god-level weapons, which were obviously all standard sets of the Wu Kingdom. However, they did not have the function of stacking to enhance power. That's true, anything produced by Shenshao is of high quality. This is the consensus of the entire Universe C. The great axe founder smiled after hearing Shen Chen's explanation. Primordial chaos, you should hurry up and comprehend the secret technique. Luo Feng and Shen Chengzhou of our human race are both in the top 3. They have a very high chance of obtaining the Duandong legacy. And other forces will not simply let our human race take away the Duandong power. Therefore, if your combat power increases, it will also be beneficial to our human race. The great axe founder also advised from the side. After hearing the repeated persuasion from the great axe founder and Shen Chen, the primordial chaos city lord nodded, then immediately went down to comprehend the secret engravings of the treasures. It is a pity that the amplification limit of these set supreme true treasures is also at tier 10 peak. Just like the Moshe God. To surpass tier 10 peak, it must be those few void true god level mechanical flow treasures in Lingjun Mountain's legacy that can enhance the attack level. As for the ash burn secret technique, it is ultimately just a relatively shallow divine power burning secret technique with only 3 volumes. It is not enough to allow a universe lord to directly cross the threshold of void true god. I still need to find a few divine power burning secret techniques from Lingjun Mountain's legacy that are even more powerful than the ash burn secret technique to bestow upon them. Only then can teacher primordial chaos city lord directly reach void true god level combat power. Shen Chen thought to himself, feeling somewhat emotional. After all, wanting to truly reach void true god combat power still requires too many things. Shen Chen spent 2 epochs comprehending the Tier 8 secret technique, and as time passed, the 3 epoch time limit set by Duandong for comprehending the Shi Huang game had ended. Chapter 280, Lingxiao Claw. Tier 13 Combat Power. Void True God Limit. Legacy concluded. Universe C faction reactions. And so much time had passed. Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone had already returned from the core area of the universe boat. Void True God level mechanical flow treasure, Lingxiao Claw. This is a top-tier item among this batch of mechanical flow treasures. It can directly amplify the user's attacks by 3 levels. And it doesn't have the tier 10 peak restriction like the Moshe God. Inside the Kongming Sacred Hall at this moment, Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone wore the Lingxiao Claw on its sharp claws, sighing with emotion as it spoke. Nowadays, the combat power of his golden horned beast clone had completely surpassed the true god limit, reaching tier 13 combat power directly. However, the secret engravings within the Lingxiao Claw also have very high requirements for the user. At the very least, one must be a true god level powerhouse capable of creating tier 8 secret techniques. Fortunately, I happened to create a tier 8 secret technique during this period. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use the Lingxiao Claw. Shen Chen muttered to himself. Moreover, during this period, he had also found too many treasures from the legacy of Lingjun Mountain. After all, there were simply too many true god level weapons, void true god level weapons, and mechanical flow treasures. There were also many universe rarities. Tier 13 combat power. That should be the combat power limit you can achieve. Even if it is the divine power burning secret technique I created, or the several divine power burning secret techniques I have collected. For you, who is only a law master, no matter how much higher these divine power burning secret techniques are compared to the one you mastered called Ash Burn, your divine body foundation is just there. It can still only enhance your attack by 1 level, crossing above the true god level, but unable to surpass higher levels. Lingjun Mountain looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said slowly. Void True God and Eternal True God cannot be spoken of in the Universe C, so it can only be written this way. With the Lingxiao Claw, I am already very satisfied. However, Shen Chen was incomparably content at this moment. He had understood this long ago. Because even the Duanmi divine power burning secret technique that Luo Feng possessed previously only enhanced him by 1 level at the Universe Lord level, though it had no limit. But one must know, that was the divine power burning secret technique from the Duandong legacy, a full 9 volumes. Like Shen Chen's Ash Burn secret technique, it only had 3 volumes. The foundation was different. The divine power burning secret technique created by a god king and the one created by an eternal true god are definitely different. The author has not watched Devouring Starry Sky 2, so I can only write according to my own understanding. My setting is that the Ash Burn secret technique and the set of supreme amplifications are all tier 10 peak combat power. Lingjun Mountain's divine power burning secret technique can only exceed the tier 10 limit, but it cannot reach eternal true god level, and it cannot compare to Duanmi. Don't say I'm suppressing combat power, this is already reaching the void true god limit combat power all of a sudden. Inside the tomb boat at this moment, Duandong appeared again. 3 epics, the Shi Huang game screening has ended. Those who broke through the first bottleneck, 292. Those who broke through the second bottleneck, 5. Those who broke through the third bottleneck, 3. Duandong overlooked the people below and said slowly. However, there were still powerhouses complaining that they arrived later than Luo Feng and the others, requesting Duandong to give them more time. Yet, Duandong replied to them with a few cold words, then waved his hand. The nearly 100,000 powerhouses present were instantly annihilated, leaving only the 300-plus powerhouses who had broken through the bottlenecks surviving. Among them were Luo Feng of the human race and Shen Chengzhou. Lord Duandong, I withdraw. Just at this moment, Shen Chengzhou stepped forward and said to Duandong in front of him. You have also reached the third bottleneck, why do you want to withdraw? Are you afraid of competition, afraid of death? Duandong's face was also somewhat surprised at this moment as he looked at Shen Chengzhou. Shen Chengzhou was also the third powerhouse to break through the third bottleneck, just like Luo Feng, and was also only a universe exalt. In his view, both Shen Chengzhou and Luo Feng were qualified to receive his legacy. But he did not expect Shen Chengzhou to choose to give up directly. I am not afraid of death. I have experienced too many life and death battles in my life. However, I admit that I have a gap compared to Luo Feng. Moreover, my father has other opportunities. Shen Chengzhou looked at Duandong with a calm face and said. Subsequently, Shen Chengzhou faintly said a few words to Duandong through divine power transmission. Everyone in the arena could clearly feel that the originally incomparably cold Duandong actually revealed a trace of surprise on his face, and then revealed a smile. This made everyone present feel inexplicable. Soon they had a guess, because Lord of the Divine Firmament was known to everyone to have obtained the legacy of an ancient civilization. The legacy obtained by Lord of the Divine Firmament was similar to that of Duandong. Thinking of this, they were even more jealous of Lord of the Divine Firmament. Jealousy aside, they didn't have any good solutions. You, go out. You others, just like Lord of Thunder Sword, anyone who has the idea of withdrawing now can leave. This is your last chance. Once you start contacting the legacy, the failures will surely die, and it will be soul annihilation, and many clones will also perish. After nodding, Duandong looked at the other 200-plus powerhouses and said one after another. These powerhouses were also shocked, and they were also sighing in their hearts. No wonder those rock-type life forms and the bone race before could not accept the Duandong legacy. Except for those who voluntarily withdraw, all candidates of the God-Eye race lineage are not qualified to enter, and all of the God-Eye race lineage must die. Just as they were still sighing, Duandong continued. In just an instant, the faces of those powerhouses of the God-Eye race changed drastically, full of astonishment. After a while, the candidates who gave up followed the powerhouses of their respective races and walked out one after another. Among them, naturally, included Shen Chengzhou of the human race. The powerhouses who walked out looked at the Kongming Sacred Hall standing in the Void Realm, with envy in their eyes. Such a powerful Duandong legacy, and Lord of Thunder Sword of the human race actually said give up and gave up. His father, Lord of the Divine Firmament, the legacy he possessed, even if it was the worst, should be at the same level as the Duandong legacy, right? Thinking of this, the many powerhouses present could only sigh. The other powerhouses of the human race tacitly chose to follow behind the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord. As for Shen Chengzhou, he went directly to the Yongzhen Sacred Hall to find Shen Chen. I didn't let you compete with Luo Feng for this Duandong legacy, do you have any complaints? Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou below and said calmly. Dad asked me not to compete, surely there is Dad's reason. And I also feel that Luo Feng's comprehension ability should be much stronger than mine. I asked privately. Luo Feng has already solved more than 3,900 games of the Shihuang game. I only solved more than 3,300 games. And I had used many treasures to improve comprehension ability. That you gave me, plus the hymning spirit bead, to only solve more than 3,000 games. Luo Feng does not have the hymning spirit bead, Shen Chen said at this moment, with a look of relief on his face. Actually, you don't need to belittle yourself. I also know a little about Luo Feng's situation. He has a clone training at the black patterned stone pillar. The origin ancestor also told me that his speed of solving the Shihuang game has increased a lot in a short time. It should be that his willpower has transformed to the universe's strongest level. The speed of solving the Shihuang game is naturally faster than yours. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou below and explained. Having a clone is also Luo Feng's ability. I have been training at the Crimson Pattern Heart-Burning Pillar for so long, and my willpower has not transformed. Shen Chengzhou waved his hand, not caring at all. Although he didn't have a clone and only had one human original body, divine body, this was also the result of his initial choice. Actually, with Shen Chen's wealth at that time, it was enough to exchange for a special life form with clone talent in the human race treasury. However, Shen Chengzhou had been wandering outside at that time, so he directly rejected Shen Chen's proposal. You have already broken through the third bottleneck, creating a Universe Lord's strongest fusion secret technique, which should be no obstacle for you. The gap between you and Luo Feng is not big. Moreover, I also have a complete ancient civilization legacy here. As long as your willpower can transform, with the help of the Law Unification Steel, see if you can create a Tier 6 secret technique at the Universe Exalt level. In that case, whether you get this Duandong legacy or not is the same. It's just slower than Luo Feng for a while. Shen Chen continued to look at Shen Chengzhou below and said. Meanwhile, beside Shen Chen, the figure of Lingjun Mountain slowly emerged. Interesting. A venerable level. Can create a Law Master's strongest fusion secret technique. That is a Tier 5 secret technique. And solved more than 3,000 games of the Shihuang game. Even accepting my legacy is enough. Gen Khan's legacy is not needed. Lingjun Mountain smiled and looked at Shen Chengzhou in front of him. Seeing Lingjun Mountain's figure, Shen Chengzhou also widened his eyes, feeling somewhat incredible. However, he soon understood, this should be the same as Duandong. Both were powerhouses from the Universe Boat. Greetings, Lord. Shen Chengzhou directly bowed to Lingjun Mountain. No matter what, this was a powerhouse's phantom, not to mention that he also left a legacy for his father. He might also benefit from it in the future, so Shen Chengzhou had no burden in bowing to Lingjun Mountain. Lingjun Mountain also nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with such a polite junior, not to mention that this junior was Shen Chen's child. Gen Khan's legacy has already reached the final stage. Let's talk after he finishes. Subsequently, Lingjun Mountain looked at Shen Chen beside him and said slowly. Shen Chen had nothing to say. Anyway, he would stay here and let Lingjun Mountain's residual will meet Duandong. After all, countless reincarnation eras had passed, and their residual wills being able to meet once could be considered as fulfilling a regret. Time passed little by little. Many powerhouses were almost all waiting outside the tomb boat. They wanted to see who became the final inheritor. And during this time, Shen Chen had been consolidating his foundation in the Kongming Sacred Hall. After all, Shen Chen had created the 4-sequence ruin-breaking sword, a Tier 8 secret technique in this life. He still wanted to create more Tier 8 secret techniques, thereby creating a Tier 8 peak secret technique at the Universe Lord level. Even a Tier 9 secret technique. Anyway, his divine power path had not yet started to cultivate, and it would be convenient only after Shen Longhai reached the Universe Lord level. So Shen Chen had plenty of time now. At this moment, inside the tomb boat, Luo Feng held the juke blade and slashed out a blade. Countless blade lights continuously gathered into a huge dark sphere. After an instant, this dark sphere reached over 10 billion kilometers. Subsequently, the dark sphere suddenly cracked, and a terrifying blade light flashed and disappeared, and the space of the entire inheritance land also appeared a crack. Tier 6 Secret Technique. This strike of Luo Feng's obviously reached the universe's strongest realm. Inheritor decided, other candidates all perish. Following a cold voice ringing in the ears of all candidates present became terrified. However, no matter what reaction they had, a moment later, they all became quiet, and their souls had been completely annihilated. Damn it. My Purple Moon Holy Land only has Lord Luchong as the only seedling. I didn't expect him to fall. Whether it is the Bai Shui Exalt of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land Universe or the Galaxy Overlord of the human race, I must try my best to get the legacy. How can the Duandong legacy be left in the hands of these guys? In the Purple Moon Holy Land Universe, the Purple Moon Ancestor frowned. He said with an angry face. He had even dispatched the true gods under his command, one by one, to walk out of the Purple Moon Holy Land Universe. Even if it meant snatching, he had to get the inheritor. Eastern Emperor Holy Land Universe. Human Galaxy Overlord Luo Feng. Damn it. The Eastern Emperor's face was very ugly at this moment. It was really troublesome for the human race to obtain the legacy. His Eastern Emperor Holy Land Universe could ignore other factions, but the human race with Lord of the Divine Firmament could not be ignored. None of the universe strongest in the Eastern Emperor Holy Land Universe could reach Tier 10 peak. After all, those universe strongest had stayed in his Holy Land. Universe after losing their small universes. Countless reincarnation eras had passed, and it was so difficult to take another step forward to create stronger secret techniques. Otherwise, it would not have been the turn of the origin ancestor of the human race to be arrogant back then. It seems I can only think of other ways. The Eastern Emperor said helplessly, calling other universe strongest over, preparing to make arrangements. Meanwhile, the many factions of the Universe C also received the message. The inheritor had been decided. Among them, the most likely ones were the Bai Shui Exalt of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land Universe and the Galaxy Overlord of the human race. After all, both of these were candidates who had reached the third bottleneck. And the Galaxy Overlord of the human race undoubtedly had the highest probability. So many people were concerned about the reaction of the human race in the primordial universe. And Luo Feng, who had been determined as the inheritor, also sent an email to the Great Axe founder, the primordial Chaos City Lord, and Shen Chen respectively, confirming that he had become the inheritor of Duandong. Good. The primordial Chaos City Lord said 3 good words in a row. His disciple Shen Chen had previously obtained the ancient civilization legacy, and now his other disciple Luo Feng had also obtained the Duandong legacy. For the entire human race, it was simply a double happiness. And the smile on the face of the Great Axe founder on the side had not stopped either. Get ready. After Luo Feng finishes accepting all the legacies, it will be time for us to clear the obstacles for him. There is no need for Luo Feng to escape. Let this battle establish the majesty of our human race. Otherwise, some guys still don't take our human race seriously. Shen Chen walked out of the Kongming Sacred Hall at this moment. His human original body, Golden Horned Beast clone, and Time Sequence Thunder Roar clone were standing in the Void Realm at this moment, scanning the powerhouses of other races. At this moment, the eyes of the powerhouses of the human race on the side also lit up. They did not doubt what Lord of the Divine Firmament said at all. It was possible that Shen Chen's strength had improved again. The Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at each other, and there was expectation in their eyes. However, just when the other factions were still paying attention to who finally became the inheritor, Shen Chen's human original body slowly came to the cabin door of the tomb boat. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the cabin door slowly opened, and Shen Chen's human original body had actually just entered the tomb boat now. Damn it, the legacy should have been obtained by the human race. Damn it, the human race already had the legacy of an ancient civilization, and now they have obtained the Duandong legacy. No, we must join forces to make the human race spit out the Duandong legacy. That's right, we have so many universe strongest, even if Lord of the Divine Firmament is Tier 10 peak, what can he do? Unite. At this moment, the various factions of the Universe C also exploded instantly, especially those factions of the first reincarnation era were the craziest. Another crazy faction was the Purple Moon Holy Land universe. However, Shen Chen's human original body did not care at all at this moment. After entering the tomb boat, the figure of Lingjun Mountain also appeared. Chapter 281, Duan Donghai's Shock. Lingjun Mountain has no regrets. The fading of Mo Ran. Just when the major powers of the Universe C were reacting intensely, Shen Chen had already entered the tomb boat. Soon, he met Luo Feng in the legacy space, as well as Duan Dong, who was standing beside Luo Feng wearing luxurious armor. Looking at Duan Dong beside Luo Feng, Shen Chen did not hesitate at all and directly took out the silver token. Subsequently, the figure of Lingjun Mountain also appeared here. Upon seeing Lingjun Mountain's phantom, the incomparably cold expression on Duan Donghai's face changed instantly. The reaction was clearly extremely intense. Luo Feng was somewhat surprised to see Duan Dong react this way. After all, Duan Dong had been incomparably cold before. It was unexpected that it was actually true. As expected, you, this bandit, also left behind a legacy. And the wills we two left behind can actually meet again. At this moment, after seeing Lingjun Mountain's phantom, Duan Dong let out a sigh. Indeed, I also didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. And I also didn't expect that I would still be able to take on a disciple after my fall. Mo Ran was Lingjun Mountain's real name. Lingjun Mountain was his title. Meanwhile, Shen Chen, who was on the side, had a strange expression on his face after hearing Duan Dong call Lingjun Mountain a bandit. Could it be that Lingjun Mountain was truly a bandit back in the ancient civilization? Ahem. However, at this moment, Lingjun Mountain noticed the strange expression on Shen Chen's face, so he coughed a few times to attract Shen Chen's attention. Don't be misled by that guy. The place I was stationed at was just called Lingjun Mountain. It's just that when I forged weapons for them, the fees were a bit high, so they called me a bandit. Lingjun Mountain explained, for he did not want to tarnish his image in Shen Chen's heart. Upon hearing Lingjun Mountain's explanation, Shen Chen immediately accepted this statement. It seems you are all from the same race. That Lord of Thunder Sword from before was the same as Luo Feng. Both were at the venerable level, capable of creating the strongest secret technique of a law master. Give him more time, and he would be able to create the strongest fusion secret technique of a law master. And judging by appearances, your methods should be even stronger than Lord of Thunder Sword and Luo Feng. At this moment, Duan Dong fixed his gaze on Shen Chen, his eyes filled with curiosity. After all, he also wanted to see what kind of guy the person who made Lord of Thunder Sword give up his own legacy was. However, he looked left and right, and apart from seeing that Shen Chen was a universe lord with a somewhat heaven-defying will, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, Gen Con, you fellow must have misjudged this time, right? My disciple, in the same period, is completely capable of suppressing you in a fight. Give him a chance, and I believe he can easily surpass both you and me. Therefore, I have handed all my legacy to Shen Chen, and at the same time, I have also given all the weapons I managed to Shen Chen. At this moment, the corners of Lingjun Mountain's mouth curled up slightly. Regarding the successor, this was his main purpose for coming to see Gen Con. After all, in the past, he was just someone managing logistics, while Gen Con was a main combatant under the general. And his strength was also much greater than his own. However, this time, he had won against Gen Con in terms of the successor. Surpass me. After hearing what Lingjun Mountain said, Duan Dong frowned. Although he had previously told Luo Feng that Luo Feng's comprehension ability was comparable to his own, he had also created a top-tier 7th order secret technique during the Law Master stage. Gen Con did not believe that anyone in the primordial universe could surpass him. Even if Luo Feng obtained the Duandong legacy, he would likely need a great deal of effort to be on par with him. Ha ha ha, Gen Con, I just love seeing that expression on you. Let me tell you the truth, my disciple created an 8th order secret technique right in front of me before. You must know the terror of an 8th order secret technique better than I do. At this moment, Lingjun Mountain said with a chuckle as he looked at Duandong before him. The smile on his face could not be concealed at all. 8th order secret technique. 8th Order Secret Technique. At this moment, after hearing what Lingjun Mountain said, Duandong and Luo Feng kept muttering this term. Their faces were likewise filled with disbelief. Although Luo Feng knew that Shen Chen was very strong, he had not expected that Shen Chen could be strong to this extent. To be able to create an 8th Order secret technique at the Universe Lord stage. Even after Luo Feng obtained the Duandong legacy, he dared not guarantee that he would definitely be able to create an 8th Order secret technique at the Universe Lord stage. An 8th Order secret technique is indeed very strong. Even among my successive generations of Duandong, only 2 Duandong were able to create an 8th Order secret technique at the Law Master stage. Such a genius, you actually obtained, Lingjun Mountain. It is indeed your luck exploding. At this moment, Duandong looked at Shen Chen before him and sighed. He felt a bit of regret. After all, if such a Law Master had directly entered the tomb boat earlier to accept his legacy, he would likely have been able to meet his requirements very quickly, far surpassing anyone else. However, Shen Chen did not enter the tomb boat, and he could do nothing about it. Luo Feng, you also do not need to belittle yourself. Right now, you are only a Law Venerable, and your will has even reached the true God level. When you achieve a breakthrough to become a Law Master, possessing my Duandong legacy, I believe you will still be able to create a 7th Order secret technique. With your talent, I even think you have the hope to create an 8th Order secret technique like him. However, at this moment, Duandong encouraged Luo Feng a few words. After all, Luo Feng had already become the new Duandong. Even if he regretted it, there was nothing he could do. Besides, Shen Chen had not even entered his tomb boat, nor had he even tried. What regret could he have? It would be better to honestly grasp Luo Feng, this new Duandong. Correct. The Duandong legacy is much higher rank than my legacy. For me, I haven't seen many geniuses like Shen Chen. But the geniuses in the Duandong legacy records might not be the same. Lingjun Mountain also said on the side. However, in his heart, he still felt that Luo Feng could not compare to his disciple, Shen Chen. However, when Shen Chen informed Lingjun Mountain and Duandong about the relationship between him and Luo Feng, Lingjun Mountain and Duandonghe's faces were filled with astonishment. 2 such heaven-defying successors actually came from the same planet. And from that planet, Shen Chen, who was also qualified to accept Lingjun Mountain's legacy, had emerged. They could not imagine just how powerful that planet was to be able to nurture so many terrifying geniuses. All right, I have seen you, Gen Khan. I have no more regrets. After all, I have already fallen. Shen Chen, carry my legacy and continue forward. Pass through the reincarnation. After passing through the reincarnation, that is the truly exciting place, not staying in the primordial universe. After chatting with Duandong for a while, Lingjun Mountain suddenly felt relieved. Looking at Shen Chen, he gave a few final instructions, and then his figure slowly disappeared. Thus, Lingjun Mountain's will dissipated. Respectfully send off, teacher. After Mo Ran's will dissipated, Shen Chen respectfully bowed. He had received Lingjun Mountain's legacy and had gained too many benefits. The bond of master and disciple had long been established. Afterward, Shen Chen nodded to Duandong, and after instructing Luo Feng to accept the legacy with peace of mind, he left the tomb boat. As for Duandong, he took Luo Feng to accept the core legacy of the Duandong lineage. Outside the tomb boat. Chapter 282, Purple Moon Connects. God Eye gives up. 1500 Universe Lords unite to attack. Breakthrough to Tier 10. At this moment, all forces in the Universe C had fully learned the news that the Duandong legacy had indeed been obtained by Luo Feng of the human race. The entire Universe C, with nearly 100 forces, was in an uproar. The various forces of the first reincarnation era were particularly agitated. After all, the Duandong legacy very likely recorded information on how to break through the reincarnation. If they did not break through the reincarnation in this era, they would truly dissipate in the Universe C like the forces of previous reincarnation eras. They were unwilling to accept this. Thus, many forces had already fallen into madness. One Universe Lord after another, and Universe Strongest, continuously gathered towards the Universe boat. At this moment, in the Yanbing domain, The human race's great axe founder, primordial chaos city lord, lord of the divine firmament, Lord Peng Gong, and darkness lord stood before the tomb boat. They cast their gazes upon the powerhouses opposite them. Lord Peng Gong, darkness lord, show them some color. You too also have tier 7 peak strength. Fighting against true universe strongest will also promote your progress. Strive to create a tier 6 secret technique like Chaos did. The Great Axe founder spoke via divine power transmission into the ears of Lord Peng Gong and Darkness Lord. Upon hearing the Great Axe founder's words, a fiery look appeared in the eyes of Lord Peng Gong and Darkness Lord. Because they had long heard Shen Chen say that as long as one could create a tier 6 secret technique, one would definitely be able to drive the evolution of their divine kingdom into a small universe, achieving the status of a universe strongest. Of course, this path was far more difficult than finding how to break through the restrictions of the primordial universe. Moreover, once a tier 6 secret technique was created, coupled with the support of the human race, they were very likely to be like Chaos, directly exchanging for true god-level mechanical flow treasures. Directly reaching tier 8 or even tier 9 combat power at the Universe Lord stage. With this thought, Darkness Lord and Lord Peng Gong, holding the pseudo-supreme true treasures in their hands, then drove the Jin Fen secret technique. They sought out 2 wandering universe strongest from the first reincarnation era who were restless. Although these 2 wandering universe strongest were both tier 8 peak, Darkness Lord and Lord Peng Gong were also tier 7 peak. Within a short time, these 2 universe strongest could not take down Darkness Lord and Lord Peng Gong. My god, how can the human race's Darkness Lord and Lord Peng Gong also burst out with tier 7 peak combat power? This is impossible. Just casually, 2 universe lords have such terrifying power. It must be the ancient civilization legacy. It must be the ancient civilization legacy. Damn it, why does the primordial universe favor the human race so much? At this moment, many universe strongest of the first reincarnation era let out unwilling sighs. Unfortunately, no one could answer them why this was. We cannot let the human race obtain the Duandong legacy again. This time, we must capture Luo Feng alive. Or simply deal with Lord of the Divine Firmament. Our joint explosive power can even break through to tier 10 peak. Summon all the universe lords of all races here. I don't believe that Lord of the Divine Firmament can really stop it. At this moment, true God Huehua of the Purple Moon Holy Land universe was constantly inciting the forces of the first reincarnation era, and even the second reincarnation era, from the side. After all, this was also the order of the Purple Moon ancestor. Even a large group of universe lords from the Purple Moon Holy Land universe were already on their way. When they learned from true God Huehua that the Purple Moon Holy Land universe had dispatched 3 more universe strongest, plus 300 universe lords, everyone present was amazed. However, some forces soon felt tempted. Especially the many forces of the first reincarnation era. Anyway, when this reincarnation era ended, they would all die, so they might as well fight to the death. However, there were some smart people among them. They would rather live out this reincarnation era peacefully than die now. Consequently, those guys from the Purple Moon Holy Land universe began to contact others in secret. They wanted to use those guys to completely suppress the human race. Otherwise, if the human race were really allowed to rise completely, there would be no place left for the Purple Moon Holy Land universe. Shen Chen, what should we do? At this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen beside him and asked directly. This time, the Great Axe founder had tier 10 peak combat power, and Chaos's true body also possessed tier 10 peak combat power. Plus, Shen Chen's 3 major main combat divine bodies all had tier 10 peak combat power. A total of 5 tier 10 peak combat powers, equivalent to 5 origin ancestors from back then. Such terrifying combat power was enough to sweep across the entire Universe C. But once the many forces of the Universe C were united under the collusion of the Purple Moon Holy Land, it would also be a trouble for them. If they can really gather 1,000 Universe Lords, then they can really unleash an attack with tier 10 power. However, there is no need to worry too much. 1,000 Universe Lords is only tier 10 power. Let's wait and see. However, Shen Chen said this extremely calmly at this moment. Shen Chen was still quite familiar with joint attacks. In the original timeline, Great Axe fell because he accidentally entered the gloomy land. The human race attracted attacks from many forces of the primordial universe because it possessed the Duandong legacy. Those so-called alliances gathered together, with more than 800 universe lords, divine bodies plus more than a dozen universe strongest. They unleashed a joint attack equivalent to 1,000 universe lords, reaching the Tier 10 level. Chapter 25, Beacon Frontier, Chapter 49, Bloody Battle, Luo Feng's Madness. But in front of Shen Chen today, what did a Tier 10 level attack count for? Hearing the disapproval in Shen Chen's words, the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at each other and were completely relieved. After all, this was Shen Chen. What he said had never failed to come true. Moreover, the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord were also equally curious. They also wanted to know if the Purple Moon Holy Land universe could really gather so many universe lords to come. As time passed bit by bit. In the first reincarnation era, some peak ethnic groups that wanted to take a gamble all sent their subordinate universe lords and universe strongest to come. Compared to the primordial universe forces, the total number of universe lords and universe strongest in the first and second reincarnation eras undoubtedly surpassed the primordial universe. However, those guys in the first reincarnation era were crazy because they had no way back. While the second reincarnation era still had one reincarnation era to survive, so they actually didn't have this trouble. Therefore, no force chose to unite with the Purple Moon Holy Land universe to deal with the human race. Even the peak ethnic group of the second reincarnation era, the Wanli race, did not act rashly after Shen Chen killed two of their universe strongest. God Eye, Eastern Emperor, how do you two decide? As long as we stop the tomb boat, we can force Luo Feng of the human race to hand over the legacy and share it with us. Does your God Eye race not want to transcend the reincarnation? Does your Eastern Emperor ancestor not want to go further? At this moment, watching more and more forces on his side, true God Huehua of the Purple Moon Holy Land universe also had a smile on his face. So he looked at the God Eye race and the Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe nearby and issued an invitation. God Eye, what should we do? At this moment, the God Eye race only had 5 universe strongest left. Among them, the first true master, that is, the God Eye true master, was also facing inquiries from other true masters. Sigh, my God Eye race seems to be completely at odds with the human race. But every time my God Eye race is at odds with the human race, it is my God Eye race that suffers. Do we really want to fight? Do you know what the consequences will be if we fail? The first true master said helplessly. Give up, God Eye. The Great Axe founder's previous combat power was Tier 9 peak. Perhaps there is hope to break through to Tier 10 peak in the future. Our race has now lost 2 more true masters. There are only 5 true masters left. Those guys from the skeleton race are still staring at my God Eye race. If my God Eye race has an accident, and another 1 or 2 universe strongest are killed by Lord of the Divine Firmament, the God Eye race will really be suppressed by the skeleton race. At this moment, the third true master said from the side. He was the second strongest in the God Eye race and had a great say in the God Eye race. After hearing the name skeleton race, the brows of the God Eye race universe strongest present all wrinkled. On one side, they had to face the terrifying deterrence from the human race, and on the other side, there was an enemy staring at them. No matter what decision they made, their God Eye race had suffered huge losses this time because of the Duandong legacy. Forget it. You and I know Lord of the Divine Firmament's preferences. Let's collect precious cosmic rarities and see if we can exchange them for the legacy from Lord of the Divine Firmament in the future. That's it. After the first true master sighed. Helplessly, he finally made the decision. Soon the first true master discovered that after he made this decision, the pressure on the faces of the other true masters of his God Eye race disappeared instantly. Seeing this, the first true master also understood that the other true masters had no intention of opposing the human race at all. Being cleaned up by the Great Axe founder twice in a row, not to mention that there was an even more terrifying Lord of the Divine Firmament on the side. He could understand why they had such thoughts. How could he not have been scared by the human race? Hearing that the God Eye race refused, true God Huehua's expression also became ugly. But there was still the Eastern Emperor Holy Land Universe. He cast his gaze on Star Lord Beijun again. Beijun, I know there were misunderstandings between our two Holy Land universes before. But this time the Duandong legacy is an opportunity to let your Eastern Emperor ancestor go further. Is Eastern Emperor not tempted at all? True God Huehua said with incitement. Huehua, don't think about using provocation. We won't fall for it. Even without this legacy, my Holy Land universe has no worries about breaking through the reincarnation. You guys play slowly. After Star Lord Beijun glanced at True God Huehua, he also took the universe lords under his command and moved away from here. Seeing this, True God Huehua's face instantly became ugly. Everyone is a Holy Land universe. Star Lord Beijun and the Eastern Emperor ancestor behind him are really too timid. The many forces of the first reincarnation era have already decided to unite, and they are still afraid of the human race. Eastern Emperor, God Eye, hey, they don't understand the terror of the Duandong legacy at all. Short-sighted, cowardly guys. And after the Purple Moon ancestor in the Purple Moon Holy Land universe learned this information, he also evaluated it directly. His source of information knew very clearly about the terror of the Duandong legacy. So even though the Purple Moon ancestor broke through to void True God later than the Eastern Emperor ancestor, but in his heart, he still looked down on the Eastern Emperor ancestor. And thinking that he was very likely to get the Duandong legacy this time, the Purple Moon ancestor also gave a death order to the universe lords and true gods under his command. They must take this opportunity to completely block the tomb boat and stop the human race. Good guy. Even without the God Eye race, there are still the universe lords of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe. The number of universe lords gathered here has reached over 1,000. And many universe lords also have clones. In the first reincarnation era, most of the universe lords have come. The Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord, how precise their vision was. They quickly figured out the number of universe lords and universe strongest. The number of universe lords reached a full 1032, and if the attackable divine bodies were included, the number of universe lord divine bodies reached more than 1200. And in the first reincarnation era, many universe strongest appeared. Among them, the Purple Moon Holy Land universe had 4 universe strongest, plus other universe strongest. The number of universe strongest also reached 25. You know, the current universe strongest of the primordial universe don't seem to have 25. Shen Chen, more than 1200 universe lords, plus 25 universe strongest. If they superimpose their attacks, it is almost equivalent to a joint attack of 1500 universe lord level divine bodies. And the universe lords of the first reincarnation era are of much higher quality than the primordial universe. I'm afraid we also need to use the palace-type Supreme True Treasure to be able to block their attack, right? Otherwise, if they let them keep the tomb boat, Luo Feng won't be able to take the tomb boat away. At this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord said from the side. And at this moment, Lord Peng Gong and Darkness Lord had long returned to their side, ending the fight with the universe strongest. Their expressions were also somewhat worried. No need to be like this. If they can get a huge collective mechanical flow treasure, I might be wary. Like their simple union, even if there are more universe lords and universe strongest, so what? Wait and see. I really want to see what other tricks they will play. Shen Chen looked at these forces gathered together, wanting to deal with his human race. He smiled disdainfully. At the same time, he really wanted to see how strong a joint attack of 1500 universe lord level divine bodies could be. Could it truly exceed Tier 10? Reaching the void true God level. Lord of the Divine Firmament, Great Axe Founder, and Primordial Chaos City Lord. I know you three are the leaders of the human race. I will give you three a few more days to discuss. You cannot take the tomb boat away. Luo Feng is just a universe lord. After killing him, your human race cannot resurrect him. So we all have a chance to discuss. As long as you hand over the Duandong legacy, we can all share it together. True God Huehua looked at so many universe strongest and universe lords behind him, and also felt unprecedented prestige. Even if he didn't have a small universe, even if he was just a universe strongest with tier 9 combat power. But he still dared to threaten Lord of the Divine Firmament and the Great Axe founder in front of him. Not giving. Just by you want to seize my human race's ancient civilization legacy. Come on, let me see how strong your joint power is. At this moment, Shen Chen looked at true god Huehua opposite, revealing a smile. Only the smile carried full disdain. Damn it, everyone heard it, Lord of the Divine Firmament is so arrogant. Then let's show him some color. Otherwise, after the human race digests the Duandong legacy, we will have even less opportunity. At this moment, true god Huehua's face also turned cold, and then he looked at the universe lords and universe strongest behind him and said. And those universe strongest and universe lords felt the same way. They had gathered so many people, and the human race's Lord of the Divine Firmament still looked down on them. Didn't they gather in vain? Do it. Do it. Kill the human race. Do it. Kill Lord of the Divine Firmament. One universe lord after another shouted slogans. The reactions of those universe strongest were the same. Attack. Following the orders of those universe strongest, one universe lord and universe strongest after another, they explosively unleashed their proud attacks. Rumble. The terrifying attack instantly blasted away the chaos chi flow above the Yanbing domain, shattering the surrounding void realm, turning it into a stream of particles. This incomparably terrifying power made all the powerhouses feel terrified. It truly exceeded tier 10 power. Chapter 283, Ignoring. The Promise of the Purple Moon Ancestor. A combined attack of 5,000 Universe Lord level divine bodies. Yesterday's content had an issue. In the original work, a joint attack by 100 Universe Lords is tier 8 power. I forgot that Universe Strongest have no tier 6 top limit in the Universe C. So, one Universe Strongest should be equivalent to 100 Universe Lords. Yesterday's chapter has been corrected. It truly crossed. Ha ha ha, Lord of the Divine Firmament, the human race simply doesn't have that many Universe Lords. How could you understand that the combined attack of so many Universe Lords is already enough to completely suppress you? True God Huehua was full of excitement at this moment. True God Huehua did not possess a miniature universe, so he was inferior to other Universe Strongest in terms of endurance. However, relying on the many supreme true treasures given to him by the Holy Land Universe, he was considered quite famous in the Universe C. When the Origin Ancestor rose to power, he inevitably had conflicts with the two major Holy Land universes. And back then, he had been taught a lesson by the Origin Ancestor. At that time, he was extremely wary of the tier 10 attack that the Origin Ancestor unleashed. But now, under his coordination, so many Universe Lords had combined together, and the attack they unleashed actually surpassed the Origin Ancestor. How could he not be excited? One must know that the peak combat power displayed by Lord of the Divine Firmament opposite him was only a tier 10 attack. It was uncertain whether it was even his giant beast clone that could unleash tier 10 power. His other main combat divine bodies might not even be able to unleash a tier 10 attack. Rumble. The violent roaring sound shook the entire Yanbing domain. Under the combined attack of 3,000 Universe Lord level divine bodies, it seemed as if no matter in the Universe C could withstand it. Shen Chen. After feeling such a terrifying attack, the primordial Chaos City Lord also looked at Shen Chen in front of him with extreme worry. After all, this attack had genuinely surpassed the level of the Origin Ancestor. The expressions of others, such as the Great Axe Founder, Lord Peng Gong, and the Lord of Darkness, were also very ugly. Such a terrifying attack had never appeared in the Universe C from the past until now. After all, it was not every time that there was an opportunity for all the peak races of the first reincarnation era, excluding the God Eye race and the Skeleton race, to unite together. Added to that, the Holy Land universe had also unprecedentedly dispatched 4 Universe Strongest and 300 Universe Lords. Only then could such terrifying power be created. Of course, it was also because those forces of the first reincarnation era wanted to suppress the human race. That was why they agreed to the proposal of the Purple Moon Holy Land. After all, they were forces of the first reincarnation era. How could they be suppressed by the human race of the primordial universe? Before Lord of the Divine Firmament appeared, other than the origin ancestor, what did the human race of the primordial universe count for? No need to worry. However, Shen Chen said calmly at this moment. In front of him, the myriad treasure palace, Kongming Sacred Hall, and time sequence palace slowly emerged. Under his control, the three supreme true treasure palaces expanded continuously, and soon formed three terrifying palaces that were 1 light-year high. Driven by Shen Chen, the myriad treasure palace, Kongming Sacred Hall, and time sequence palace each unleashed terrifying secret techniques. All of them reached the top tier 10 level. Rumble, rumble. The secret techniques unleashed by the three palace-type supreme true treasures and the combined attack of the coalition army collided directly. They emitted an unimaginable roaring sound. It was as if the entire Yanbing domain was trembling. One must know that this was a dangerous place in the inner region of the universe boat. Even it felt tremors because of the attacks from both sides. The other universe strongest from other forces in the universe sea who were watching nearby were also terrified after seeing this scene. They had a premonition that if they were at the very center of the explosion, without armor-type supreme true treasures or palace-type supreme true treasures, they might be directly severely injured. Too strong. 3 palace-type supreme true treasures unleashed at once. Even an attack exceeding tier 10 can do nothing to Lord of the Divine Firmament. That's right, it's fortunate we didn't choose to make a move. The surrounding universe strongest were communicating with each other. When they saw Shen Chen use the palace-type supreme true treasures to block the coalition's combined attack, they felt a lot of relief in their hearts. They did not want to be liquidated by the human race afterwards. And at this moment, the expressions of the universe lords and universe strongest in the coalition army had changed. The such terrifying attack they unleashed by combining together was actually blocked by Shen Chen just like that. They all had a premonition that their combined attack had definitely crossed the universe strongest level. It was genuine tier 11 power. However, it's a pity, it's still not enough. However, Shen Chen looked at the experts in the coalition army in front of him and said with some regret. Just now, the combined attack these guys unleashed had almost bluffed him. It was just a pity that although the combined attack of 3,000 universe lord divine bodies was strong, it ultimately lacked the support of group type or mechanical flow treasures. Barely breaking through to tier 10, reaching the power of a void true god was their limit. It didn't even have tier 11 top level power. Damn it. Lord of the Divine Firmament, don't be arrogant. Everyone, don't be discouraged. And the various forces watching from the sidelines. We must make the human race hand over the Duandong legacy. This time, our race's purple moon ancestor has promised. All forces that participate will be able to obtain the cultivation experience to reach the limit of a universe strongest. This is the promise of our race's ancestor. At this moment, true god Huehua also realized that some people in his coalition were already feeling regretful. Under forced circumstances, he brought out his final trump card. After hearing what true god Huehua said, the eyes of the universe lords and universe strongest in the coalition army immediately lit up. One must know that the limit of a universe strongest was the level of the origin ancestor. If they could really obtain such cultivation experience. For them, the forces of the first reincarnation era who wanted to pass the reincarnation, it was undoubtedly the most precious thing. If someone was willing to exchange, they would even be willing to take out supreme true treasures to exchange for it. After all, for the experts of the first reincarnation era and the second reincarnation era, it was impossible for new universe strongest to be born from their races anymore. So the only thing they could do was to let the universe strongest reach the level of the origin ancestor, which was tier 10 combat power. And now, the purple moon ancestor was even willing to bring out such cultivation experience. Just to get the Duandong legacy and share it with them. Then what reason did they have not to attack? Do it. Just do it. Kill. The human race is just a weak race of the third reincarnation era. Beat back Lord of the Divine Firmament. The universe lords and universe strongest in the coalition army were shouting continuously. Morale had also increased once again. Meanwhile, some forces in the second reincarnation era also chose to join the coalition. After all, as long as they took action this time, they could. Obtain the cultivation experience to reach the limit of a universe strongest. Once they obtained the experience, even if all their forces shrank back into the miniature universes of the universe strongest, it would be worth it. They didn't believe that Lord of the Divine Firmament could still kill his way into the miniature universes of their races. In the blink of an eye, the number of universe lords in the coalition reached over 1,300, and if clones were counted, the number of universe lord-level divine bodies reached over 1,600. The number of universe strongest reached 32. If they unleashed an attack again, it would be equivalent to a combined attack of 5,000 universe lords. Such a number of universe lords was already a number of universe lords that could not be gathered by an entire reincarnation era. Chapter 284, 12th Tier Power Joint Attack. Full combat power unleashed. Killing true gods like slaughtering dogs. Wiping out the first reincarnation era. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, Lord of the Divine Firmament, let's see what you use to block this now. True God Huehua was almost laughing maniacally, looking at the many universe strongest and universe lords behind him. He felt full of confidence. A joint attack from 5,000 universe lords. That's enough qualifications. However, contrary to True God Huehua's expectations, Shen Chen merely nodded simply when he saw the many universe lords behind him. It was as if he was saying they were finally worth his effort. At this point, Lord of the Divine Firmament, are you still acting arrogant? True God Huehua actually had a bad premonition in his heart. But thinking of the support from the Purple Moon ancestor behind him, plus so many universe lords and universe strongest, why should he fear Lord of the Divine Firmament? Attack! True God Huehua shouted without hesitation. Following that, the universe strongest leading the various races also unleashed their power along with their races, universe lords. Boom! An attack far surpassing the previous joint assault erupted once again. The terrifying momentum made the entire Yanbing domain tremble. Even the tomb boat was the same. 12th tier power. Even among those surpassing the true god level, this counts as medium tier. Duan Dong inside the tomb boat had been explaining the legacy to Luo Feng. But the disturbance outside was too great, and it involved Luo Feng's race, so he paid a little attention. And at this moment, Luo Feng was full of anxiety. After all, 12th tier power far exceeded his current understanding. Even Duan Dong commented that it was medium tier among those surpassing true gods. Such a terrifying attack, what if Uncle Shen really had an accident? Rest assured. Calmly accept the legacy. Don't underestimate the treasures Mo Ran prepared for his successor. According to my estimation, any treasure taken from that mountain bandit Mo Ran's treasury would be enough to handle this crisis. However, Duan Dong waved his hand, ending the projection. He looked at Luo Feng calmly and said, "Is that so?" After hearing Duan Donghei's explanation, a trace of surprise flashed across Luo Feng's face. But thinking that both Duan Dong and Lingjun Mountain were powerhouses from the ancient civilization, Luo Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Then he honestly followed Duan Dong to learn about the Duan Dong legacy. Meanwhile, outside, 12th tier, barely worth looking at. Shen Chen's human original body commented faintly as he watched the many universe lords. Before the Kongming Sacred Hall, the golden horned beast clone appeared directly. Under everyone's gaze, the golden horned beast, wearing supreme true treasure armor, put a claw guard covered in star patterns onto its sharp claws. However, there was no supreme treasure fluctuation on that claw guard, as if it were just an ordinary, mundane treasure. Yet, when Shen Chen fully activated the Lingxiao claw, an incomparably terrifying energy surged through the nodes spread throughout it. The triple secret engravings were driven directly by Shen Chen. Lingxiao claw. In an instant, a much larger giant beast slowly appeared behind the golden horned beast. This giant beast was even larger than the strange beast formed by the God Eye race's joint secret technique, the Eternal True God. It reached 10 light years, occupying a place even in this dangerous Yanbing domain. Once this giant beast appeared, everyone present felt an incomparably terrifying suppression. Their wills, souls, and divine bodies almost knelt on the ground when facing this terrifying beast. It was as if everything they had cultivated was mere floating clouds in front of this beast. Then, under Shen Chen's control, this terrifying beast directly swung a claw shadow, instantly shattering the joint attack. My God! The Great Axe Founder, Primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord Peng Gong, and Darkness Lord, who were standing behind Shen Chen, had their mouths slightly agape. Their faces were full of disbelief. Even they would be instantly heavily injured if they faced that 12th tier joint attack. Yet Shen Chen had shattered it so nonchalantly. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying this strike from Shen Chen was. This is impossible, the leading true god Huehua shouted loudly after seeing this scene. The universe lords and universe strongest behind him also felt deep despair. The joint attack unleashed by so many universe lords and universe strongest had been stopped by Lord of the Divine Firmament so nonchalantly. To what extent had Lord of the Divine Firmament become powerful? And what kind of fate awaited them for provoking Lord of the Divine Firmament? Thinking of this, some cowardly universe lords even began to tremble. They didn't want to die yet. Although they would fall after this reincarnation era ended, they still had half a reincarnation era to enjoy. Subsequently, some universe lords and universe strongest in the coalition even flew away directly. Did I let you leave? Shen Chen looked at the coalition calmly at this moment. Lingxiao Claw. Then the golden horned beast erupted again, and the terrifying giant beast killed its way toward the coalition. A casual strike had 13th tier peak power. In that coalition, some universe strongest were only at the 8th tier peak level. There was a gap of 5 levels between them and the 13th tier. Even some universe strongest could only be instantly killed when facing this terrifying beast. Let alone those universe lords. No, no, Lord of the Divine Firmament, we were wrong. No, our race is willing to become a vassal of the human race forever. Spare us, spare us. Damn Lord of the Divine Firmament. Damn Lord of the Divine Firmament. We won't let you go even in death. We won't. Some universe lords and universe strongest immediately began to beg for mercy. However, when they saw that the giant beast had no mercy and continued to slaughter, they turned from begging to cursing. Unfortunately, no matter what their attitude was, Shen Chen would not let them go. These guys had all united to deal with his human race. Shen Chen was not a saint. He was generous, but that was towards friends and partners, not enemies. The divine bodies of the universe lords couldn't even remain, they were directly annihilated by the giant beast. Some universe strongest without supreme true treasure protection suffered the same fate. The formation was completely disrupted. No one dared to talk about uniting to deal with the human race anymore. Even true god Huehua and the other 3 universe strongest from the Purple Moon Holy Land were constantly fleeing. They didn't want to die. They didn't want to die. They had the protection of the Holy Land universe and could still live for countless reincarnation eras. They absolutely could not die at the hands of Lord of the Divine Firmament, absolutely not. However, it was a pity that Shen Chen's primary targets were the universe strongest and universe lords of the Purple Moon Holy Land. No, when dying, true god Huehua's shout was incomparably unwilling. However, what made true god Huehua even more furious was that Shen Chen didn't even look at him when killing him. It was as if he, the temporary leader of the coalition, didn't count for anything at all. Unfortunately, dust returns to dust, and earth returns to earth. True god Huehua, who originally had great prestige in the universe sea, was just swatted to death by Shen Chen with one claw. The other 3 universe strongest from the Purple Moon Holy Land also couldn't escape Shen Chen's pursuit. After a few breaths, they were swatted to death by Shen Chen. Kill them. This battle must make everyone remember that my human race is the truly invincible race in the universe sea. Whether it is the first reincarnation era, the second reincarnation era, or the 2 Holy Land universes. None of them are a match for my human race. Then Shen Chen looked coldly at the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe Founder and said, "Yes, yes." The Great Axe Founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord replied excitedly. They understood that Shen Chen was giving them orders as the leader of the human race. They could only obey unconditionally. Lord Peng Gong and the Darkness Lord saw this and also killed their way out without hesitation, pursuing the Universe Lords. The Great Axe Founder and the Primordial Chaos City Lord killed towards some Universe Strongest. With over 1,300 universe lords and 32 universe strongest fleeing separately, even Shen Chen couldn't kill them all. He still needed the help of the Great Axe Founder and the others. And with the eruption of the Great Axe Founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord, the various forces of the Universe C finally discovered that even the Great Axe Founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord had reached the level of the original origin ancestor. Even the primordial Chaos City Lord was more terrifying. He was also a Universe Lord and could actually unleash a 10th tier peak attack. Was there any justice in this? Was the human race this heaven-defying? All the races asked this soul-searching question in their hearts. They didn't know what to say anymore. You did the right thing, Shen Chen, you advised correctly just now. At this moment, the first true master of the God Eye race swallowed his saliva and said to the third true master beside him, looking relieved. The other true masters were also relieved. Certainly, it was the right advice. I had already discovered the pattern. Lord of the Divine Firmament gets stronger with every move. There is no way to ignore this point. The third true master took a deep breath and said, "Consider your God Eye race lucky this time. You actually didn't go to trouble the human race." On the other side, a demon lord of the skeleton race also said disdainfully, looking at those true masters of the God Eye race. "HMPH, we are not like you skeleton race, all of you are idiots. Actually wanting to scheme against our God Eye race and go trouble the human race. Right, I forgot you skeleton race have no souls, you can't even touch the Duandong legacy. After a while, we will trade for the legacy with the human race. While you skeleton race will only be watching from the sidelines." The first true master of the God Eye race looked at the skeleton race demon lord beside him and retorted. After hearing what the first true master said, the faces of those demon lords of the skeleton race also turned ugly. Because they knew everything the first true master said was correct. Their skeleton race had no souls and couldn't even touch the Duandong legacy. If the human race really didn't have any means for their skeleton race to cultivate, that would be truly terrible. Stupid God Eye race. Stupid skeleton race. However, the skeleton race didn't hold back either, constantly bickering with the true masters of the God Eye race. But obviously, they were rational and didn't choose to fight. After all, the human race in the distance was still killing everywhere, and it wasn't their turn. Kill, kill. Today, the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe Founder were completely killing mad. One by one, Universe Strongest fell at their hands. After all, the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe Founder had reached 10th tier peak combat power and both had special supreme true treasures. Dealing with some 8th tier peak, or even 7th tier peak Universe Strongest, although they couldn't kill them instantly, they could grind those Universe Strongest to death with a little effort using their domain type supreme true treasures and palace type supreme true treasures. On the other side, Shen Chen was even more direct. One swat of the Lingxiao claw meant the death of a Universe Strongest. He attacked continuously. Soon, the number of Universe Strongest who fell at Shen Chen's hands reached 20. Even if those Universe Strongest wanted to flee, Shen Chen had clones. The Chronos Thunder Beast and Golden Horned Beast, two giant beast clones, both had flight type supreme true treasures. How could their flight speed compare to Shen Chen's? Moreover, Shen Chen also had suppression type supreme true treasures and palace type supreme true treasures. After a period of time, the entire Yanbing domain seemed riddled with holes, with traces of fighting everywhere. And pieces of broken treasures were floating in the air, collected by Lord Punggong and the Darkness Lord. The Lingxiao Claw unleashed by Shen Chen had 13th tier peak attack power. Peak palace type treasures would be directly shattered in front of Shen Chen. Only palace type supreme true treasures could survive. After this battle ends, my human race will be the true hegemon of the Universe C. Let's go, return to the primordial universe, and properly organize the gains this time. Then let some universe lords go to those collapsing small universes to collect treasures. As for Luo Feng, let him accept the legacy here. Presumably, no one will dare to stop the tomb boat again. Shen Chen said calmly afterward. The Great Axe Founder, the primordial Chaos City Lord, and the others followed behind Shen Chen and left towards the direction of the primordial universe. Only the surrounding forces watching the battle were left, full of amazement. Soon, the information that the human race had killed 26 universe strongest and over 1,100 universe lords was compiled. Subsequently, this information caused a shock among all forces in the universe C. Because this group of powerhouses basically came from the first reincarnation era. Therefore, the first reincarnation era was basically wiped out by the human race, except for the God Eye race and the skeleton race. Two peak races of the second reincarnation era were also exterminated. Originally, the various forces were focused on the Duandong legacy. And this great battle was also started because of the Duandong legacy. So the information spread very quickly. In the Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe. Ancestor, fortunately, we didn't choose to take action against the human race. Lord of the Divine Firmament is truly too terrifying now. Star Lord Beijun returned to the Eastern Emperor Ancestor to report, recounting everything he had seen. 13th tier peak combat power. Lord of the Divine Firmament is just a universe lord. He is even stronger than my original body. The Eastern Emperor Ancestor thought in his heart, feeling somewhat emotional. How could the primordial universe give birth to such a heaven-defying universe lord? The Eastern Emperor Ancestor had some guesses in his heart. The legacy Lord of the Divine Firmament obtained was obviously incredibly heaven-defying. But back in his reincarnation era, why didn't he obtain such a heaven-defying legacy? Why is the primordial universe so unfair? However, no matter how much he sighed, it couldn't solve the objective facts. So the Eastern Emperor Ancestor could only pray that the human race would be willing to trade. The Purple Moon Holy Land universe is miserable this time. 4 universe strongest and over 300 universe lords have fallen. At this moment, Star Lord Beijun seemed to have thought of something and said gloatingly. Indeed, it's quite miserable. That guy Purple Moon is probably already mad with anger, right? Hey, who told him to be insatiable? He actually promised those races to provide cultivation experience to reach the limit of the universe strongest. However, it seems the Duandong legacy is indeed very heaven-defying. Otherwise, that guy Purple Moon wouldn't be so crazy and spare no cost. The Eastern Emperor Ancestor said. At the same time, he also felt it was a pity that Venerable Bishui of his Holy Land universe didn't get the legacy. Was it cheapening the human race? In the Purple Moon Holy Land universe. Chapter 285, The Furious Purple Moon Ancestor. Primordial universe in an uproar. Human race meeting. Damn it. Damn it. At this moment, Purple Moon Ancestor was cursing incessantly. He never would have imagined that even after he had brought out cultivation experience capable of reaching the limit of a universe strongest, and driven so many forces to unite against the human race, it was still resolved by the human race. It was even resolved by Lord of the Divine Firmament single-handedly. Furthermore, this time, all the universe lords and universe strongest he sent did not return. That was 300 universe lords and 4 universe strongest. Nowadays, his Purple Moon Holy Land universe only had a few stragglers left, and only 1 universe strongest remained. There were only about 10 universe lords left who hadn't been sent out. Although his Holy Land universe could provide the origin for a breakthrough for universe lords. As for a universe strongest, he shouldn't even think about it. If this continued, he didn't know how long his Purple Moon Holy Land universe would be suppressed. Unless his true self could break through to an eternal true God. But how could becoming an eternal true God be that simple? I have been a void true God for too long, and I have joined this force for a long time as well. The threshold for an eternal true God is simply too high. Purple Moon Ancestor thought, his heart filled with helplessness. Below him, the remaining dozen or so universe lords and the 1 universe strongest were kneeling in front of Purple Moon Ancestor, terrified. They were afraid that Purple Moon Ancestor would send them out to the universe sea again. They were truly terrified at this moment. You universe lords who have already shown your faces in the universe sea, do not go to the universe sea again. Select some prospective universe lords with sufficient accumulation and let them ascend to universe lord. Then change their appearances, and they can cautiously enter the universe sea to search for intelligence. A helpless Purple Moon Ancestor finally offered a plan. With such a large Holy Land universe, it was impossible to have only these few universe lords at his beck and call. Otherwise, what would happen to Purple Moon Ancestor's face? He knew that to a certain extent, Purple Moon Ancestor looked down upon the Eastern Emperor Holy Land Universe. True God Huehua had informed him of the situation on the battlefield at the last moment. A joint attack from 5,000 Universe Lord level beings, although not combined with group-style mechanical flow treasures, still broke through the peak of Tier 11 and barely reached Tier 12. A Tier 12 attack, even for me, would take effort to handle. But that guy Shen Chen actually counter-attacked directly and even completely suppressed the joint attack. The power erupted had basically reached the peak of Tier 13. With such strength, even my true self in the Universe C would be nothing more than this, right? Forget it. After watching that Universe Strongest and the other Universe Lords leave, Purple Moon Ancestor began to recall the specific situation True God Huehua had told him. However, the more he thought about it, the more fearful Purple Moon Ancestor became. Tier 13 combat power. Is this really combat power that a Universe Lord can possess? Lord of the Divine Firmament, what kind of heaven-defying opportunity did that guy get in the Universe C? But why couldn't such an opportunity belong to him, Purple Moon? Sigh. After a sigh, Purple Moon Ancestor looked out at his own vast Holy Land universe. His self-confidence rose again. As long as he possessed a Holy Land universe, he could remain undying forever. He didn't believe Lord of the Divine Firmament could break into his Holy Land universe and destroy it. After all, his true self wasn't even in the Universe C. However, to prevent the Universe Lords in his own Holy Land universe from being targeted by the human race, Purple Moon Ancestor still issued an order not to provoke the human race again. Although Purple Moon Ancestor was helpless, those prospective Universe Lords who had waited for unknown reincarnation eras in the Purple Moon Holy Land were excited. Although they were also angry that the Holy Land universe's face had been trampled into the ground by the human race, compared to being able to break through to Universe Lord themselves, these prospective Universe Lords were naturally happy. As long as they broke through to Universe Lord, they could go to the Universe C to explore and witness different kinds of prosperity. What if they also had the opportunity to obtain a complete ancient civilization legacy like Lord of the Divine Firmament and the Galaxy Overlord? In that case, they would also have a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lord of the Divine Firmament. The great battle in the Yanbing domain was absolutely the most tragic battle that had occurred in these 3 reincarnation eras. Over 1,000 Universe Lords and over 20 Universe Strongest were killed by the human race. Such a result quickly caused a tremor throughout the entire Universe C. The news naturally spread back to the primordial universe very quickly. After all, those forces in the primordial universe had also dispatched Universe Lords to the tomb boat to receive the legacy. At the same time, they were also very curious if the human race would really take out the legacy when faced with the coercion and inducements of the other experts from the first reincarnation era. However, the result exceeded all their estimates. It was too strong. Let's yield all the core areas of the primordial universe to the human race. The monster race, who once possessed 2 Universe Strongest and had been the #1 race in the primordial universe for a period of time, had to bow their heads at this moment. If Lord of the Divine Firmament could block the joint attack of 5,000 Universe Lords and even counter-kill them, then what? Were they in front of the human race? If they relied on the restrictions of the primordial universe and refused to retreat, they would have to leave the primordial universe after this reincarnation era ended. That would be truly disastrous. The reactions of the insect race and the automaton race were similar to the monster race. They knew very well that the 4 peak races already had hatred among them. Could they pray that the human race would spare them after their strength increased? Therefore, they could only choose to retreat. They could only go and compete with the crystal race and prison race for the second-tier areas other than the core areas. The most annoyed ones were undoubtedly the crystal race and the prison race. Previously, they had lost a large territory, and now these 3 guys were coming again. Even a clay figurine has a temper. Therefore, a great battle was inevitable. As for the reactions of the Northern Border Alliance, the Star Behemoth Alliance, and the Elder God Cult, they were also different. Some races within the Northern Border Alliance even thought about joining the human race's Great Alliance. As for the Star Behemoth Alliance, they didn't care, they really didn't need territory, but the Star Behemoth ancestor issued an order that all space beasts were not to provoke the human race again. As for the Elder God cult, they were also transcendent. Of course, the outer members of the Elder God cult didn't think so. They were desperately trying to befriend the human race, especially the family of Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race. Just as the various forces in the primordial universe reacted differently to the human race's resurgence, inside the giant axe temple in the virtual universe. All the universe lords of the human race looked with awe at Shen Chen, who was sitting in the main seat. Since Shen Chen displayed his Tier 13 peak combat power, Shen Chen was now the core figure of the human race. Even the Great Axe founder could not compare to the current Shen Chen. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Chen didn't want to manage affairs, the meeting place would probably be in the Shenshao Temple now. Tier 13 peak combat power. Even if I could get out of trouble, I probably wouldn't be your opponent. And just at this moment, a white-robed figure appeared here. Chapter 286, 100 million Supreme Treasure Points. Void True God level will. 20,000 times life gene level. It was none other than the founder of the Virtual Universe Corporation, the creator of the Virtual Universe secret technique. Origin Ancestor. He was the first pillar supporting the human race before Lord of the Divine Firmament. Upon seeing the arrival of Origin Ancestor, those universe lords of the Virtual Universe Corporation all stood up, looking at him with excitement. Even some of the newly promoted universe lords reacted as well. They also looked at Origin Ancestor with respect. After all, the human powerhouses who could become universe lords had basically lived for a very long time, with the exception of the Shen family geniuses. They had almost all heard the legends of Origin Ancestor. How could they not treat him with respect when he appeared in person? Origin Ancestor, you are too kind. Shen Chen waved his hand, not caring at all. He knew very well that Origin Ancestor was also a top-tier genius. In less than one reincarnation era, the secret technique he created had reached the top tier of the 10th level. Moreover, during the period when he was sealed by the primordial universe, his realm of comprehension had long reached the void true God level, and his will was even more heaven-defying. If it weren't for the suppression of the primordial universe and the fact that the primal universe could not evolve, Origin Ancestor would have broken through long ago. One must know that even now, Shen Chen's will was only at the true God limit. It was only by relying on a void true God level mechanical flow treasure that he could rival a void true God. Since Origin Ancestor has appeared this time, let me explain everything at once. I obtained the legacy of an ancient civilization powerhouse in an independent secret room space corresponding to a silver token in the Universe Sea. This powerhouse of the ancient civilization was on par with Duandong in terms of realm, although the legacy was not as good as the Duandong legacy. However, this powerhouse was very generous. Even his core legacy, with my permission, can be passed on to others. And my only requirement is that anyone who receives his legacy must remember his name, Lingjun Mountain Mozan Wu. Shen Chen scanned all the universe lords present and said slowly. After hearing what Shen Chen said, all the universe lords present became excited. One had to know, that was an ancient civilization legacy. Had they not seen how heaven-defying Shen Chen had become after obtaining an ancient civilization legacy? They actually had a chance to possess one too. This powerhouse titled Lingjun Mountain was truly generous. That is natural, that is natural. Since Senior Lingjun Mountain is so generous, we will of course remember his great kindness. Lord of the Divine Firmament, rest assured, we will definitely keep Senior Lingjun Mountain in mind. Subsequently, one by one, the universe lords of the human race stood up and patted their chests to assure Shen Chen. Seeing this, Shen Chen nodded with satisfaction. Some preliminary ancient civilization legacies, presumably the Duandong legacy obtained by Luo Feng, also has some elementary guidance that can be brought out. By then, the guidance from two ancient civilization legacies should be able to cause the number of powerhouses in our human race to skyrocket. I hope everyone will work hard and strive to give birth to more true gods. My human race is now the #1 race in the Universe Sea, so some responsibilities should be taken up. Shen Chen looked at them and said slowly. After hearing what Shen Chen said, although the universe lords present were a bit strange, they still promised one by one with a serious face. Next was Shen Chen explaining to those universe lords how to break through to true God. The law path made them feel amazed, especially the fusion of various laws. And the divine power path also surprised them. After all, in their primordial universe, or even the first reincarnation era and second reincarnation era, no one had walked the divine power path to achieve true God. Finding your own path is much simpler than creating a 6th-level secret technique. Therefore, if anyone in my human race can create a 6th-level secret technique below the true God level, they can, like my teacher, obtain a true God level mechanical flow treasure. The chaos evolution after breaking through to true God is extremely precious, so I hope everyone can lay a solid foundation. After Shen Chen said these last few words, he habitually threw out another big pie. Sure enough, when those universe lords heard that there was hope to obtain a treasure like the Moshe God just like the primordial Chaos City Lord, their eyes became fiery. Now, among the universe lords of the human race, who doesn't know how terrifying the Moshe God is? The primordial Chaos City Lord only created a 6th-level secret technique and cultivated the Jin Fen secret technique. After adding the Moshe God, he could instantly rival the combat power of Origin Ancestor in his prime. Seeing Shen Chen painting a big picture for those universe lords again, the primordial Chaos City Lord, the Great Axe Founder, and even Origin Ancestor on the side smiled. If creating a 6th-level secret technique was really that simple, Luo Feng and the other candidate inheritors who had broken through their bottlenecks wouldn't have spent such a long time, only for Luo Feng to create a 6th-level secret technique. However, Shen Chen's behavior could also stimulate a good cultivation atmosphere for the human race, so they did not interrupt Shen Chen. Moreover, Shen Chen was now the #1 powerhouse of the human race, and no one could interrupt him. After the meeting was dismissed, only the primordial Chaos City Lord, the Great Axe Founder, Shen Chen, and Origin Ancestor remained in the Giant Axe Temple. What I said to those universe lords just now, they only half understood. But there is no need to hide it from the three of you. The future primordial universe, and even the entire universe C, does indeed have a huge crisis. This crisis could even destroy the entire primordial universe. Wait, while waiting, strengthen your own strength as much as possible. Shen Chen looked at them and said. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the Great Axe Founder, the primordial Chaos City Lord, and Origin Ancestor looked at Shen Chen with disbelief. Destroy the entire primordial universe. Such a terrible crisis, Shen Chen actually told them so simply. But how did he know? Although they were curious, they did not ask. They just honestly followed Shen Chen's instructions to improve their strength. For the next period of time, Luo Feng, who had accepted the complete Duandong legacy, also entered the virtual universe several times. Like Shen Chen, he also explained some matters and cultivation experience from the ancient civilization legacy. After all, the Duandong legacy was of a much higher level than the legacy Shen Chen mastered. The Duandong legacy is indeed strong enough. It's a pity that the legacy inside has restrictions and cannot be unconditionally bestowed upon my clansmen. So for me, it's actually of little use. The legacy of Teacher Lingjun Mountain is different. After the core legacy meets the requirements, I can also bestow it. There are also so many supreme treasures, mechanical flow treasures, and cosmic wonders that are all brand new and can be bestowed upon my clansmen. This is the most important thing. After listening to Luo Feng's explanations a few times, Shen Chen's reaction was just like that. After all, some basic information was also recorded in the Lingjun Mountain legacy. The direction of my efforts in the future actually has 3 points. First, strive to create more powerful 8th-level secret techniques, and then create top-tier 8th-level secret techniques. Second, hone my will so that it reaches the void true God level. The core legacy of Teacher Lingjun Mountain has willpower secret techniques, but there are only 6 volumes. However, even the very beginning of these 6 volumes requires my will to reach the void true God level. Third, even if my comprehension ability is improved again, my foundation is there, and it is time to walk the divine power path synchronously. My Yuanming Yuhai clone has expanded its maximum diameter to 15 light-years in recent years. It is too huge, even surpassing the Sea of Nine Nethers of the Lord of Nine Nether. With so much divine power, I definitely cannot return it to the primordial universe. Therefore, the divine power path must be taken. After Shen Chen finished speaking, his will was extremely firm. He was not afraid of anything, he was only afraid of having no goal. With a goal, it proved that he could continue to progress along the goal. Top-tier 8th level secret techniques, just work hard. For the void true God level will, there are devices for honing willpower in the world ring left by teacher Lingjun Mountain. After spending some time, it should be possible to break through. As for the Divine Power School, it requires the powerhouses of the human race to help me collect various materials in the primordial universe and even the universe C. I have studied many powerhouses of the human race before, but there are still too few. The corpses left behind by the true gods killed before are too difficult to analyze. Let's start analyzing from the simple ones. After clarifying his plan, Shen Chen followed his plan step by step. Soon, Shen Chen took out 39 true god level supreme treasures and 1 true god level machine from that batch of Lingjun Mountain's treasures and offered them to the race. Shen Chen thus obtained 100 million supreme treasure points. However, after the number of supreme treasure points reached this point, for Shen Chen, it was basically just a number. Of course, for those universe lords and top-tier universe overlords, it was completely different. It seemed that next, all parties in the universe C could feel that the powerhouses of the human race seemed to have gone a bit crazy. They were constantly collecting some peculiar materials in dangerous places all over the universe C, such as special plants, special rocks. Anyway, the stranger, the better. They even exchanged supreme treasures with other forces for such materials. After investigating, they realized that it was Lord of the Divine Firmament who wanted to collect these materials. He even took out tens of millions of supreme treasure points to encourage those universe lords of the human race to collect these things. For a time, all forces were amazed. They were also curious, what exactly did Lord of the Divine Firmament want these materials for? The surviving forces of the first reincarnation era and the second reincarnation era were not very clear, but the two ancestors of the Holy Land universe had some guesses. In the place where they were, although true gods walking the divine power path were also scarce, they were not uncommon. At the same time, they could not help but sigh. No wonder Lord of the Divine Firmament stayed at the Universe Lord stage for so long. And at this moment, within the human race. If it were before, Shen Shao, if you scattered so many supreme treasure points, it would inevitably cause a period of chaos. Simply say that there are too many supreme treasure points. After all, the true God-level supreme treasures you handed over to the race treasury, except for me and Chaos, it seems no one can afford to redeem them. As for the other peak supreme treasures, some of our old-school universe lords of the human race already have a full set. So no matter how many supreme treasure points are given to them, they can only save them. However, you still have a way, Shen Shao. The Law Unification Steel and the Crimson Pattern. Heart-burning pillar, these two treasures have been placed in the race, allowing those universe lords to consume supreme treasure points to use them. It is simply a stroke of genius. The Great Axe founder looked at Shen Chen beside him and said with a sigh. Indeed, Hung Gong has recently relied on the Crimson Pattern heart-burning pillar to transform his will to the true God level. At this moment, he is still staying at the Law Unification Steel, thinking about creating a 6th-level secret technique. Chaos also said on the side at this moment. Shen Chen sat on the side, and after hearing what the two said, he didn't say anything. Although he offered these two treasures to the human race, he still kept a secret. His Shen family clansmen could use these two treasures for free once they reached the Universe Exalt level. After all, the Law Unification Steel and the Crimson Pattern heart-burning pillar were so large, unlike the Enlightenment Lotus platform, which could only be used by one person at a time. Soon, 100 epochs passed just like that. The universe lords of the human race gradually stopped their madness. Because in these 100 epochs, they had searched the universe sea and traded too many life materials with other forces. These life materials were all handed over to Lord of the Divine Firmament. And these life materials were obviously starting to overlap. So the initial madness had disappeared. And in these 100 epochs, with the guidance of two ancient civilization legacies, the number of universe exalts and universe lords in the human race had skyrocketed by a large margin. The number of universe lords had reached 50. The number of universe exalts was even more. And at this moment, in the Chronos temple where Shen Chen's human original body was located, his will finally broke through to the void true God level. It's really not easy. However, the treasures for honing willpower left by the teacher have also reached their limit. Shen Chen looked at the treasures around him and said slowly. He could now perceive how terrifying the will contained in his body was. And now he could cultivate the willpower secret technique left by Lingjun Mountain. However, just when Shen Chen was about to cultivate the willpower secret technique, his expression suddenly changed. Soon, his figure disappeared from the Chronos temple and came to the Yuanming secret realm. In the Yuanming secret realm, in the secret realm where the abyssal nether sea was located, Shen Chen's figure arrived here. In this abyssal nether sea, there were too many materials. Almost all of them were materials collected by the human race over the past 100 epochs. Shen Longhai had not yet broken through to Universe Lord, and Shen Chen did not force it, so he had to start studying the divine power path himself. The innate secret technique of the abyssal nether sea was more suitable for the divine power path than the 9 nether blood sea. A complete set of life gene diagrams could be perfectly interpreted. The abyssal nether sea could also create the life according to these complete life gene diagrams. In the process of creating the life, all the evolution and reproduction processes were the most precious. And occupying the main position among them were 18 perfect life diagrams. These 18 perfect life diagrams were improved by Shen Chen, created after all of them reached the perfect life gene level and were handed over to the abyssal nether sea for analysis. Among them, even included Shen Chen's own human original body, Golden Horned Beast clone, Temporal Thunderhu clone, as well as Cheng Zhou, Shen Chengyun, and Shen Longhai. Even here, there were blood and life diagrams of the primordial Chaos City Lord and other universe lords of the human race. Of course, to obtain their blood and life diagrams, Shen Chen also paid a lot of supreme treasure points. Break the perfection. It is to break the limit of the primordial universe. Just like when the life source core broke the 100-fold primordial universe limit. I have had a lot of experience. This time is the best time to break the perfect life gene limit. Shen Chen muttered to himself. Subsequently, all clones began to study the perfect life gene diagrams in front of him with all their might. Nodes by nodes, life structures by life structures, gene compositions by gene compositions, were constantly studied by Shen Chen. As time passed, suddenly Shen Chen's eyes lit up, and then his body disintegrated directly. It turned into a large amount of divine power and poured into the abyssal nether sea. Subsequently, the abyssal nether sea separated a large amount of divine power and constantly gathered into Shen Chen's human original body. However, although Shen Chen had a clue, breaking the limit was not that simple. Failure after failure. It constantly allowed Shen Chen to find the mysteries of life. After the last divine power reorganization, after Shen Chen's human original body appeared, the aura on his body was far stronger than before. 20,000 times life gene level. Finally done. After feeling the brand new power contained in his body, Shen Chen also let out a sigh. Chapter 287, Researching True God Corpses. The reward from the origin will. 20,000 times life gene level. Although it cannot yet be called the first level of walking the divine power path. However, for me today, the divine power path has already begun. As long as I continue to walk slowly, with the innate talent of the abyssal nether sea, I will still be able to easily achieve a breakthrough. Shen Chen said at this moment. The divine power path, 30,000 to 60,000 times as the first level, 60,000 to 90,000 times as the second level, and 90,000 to infinitely close to 100,000 times as the third level. Breaking through to Ancestral God at the first level allows the divine body to surge by 10 times. Breaking through to Ancestral God at the second level allows the divine body to surge by 1,000 times. And the third level has reached the point of changing size at will, an infinite divine body. Of course, in the Lingjun Mountain Legacy, there are only these 3 levels. However, Shen Chen clearly knows that there is actually a 4th level, which is the perfect divine body, reaching a 100,000 times life gene level. Keep working hard. However, since I have already broken through 20,000 times, continuing to research those ordinary materials will not be able to make my life gene level breakthrough again. The next step is to research those true god corpses. After Shen Chen finished speaking at this moment, he also had his Yuanming Yuhai clone go to research the true god corpses he had killed. One must know that the number of true gods who fell into the hands of the human race reached 26. The corpses of these 26 true gods were extremely complete. If one wanted to research these true god corpses using ordinary means, it would be absolutely extremely difficult. But for the analysis innate talent of Shen Chen's Yuanming Yuhai clone, what did that count for? The analysis innate talent of the Yuanming Yuhai clone far exceeded Shen Chen's expectations. However, after Shen Chen thought about it, he didn't feel it was anything surprising. After all, the Yuanming Yuhai clone was bestowed upon him by the creation treasure technique. The abyssal nether sea is far stronger than the 9 nether blood sea. Just at the very beginning, it reached the perfect life gene level. It was far stronger than the 9 nether blood sea at the beginning. The innate secret technique is obviously the same. Over the next period of time, the corpses of the 16 ancestral gods were continuously researched by Shen Chen's abyssal nether sea. During this period, what surprised Shen Chen was that someone came knocking. It was none other than the 3 ancestral gods of the Elder God cult. Originally, after the 3 ancestral gods of the Elder God cult communicated with the primordial universe origin will, they had something to notify the human race's Lord of the Divine Firmament about. Moreover, the human race's Lord of the Divine Firmament was even an outer member of their Elder God cult. But now, Lord of the Divine Firmament is the recognized number 1 powerhouse in the Universe C, and even though they, the Elder God cult, are backed by the primordial universe origin will, they have absolutely no way to force Shen Chen to comply with the orders of their Elder God cult's outer organization. Plus, Lord of the Divine Firmament has not gone to the Elder God cult to accept the legacy for who knows how long. Therefore, the 3 ancestral gods of the Elder God cult could only come in person. Obviously, facing the 3 ancestral gods of the Elder God cult, even the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe founder were somewhat surprised. However, they did not refuse, but instead contacted Shen Chen. Soon, in the primitive mystical region, Shen Chen met the young ancestral god, the old ancestral god, and the double-faced ancestral god. What business do the 3 ancestral gods have? Speak directly. Shen Chen looked at the 3 ancestral gods in front of him and spoke directly, without any intention of exchanging pleasantries with them at all. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the 3 ancestral gods looked at each other, feeling quite helpless. However, they really had no choice. After all, although they possessed tier 6 strength, that was only achieved by relying on the secret technique bestowed upon them by the primordial universe. There was a fundamental difference between them and the Lord of the Divine Firmament in front of them. The primordial Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe founder on the side also had no reaction at all. After all, the human race's origin ancestor was still being suppressed by the primordial universe. If it weren't for the fact that the primordial universe origin will wanted to communicate with Lord of the Divine Firmament, how could the 3 leaders of the human race have come together to see these 3 ancestral gods? Having one show up would be good enough. The primordial universe origin will knows that Lord of the Divine Firmament is the current number 1 powerhouse in our Universe C. Therefore, there is something we would like to ask Lord of the Divine Firmament to take action on. Just like when the human race and other races encircled and suppressed the Lord of Yuanao back then. Seeing this, the double-faced ancestral god spoke directly. After hearing what the double-faced ancestral god said, the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord fixed their gazes on the double-faced ancestral god. Only Shen Chen had a calm expression, as if he didn't care at all. Please ask Lord of the Divine Firmament to kill the first reincarnation era's Star Lord Haolei, King Zhenjia, and the ancestral god Chuyan. These 3 universe strongest, like the Lord of Yuanao, must be killed. As long as these three universe strongest are killed, the primordial universe origin will give special rewards to the human race, just like when the Lord of Yuanao was killed back. Then, when the double-faced ancestral god saw that there was not the slightest fluctuation in Shen Chen's eyes, he laid everything out on the table. And after hearing that the double-faced ancestral god wanted Shen Chen to kill three universe strongest, the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord were full of doubts. After all, with Shen Chen's current strength, killing three universe strongest was not difficult at all. But what puzzled them was, why these three universe strongest? One must know that before in the Yanbing domain, all the peak races of the first reincarnation era, except for the God Eye race and the skeleton race, had basically taken action. But they were all killed to the point of extinction by the human race. However, these three universe strongest happened not to be peak races, nor did they take action against their human race. Therefore, the human race did not bother these three universe strongest. But why does the primordial universe want to kill these three universe strongest now? Do you remember the map pointed out by the Lord of Yuanao? It is also a map of the collapsing peak world. The recorded main area is exactly the place of extreme danger, and it is also the place of divergence for the primordial universe crisis that I told you about before. So at that time, I let Cheng Zhou and Luo Feng not seize the map, and only snatched the supreme treasure of the Lord of Yuanao. Shen Chen stood up at this moment and explained a few words to the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe founder. This surprise appeared on the faces of the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe founder. After all, they really didn't know about such things. And when the three ancestral gods heard what Shen Chen said, they were also shocked in their hearts. After all, from Shen Chen's words, one could tell that Shen Chen seemed to know everything. However, once they thought that the person standing in front of them was Lord of the Divine Firmament, the Lord of the Divine Firmament who had a legendary experience all the way to the present, they felt that this seemed normal. And when they heard that Shen Chen had agreed, the three ancestral gods breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few words with the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord, they chose to leave. When the three ancestral gods left, the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord turned their gazes to Shen Chen. These three true gods must be killed. Whether it is the reward from the primordial universe origin will or the corpses of those three true gods, they are of great use to me. Facing the gazes of the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord, Shen Chen explained lightly. Regarding this, the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord had nothing to say. Anyway, they couldn't change things that Shen Chen had decided. And killing those three true gods would bring rewards from the primordial universe origin will. This kind of good thing, even if Shen Chen didn't do it, they would go and do it. Chapter 288, Annihilation of a Miniature Universe. Secret Technique of Willpower. Blessings descend on the Shen family. Cheng Zhou's Void True God Level Armor. The more than 1,000 Universe Lords and 26 Universe Strongest we killed before. Their supreme true treasures, various other treasures, and even the remnants within their small universes. They far exceed the digestion capacity of our entire human race. Plus the 39 true God-level supreme true treasures Shen Chen contributed to the race. Now, our race treasury has nearly 100 true God-level supreme true treasures. That is to say, supreme true treasures. As for peak supreme true treasures and even exotic treasures, there are even more. Primordial Chaos City Lord said from the side. As the Grand Steward of the entire human race, he remembered the number of treasures in the race treasury very clearly. The reason there were so many supreme true treasures was entirely because the universe strongest of the first reincarnation era basically had one supreme true treasure each, and the powerful ones even had two. Just like Star True Master and First True Master of the God Eye race. And those four universe strongest of the Holy Land universe also had plenty of supreme true treasures. Even some universe lords of the Purple Moon Holy Land universe had supreme true treasures. So, if we really kill those three true gods that the primordial universe origin will once dead this time. I hope the rewards from the primordial universe origin can allow our human race to give birth to more geniuses. After all, our human race currently controls the most core regions of the primordial universe. plus the guidance of the ancient civilization legacy, the human race will give birth to more universe lords, and even true gods. This way, we can digest these supreme true treasures. These supreme true treasures must be used to realize their value. Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen and said, "Teacher, great axe. You also know that now, when I unleash my full power, my attack might reaches the peak of Tier 13. This is already beyond the limit of the true God level. It is enough to destroy the small universe of a universe strongest. So even if those 3 universe strongest hide in their small universes, I can completely annihilate them." Shen Chen said simply. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Great Axe founder and Primordial Chaos City Lord finally understood that surpassing the limit of the true God level was enough to destroy the small universe of a universe strongest. Since Shen Chen had clearly stated that he had the strength to annihilate the small universe of a universe strongest, Great Axe founder and Primordial Chaos City Lord did not worry about this matter anymore. It was all left to Lord of the Divine Firmament. In the following period, a message quickly spread throughout the universe sea. Lord of the Divine Firmament, known as the strongest in the universe sea, offered a reward of 3 supreme true treasures to kill Hao Lei Star Master, Zhenjia King, and Chu Yan Ancestor God. For a time, all forces in the universe sea were shocked by Shen Chen's grand gesture. After all, those were 3 supreme true treasures. Before Lord of the Divine Firmament emerged, one supreme true treasure was basically the standard equipment for a universe strongest. No one doubted whether Shen Chen could produce these 3 supreme true treasures. No one doubted Shen Chen's credibility either. After all, every clone of Shen Chen was equipped with a set of supreme true treasures. As for credibility, the number of supreme true treasure points Shen Chen had distributed in these 100 epochs was truly too many. These races had also traded too many materials with the universe lords of the human race. At the same time, they also learned from the Great Alliance of the human race that as long as you took sufficiently precious cosmic rarities to exchange with Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race, Lord of the Divine Firmament could even give you supreme true treasures, or even some simple legacies of the ancient civilization. Under such circumstances, everyone set their sights on Hao Lei Star Master, Zhenjia King, and Chu Yan Ancestor God. They didn't want supreme true treasures, they only wanted to exchange for the ancient civilization legacy from Lord of the Divine Firmament. Damn Lord of the Divine Firmament, he actually set his sights on us. In the core area of the collapsing peak world, the 10,000 waves water domain, an ancient ship floated in the waves. On that ship were a winding giant mountain life form, a steel life form, and a lightning giant. These 3 were the now famous Chu Yan Ancestor God, Zhenjia King, and Hao Lei Star Master in the universe sea. However, the expressions of these 3 were incredibly ugly at this moment. Because Lord of the Divine Firmament had completely locked onto them, how could they not know of Shen Chen's reputation? He had killed so many universe strongest and could even withstand the joint attacks of so many universe lords. His strength far exceeded that of the original origin ancestor. Although the 3 of them were strong, they could only reign supreme in the first reincarnation era. Although they had peak tier 8 strength, what did that count for in front of Shen Chen? Why don't we beg the kings? Zhenjia King said helplessly. How to beg? The current kings are still fighting and transforming among themselves. They don't even allow us 3 to attract too much attention, which is why we didn't participate in the allied forces. And you know Lord of the Divine Firmament's strength. Most of the kings are not Lord of the Divine Firmament's opponents now. However, Chu Yan Ancestor God threw a bucket of cold water directly. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let Lord of the Divine Firmament kill us? We 3 have already abandoned our dignity, defected to the kings, and become enemies of the universe sea and even the primordial universe. Just to pursue eternity. I don't want to be killed by Lord of the Divine Firmament. Hao Lei Star Master said bluntly. He had the most explosive temper, so he was the least able to hide his emotions. Hide into our small universes. Although Lord of the Divine Firmament is strong, I have never heard of anyone who can kill their way into a small universe to deal with us. After hearing what they said, Zhenjia King also expressed helplessly. They didn't think that just by hiding in the 10,000 waves water domain, they would be safe. It could only be said that Zhen Jia King's idea, if one ignored Shen Chen's combat power, was actually correct. After all, even the two ancestors of the Holy Land universe had not been seen destroying any ancestor god's small universe. And these three universe strongest would not ask the guys behind them for such a small matter. After all, those guys didn't care when they went crazy. Consequently, these three universe strongest could only return to their own homes. However, very quickly, these three universe strongest discovered that Lord of the Divine Firmament of the human race wanted them to return to their small universes. Inside Howlei Star Master's small universe, Howlei Star Master had an explosive temper, and coupled with Lord of the Divine Firmament's bounty, he became even more irritable. Even those universe lords of the same race as Howlei Star Master dared not speak much in front of him. Meanwhile, outside his small universe, Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone had already arrived here. He looked at Howlei Star Master's small universe from afar, and the Lingxiao claw in his hand was stimulated to the limit. The Lingxiao claw was a top-tier mechanical flow treasure of the Void True God level. Activating it did not require too much comprehension of secret techniques, but it could enhance attacks by 3 levels below the limit of a Void True God. The limit of amplification reached the peak of Tier 13. Clearly, Shen Chen had just reached the limit that the Lingxiao claw could amplify. Peak Tier 13, in the current Universe C, could already be considered genuine Void True God limit might. It was capable of destroying a small universe. When Shen Chen activated the Lingxiao claw, a terrifying exotic beast appeared again. This giant beast was 10 light years tall, and just by swatting out a claw shadow, it reached 1 light year in length. This terrifying claw shadow instantly tore open the membrane wall of Howlei Star Master's small universe. A crack appeared on the small universe's membrane wall instantly. Subsequently, the claw shadow attacked directly through the crack towards the origin of the small universe. Boom, boom, boom. All living beings in the small universe heard an incomparably terrifying rumbling sound. And the one who reacted the most was undoubtedly Howlei Star Master. After all, this was his small universe. Who could directly attack the origin of his small universe? However, after he carefully investigated, he discovered Shen Chen's figure standing outside his small universe. Driving a terrifying exotic beast, he launched an attack on his small universe. Every attack was terrifying to the extreme, simply not something he could block. Even if he had a supreme true treasure armor, it still couldn't block it. Lord of the Divine Firmament. The anger in Howlei Star Master's heart was imaginable. He never thought that Lord of the Divine Firmament would actually take action directly against his small universe. No matter how strong his strength was, he couldn't annihilate his own small universe, right? However, Howlei Star Master soon fell into despair, because he found that under Shen Chen's attack, his small universe origin seemed to be unable to hold on. Compelled by necessity, Howlei Star Master could only try to wear the Howlei Divine Armor and go to stop Shen Chen. But unfortunately, Howlei Star Master's Howlei Divine Armor was just an ordinary Supreme True Treasure Armor. The immunity limit was at the peak of Tier 7, and every attack of Shen Chen had reached the peak of Tier 13. Peak Tier 13 attacks had already reached the Void True God limit. It was simply not something an ordinary Supreme True Treasure Armor could block. That terrifying attack, even after being weakened by the Howlei Divine Armor, caused his divine body to be annihilated by an unknown amount. Of course, this was the result after Shen Chen held back. He wanted Howlei Star Master's True God corpse. Not to completely eliminate Howlei Star Master. Subsequently, after the Kongming Sacred Hall and the Kongming Sacred Prison Tower erupted with terrifying suction power, they directly suppressed Howlei Star Master. Then Shen Chen directly drove that terrifying exotic beast to continuously attack the origin place of Howlei Star Master's small universe. Although the origin place of the small universe resisted with all its might, under Shen Chen's attack, it had no power to fight back at all. As the origin place was destroyed, the space of Howlei Star Master's small universe collapsed continuously. All living beings relying on Howlei Star Master's small universe were also annihilated as a result. However, Shen Chen did not care about the treasures in Howlei Star Master's small universe. After a teleportation, he headed towards Zhen Jia King's small universe. After Shen Chen left, the universe lords of the human race responsible for cleaning up the battlefield also excitedly rushed into Hao Lei Star Master's small universe, constantly looting treasures. Next, Shen Chen did the same, killing Zhen Jia King inside his small universe. The successive deaths of two companions also attracted the attention of Chu Yan Ancestor God. Lord of the Divine Firmament, you cannot kill me. I am different from Hao Lei Star Master and Zhen Jia King. I possess a palace-type supreme true treasure, even if you can annihilate my small universe. I can also rely on the palace-type supreme true treasure to escape. At this moment, Chu Yan Ancestor God looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said directly. He wanted to persuade Shen Chen to retreat. HMPH. However, Shen Chen let out a cold snort, ignoring what Chu Yan Ancestor God said at all. He drove the terrifying exotic beast to continuously attack Chu Yan Ancestor God's small universe. Damn it. Looking at Shen Chen who acted directly, Chu Yan Ancestor God's face also became ugly. However, before he could react, Shen Chen had already driven the Kongming Sacred Hall and the Kongming Sacred Prison Tower to erupt. The terrifying suction power and the suppression power caused the speed of Chu Yan Ancestor God's palace-type supreme true treasure to continuously decrease. Even so, Chu Yan Ancestor God still had hope in his heart. His palace-type supreme true treasure could definitely block Lord of the Divine Firmament's attack. Suddenly, Chu Yan Ancestor God felt as if his mind had suffered a heavy hammer blow. In front of his eyes, an incomparably terrifying high mountain seemed to appear, and that mountain contained a terrifying will impact. Just that his will was simply unable to survive when facing this will impact. No, facing this sudden terrifying will impact, even Chu Yan Ancestor God fainted directly. Chapter 29, Chapter 19, Luo Feng said when killing the nine-headed demon lord that palace-type supreme true treasures could not block will-based secret techniques. After losing Chu Yan Ancestor God's control, even if he was hiding in that palace-type supreme true treasure, he could only be wantonly trampled by Shen Chen. After taking out Chu Yan Ancestor God's body, Shen Chen directly annihilated Chu Yan Ancestor God's will through will impact. Subsequently, he drove that terrifying giant beast to annihilate Chu Yan Ancestor God's small universe. Thus, the three universe strongest that the primordial universe origin will wanted to kill were directly executed by Shen Chen. They thought that by hiding in their small universes, Shen Chen would have no way to deal with them. But they didn't know that Void True God Limit Combat Power could destroy an Ancestor God's small universe. Distribute the blessings from killing Hao Lei Star Master and Zhen Jia King to the entire human race. Distribute the blessings from killing Chu Yan Ancestor God to my family. Even in the Universe C, Shen Chen could feel the primordial universe origin will in the dark. Subsequently, he also directly spoke and distributed the blessings for killing these three universe strongest. The number of the entire human race was truly too large. Even if the blessings from killing Hao Lei Star Master and Zhen Jia King could increase the probability of geniuses appearing among all newborns of the human race within 1,000 years, that would already be good. However, the members of Shen Chen's family, compared to the entire human race, were only a small part. Although there were only the blessings from killing Chu Yan Ancestor God, it should also be able to give birth to quite a few strong individuals. Subsequently, the news that these three universe strongest, including Hao Lei Star Master, had been killed by Shen Chen also spread throughout the Universe C. The forces in the Universe C did not have much reaction to this. It was just Shen Chen killing these three universe strongest with his strength. It was not a big deal. They only regretted that they could not obtain Lord of the Divine Firmament's reward. And those lucky universe lords of the human race who received the distribution task were happy. After all, they only needed to hand over half of the treasures obtained from scavenging the small universes to the race. Inside the Chronos Temple, after Shen Chuyong had wandered in the Universe C for 100 epochs, he finally returned to the primordial universe. Not bad. After 100 epochs of training, for you, creating the strongest fusion secret technique of a universe lord is not difficult at all. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou in front of him and said directly. After all, earlier, Shen Chengzhou had solved more than 3,000 games of the Shi Huang game. At that time, Shen Chengzhou's comprehension ability and law foundation had improved to an incredible level. Shen Chengzhou was not proud of this. He knew very well that although he had created the strongest fusion secret technique of a universe lord at the universe exalt level, he could already be considered a genius. However, in the human race, there were two existences more heaven-defying than him. One was his father, and the other was Luo Feng. He had no complacency. After thinking for a while, Shen Chengzhou took out a black armor and placed it in front of Shen Chen. This armor was brought out from the independent space corresponding to that cyan token. Not bad. Beyond true god level armor. Shen Chen took the black armor in his hand, felt it slightly, and said directly. He also instantly understood that this black armor was a void true god level armor. Chapter 289, Chaos Origin Fruit. Chuyang and Longhai come to seek armor beyond the true god level. Upon hearing what Shen Chen said, a look of surprise appeared on Shen Chengzhou's face. After all, he had not expected that they would actually obtain a piece of armor beyond the true god level within the independent secret room space corresponding to the cyan token. Such armor was rare, even in the Universe C. The spaces corresponding to the black tokens are basically those of true god level powerhouses. Those true god level powerhouses of the universe boat basically leave behind supreme true treasures in the black spaces. The cyan tokens correspond to those beyond the true god level, and the powerhouses corresponding to the silver tokens are of an even higher rank. The ancient civilization legacy I obtained came from a silver token. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou before him and explained a few things. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the cyan token was on the edge of the universe boat's core area. Shen Chengzhou nodded, finally understanding. It's a pity that even in the legacy of Teacher Lingjun Mountain that I obtained, there were no higher grade secret treasures. It seems the primordial universe origin will restricted those treasures. At this moment, Shen Chen thought of another issue. At the same time, he felt a bit helpless. After all, Teacher Lingjun Mountain had said that he had stayed in that independent secret room space until he died. He had never gone out, yet his personal eternal true god level secret treasures were simply gone. Shen Chen did not believe it. Teacher Lingjun Mountain was famous for artifact refining, so he surely would have equipped himself with eternal true god level secret treasures. After shaking his head helplessly, Shen Chen stopped worrying about this issue. No matter how much he worried, he wouldn't be able to obtain such secret treasures in the end. Dad, you should take this armor beyond the true god level. This kind of armor is just so for me. Because I cannot drive the secret engravings within this armor at all. I cannot unleash its full power, and if some powerful universe strongest struck this armor, the impact force transmitted through it would be enough to annihilate my divine power body. Shen Chengzhou then looked at Shen Chen and said, showing no attachment to the armor at all. After all, Shen Chengzhou knew very well that the treasures Shen Chen had given him over the years were simply too many. It was just a piece of armor beyond the true god level, and since he couldn't use it, he might as well give it to his dad. After all, his father's current strength meant he needed this treasure more than he did. Shen Chen laughed after hearing what Shen Chengzhou said. He hadn't expected that one day he would receive armor from Shen Chengzhou. However, what Shen Chengzhou said was indeed correct. With his current strength, holding this void true god level armor was indeed not of much use. Under the restrictions of the primordial universe, the only difference between this void true god level armor and true god level armor was in terms of immunity. True god level armor could immunize against any attack below tier 7, while void true god level armor could immunize against any attack below tier 8. However, this armor did have other functions, such as being able to unleash a will shock. However, with Shen Chengzhou's current law insights, he could not fully activate this armor, nor could he unleash a will shock. Your will has now reached the universe strongest level. Why haven't you broken through to become a universe lord yet? After putting away the void true god level armor, Shen Chen asked directly. He wanted to wait until Shen Chengzhou successfully broke through to become a universe lord to directly bestow a set of supreme true treasures upon him. My accumulation is not enough, and I also want to create a tier 6 secret technique like Luo Feng. After all, I have also obtained the ancient civilization legacy that you, Father, gave me. But a tier 6 secret technique is still too difficult for me. It has been 100 epochs, my will has already reached the universe's strongest level, but I still have no clue about a tier 6 secret technique. Shen Chengzhou looked at Shen Chen before him somewhat helplessly and said. After hearing what Shen Chengzhou said, Shen Chen fell silent. He knew very well that Shen Chengzhou was more competitive than anyone else in his heart, even if the person who surpassed him was Luo Feng. Although he also knew very well the gap between himself and Luo Feng, creating a tier 6 secret technique at the universe exalt level was his obsession. Actually, I didn't create a tier 6 secret technique at the universe exalt level either. After all, there is a flying leap in level only between the universe lord level and the true god level. So, at that time, I didn't stay too long at the venerable level. After thinking for a moment, Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou below and said directly. Ah. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Shen Chengzhou's mouth opened slightly, his face full of disbelief. There is no need to waste time. With the foundation of a universe exalt, it is too difficult to create a tier 6 secret technique. After all, the foundation is too weak, you haven't even mastered space-time. But since you want to achieve this accomplishment, I can help you. Don't refuse, a piece of void true god level armor is worth me doing this. After thinking about it, Shen Chen decided to take action. Anyway, among the legacies he had obtained, there were 23 true god level rare treasures and 3 void level rare treasures. Among them were rare treasures that assisted true gods in comprehending secret techniques. Thank you, Dad. After thinking for a while, Shen Chengzhou directly accepted. Soon, a fruit was tossed to Shen Chengzhou by Shen Chen. This fruit is called the Law Enlightenment fruit. Its effect is very simple. It enhances the user's thinking ability and soul power, helping the user comprehend secret techniques. Shen Chen explained briefly. Previously, when I was adventuring in the Universe Sea, I basically didn't hide my identity, as I was mostly staying in some places to hone my will, so no one fought with me. But this time, with the Law Enlightenment fruit you gave me, Dad, I will hide my identity and fight with those universe lords. I am still better at creating secret techniques during the process of combat. After Shen Chengzhou finished speaking, he left with the Law Enlightenment fruit. Watching Shen Chengzhou leave, Shen Chen had nothing more to say. Anyway, he had given him the resources and everything, whether or not he could comprehend the secret technique was up to Shen Chengzhou. Soon, Shen Chen set his gaze upon a fruit in his hand that revealed an aura of chaos. Chaos Origin Fruit. It is worthy of being a 10,000-fold return treasure. It can allow the user to come into contact with the aura of the laws of chaos, and even improve the user's physique, making them more attuned to various laws. This cosmic rare treasure can be considered void level. Between a tier 8 secret technique and a top tier 8, there seems to be a threshold. Even though I have already created a tier 8 secret technique, I don't even have a clue about a top tier 8 secret technique. It seems like there is a restriction. Shen Chen said, looking at the Chaos Origin fruit in his hand at this moment. The stronger the foundation, the greater the gains from comprehending the evolution of the small universe chaos. Furthermore, Shen Chen's current divine power path has not actually reached the level of perfection. So, he planned to consume the Chaos Origin fruit directly after some time. During this period, he would strive to comprehend a top tier 8 secret technique on his own. After all, if he consumes the Chaos Origin fruit, then the effect will be completely different. However, what surprised Shen Chen was that 2 more members of the Shen family came to the Chronos Temple to find him. They were none other than Shen Chuyang and Shen Longhai. Shen Chuyang had long since become the famous lord of myriad beasts in the Universe Sea, having adventured in the Universe Sea for a long time. And Shen Longhai's fame was much less. After all, he was currently only a Universe Exalt and had not yet broken through to become a Universe Lord. It seemed that he also wanted to create a powerful secret technique at the Universe Exalt stage, so he had not broken through at all. What business do you have coming to find me? Shen Chen said with a smile, looking at these two geniuses at this moment. He was very friendly toward these family geniuses. Chapter 290, Another Cyan Token. Silent Myriad Series Void True God Set. Painting a pie. A colossal entity. Because bestowing Shen Chuyang could yield 1,000-fold return, and bestowing Shen Longhai could yield an even greater 10,000-fold return. For such kin who were both powerful and capable of returning even greater benefits, Shen Chen's attitude was naturally different. Old ancestor, I heard you have many rare treasures here. I have been adventuring in the universe sea for a long time and obtained a batch of treasures, so I would like to exchange them with you for some treasures to cultivate my tamed beasts. I am now considered a 5th-tier universe lord, so naturally, I hope my tamed beasts can also break through to become universe lords. At this moment, Shen Chuyang said this while looking at Shen Chen before him. He was not here to take benefits from Shen Chen for free, he was here to make an exchange. Old ancestor, my will has already transformed to the level of a universe strongest. Under the guidance of Lord Liho, I have also created the strongest secret technique of a universe lord. Although my divine body is weak, I can barely be considered a 4th-tier universe lord. Therefore, I am preparing to break through directly, there is no need to linger at the universe exalt level. After all, I have heard you say more than once that lingering at the universe lord stage is the best. Shen Longhai did not have any other issues. He remembered that Shen Chen had previously told him to come and inform him after breaking through to Universe Lord. He felt that he was in a state where he could break through at any time, so he came to inform Shen Chen. However, it just so happened that he ran into Shen Chuyang, so the two of them simply came together. Good, good, good. After hearing what the two had to say, a smile appeared on Shen Chen's face. After all, both of them had aspirations and wanted to improve themselves, how could he not be happy? Subsequently, Shen Chen waved his hand, and several cosmic rarities appeared in front of Shen Chuyang. These cosmic rarities were basically traded from Shen Chen by other forces and some universe lords within the Grand Mist in exchange for peak true treasures and rarity level treasures. These treasures could not be counted as true god-level rarities at all, making them just right for Shen Chuyang to cultivate his tamed beasts. However, he also took away various true treasures that Shen Chuyang had collected in the universe sea. This was considered a trade, not a bestowal. Because the treasures Shen Chen wanted to bestow upon Shen Chuyang were not these garbage items at all. Chuyang, you must have heard of the tokens of the universe boat, right? Shen Chen then looked at Shen Chuyang before him and said, I have heard of them. Previously, Lord of Thunder Sword said that he obtained a supreme true treasure within the universe boat. Shen Chuyang also nodded, indicating that he was very clear about it. After hearing what Shen Chuyang said, Shen Chen directly took out a cyan token and tossed it to Shen Chuyang. Looking at the cyan token in his hand, Shen Chuyang was filled with disbelief. He thought that Shen Chen would at most give him a black token, he did not expect that he would directly give him a cyan token. One must know that even within the current human race, there are no cyan tokens. Where did old ancestor Shen Chen get it from? This cyan token was given to me by a peak race during the second reincarnation era when they came to trade with me. This cyan token was obtained after they fought with another peak race. The corresponding independent secret room space has never been opened. They traded with me for an ancient civilization legacy, which is the cultivation experience of a universe strongest reaching the limit. Shen Chen also explained the origin of this cyan token. The cultivation experience of a universe strongest reaching the limit was still extremely precious in the universe sea. Previously, the Purple Moon ancestor of the Purple Moon Holy Land universe had taken out such cultivation experience to drive the forces of the first reincarnation era to act against the human race. However, it was a pity that as the first reincarnation era was killed to extinction by Shen Chen, the cultivation experience promised by the Purple Moon ancestor could not be fulfilled. Coupled with Shen Chen's terrifying strength nowadays, the Purple Moon ancestor would not think that anyone would become Shen Chen's opponent just by giving out some cultivation experience. Therefore, the Purple Moon ancestor directly announced that the Purple Moon Holy Land universe was temporarily closed. This also made other forces watch a joke. After all, the human race had become famous by stepping on the Purple Moon Holy Land universe. The Purple Moon ancestor did not even walk out of the Purple Moon Holy Land universe. However, such great humiliation did not make the Purple Moon ancestor come out. This also made people wonder if the Purple Moon ancestor had no way to walk out of the Purple Moon Holy Land universe at all. However, only a small number of people had such thoughts. Others did not care about the Purple Moon Holy Land universe at all. What they cared about was how not to offend the human race. Thank you, old ancestor. In this regard, Shen Chuyang also directly accepted the Cyan token. That's right. If I have tokens, I will bestow them upon universe lords with 5th tier strength. After all, a Cyan token is not worth me making a trip. Seeing this, Shen Chen also nodded with great satisfaction. After all, bestowing the Cyan token upon Shen Chuyang was feasible, and he had obtained another silver token. Shen Longhai and Shen Chuyang had to sigh at their old ancestors' generosity once again. They were also lucky to be born in the Shen family and to have an old ancestor like Shen Chen at the same time. Other members of those Universe Lord families did not have the same treatment as them. After Shen Chuyang bowed to Shen Chen, he left directly. He wanted to go and see if there were any treasures in the independent secret room space corresponding to this Cyan token. As long as there were treasures, he could use them to exchange with Shen Chen for rarities to cultivate his tamed beasts. After watching Shen Chuyang leave, Shen Chen also focused his attention on Shen Longhai. Just break through to Universe Lord here with me. Although you are confident in breaking through to Universe Lord, you don't know how long it will take. You can still have time acceleration here, Shen Chen said with a smile, looking at Shen Longhai below. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Shen Longhai nodded seriously, and then he sat cross-legged on the ground. In this regard, Shen Chen directly drove the time sequence palace and accelerated the time in the area where Shen Longhai was located to 10,000 times. Not long after, just 1 year later, the aura on Shen Longhai's body surged continuously. However, it was Shen Longhai's human original body that was here. Therefore, no space channel descended. That space channel connecting to the origin of the universe directly descended to the location of Shen Longhai's 9 Nether Blood Sea clone. At the same time, Shen Longhai's God Kingdom also transformed continuously, becoming more and more vast. As time passed bit by bit, after stabilizing his aura, Shen Longhai stood up and looked at Shen Chen in front of him with a happy face. Having recently broken through to Universe Lord, his status in the human race, and even in the entire Shen family, was different. Although the previous Shen Longhai had the combat power of a Universe Lord, it was different after truly breaking through to Universe Lord. Looking at Shen Longhai's happy appearance, Shen Chen did something that made him even happier. Go to the Laotian clone. The Laotian clone will tailor-make peak true treasures for you, Shen Chen said to Shen Longhai. In 8 years, one peak true treasure after another was placed in front of Shen Longhai by Shen Chen's Laotian clone. Attack type, armor type, flight type, soul type, domain type, palace type, suppression type, origin type. A full 8 peak true treasures. Obviously, they were also a set of peak true treasures refined by Shen Chen's Laotian clone. Looking at the 8 peak true treasures in his hand, Shen Longhai's human original body was not surprised at all. After all, long before this, Shen Chen had notified the entire Shen family that those who could break through to Universe Lord could be bestowed with a full set of peak true treasures. Compared to the 1,000 true treasure points bestowed by the human race to newly promoted Universe Lords, Shen Chen was undoubtedly the most generous. However, the entire human race obviously could not compare with Shen Chen. He possessed the Chronos Thunder Beast clone and the 9 Nether Blood Sea clone. However, I cannot forge peak true treasures for your Chronos Thunder Beast clone again. You still need to work hard yourself. When you create the strongest fusion secret technique of a Universe Lord for your Chronos Thunder Beast clone and become a 5th tier Universe Lord, I will tailor-make peak true treasures suitable for your Chronos Thunder Beast clone. Shen Chen's Laotian clone looked at Shen Longhai in front of him and said directly. I am already very satisfied to have a full set of peak true treasures. Thank you, old ancestor. Shen Longhai naturally would not have any objections to this. After all, there were a full 8 peak true treasures in front of him. If other universe lords of the human race knew about it and knew that Shen Longhai was still not satisfied, they would secretly scold Shen Longhai for being ungrateful. You must know that although the human race currently has many peak true treasures, rarity level treasures, and even supreme true treasures, the high-level members of the race cannot give them away for free. Most of them are in the form of subsidies, allowing them to exchange with true treasure points. However, the current situation of the human race is simply much better than before Shen Chen was born. Those veteran universe lords almost all have peak true treasures on them, even special ones. Only newly promoted universe lords, such as Angel Princess and Lord of the Main Tree, do not have a full set of peak true treasures. However, after Shen Chen supplemented the full maps of the universe boat and Lu Chongshan, the places for universe lords to obtain resources became more and more numerous. Therefore, all universe lords of the human race have peak true treasures on them. Such a situation is something the universe lords of the human race before could not even imagine. After Shen Longhai left, Shen Chen directly took out 8 void true god level true treasures. As expected of the 10,000-fold return, the peak true treasures were directly returned to me as void true god level true treasures. And they are set treasures, named Theosilent Myriad, series. Such as Silent Myriad Prison, Silent Myriad Armor, etc. Shen Chen was very satisfied after looking at the void true god level true treasures that revealed a terrifying aura of silence. With this set of void true god level true treasures, the myriad set of his human original body could retire. A period of time later. During this period, one could see the blessing of the primordial universe's origin will. In the Chronos Temple, after Shen Chen let Shen Longhai inform him of the new situation of the Shen family, there was a look of satisfaction on his face. Because after he bestowed the blessing of killing the Chuyan ancestor god to the entire Shen family, the number of geniuses born in the Shen family in the following period of time had indeed increased more and more. Even Shen Chen's creation treasure tree recorded the birth of 5 purple talent clansmen and 1 red talent clansman. You must know how long this has been. However, it is a pity that even now, there is no new golden talent clansman. However, for me, the most important priority is to pass on the legacy of Teacher Lingjun Mountain. The legacy of Teacher Lingjun Mountain is at the eternal true god level. Bestowing it should be able to return a Chaos Realm legacy to me, right? However, the geniuses of our clan currently have no way to be bestowed with the core legacy of Teacher Lingjun Mountain. Lingjun Treasure Refining, and that set of will secret technique called Lingjun Mountain. Although Shen Chen's ideals were plump, the reality was very skinny. Lingjun Treasure Refining, even Shen Chen himself had not comprehended it now. Lingjun Treasure Refining starts with refining true god level true treasures. And that set of Lingjun Mountain will secret technique requires the void true god level to cultivate. With no other way, Shen Chen could only paint a pie for the geniuses of the Shen family. As long as the will can surpass the true god level, they can cultivate the Lingjun Mountain will secret technique. In order to prevent those geniuses from not knowing the terror of the will secret technique, Shen Chen gathered all the universe lords of the Shen family into the Chronos Temple. He unleashed the simple Lingjun Mountain secret technique. That vast sacred mountain pressed down so hard that all the universe lords could not breathe and directly fainted. After they woke up, when Shen Chen told them that this was just the simplest application, all the universe lords were excited. If the old ancestor unleashed his full power, what would happen? Seeing this, all the universe lords were also excited and began to head towards the place where the crimson pattern heart-burning pillar was located. They wanted to hone their will and reach a stronger level. However, the most expectant ones in their hearts were Shen Chengzhou and Shen Longhai. Their will had already reached the true god level. As long as they spent energy on improving their will, they had high hopes of reaching beyond the true god level in a short time. Longhai, during this recent period, your Chronos Thunder Beast clone and human original body can head to the Universe Sea to find dangerous places to hone your will. The biggest function of the Crimson Pattern Heart-Burning Pillar is only to hone a person's will to the limit of the true god level. It cannot even compare to the Black Stripe Stone Pillar. However, it is time for your 9 nether blood sea clone to follow me on the divine power path. Shen Chen looked at Shen Longhai in front of him and gave a few simple instructions. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Shen Longhai's eyes lit up immediately. He had heard Shen Chen talk about the divine power path many times before. But the previous Shen Chen taught himself some simple knowledge about genes. Can he finally study the divine power path now? Okay, old ancestor, Shen Longhai said with an excited face. Seeing Shen Longhai with such a reaction, Shen Chen also nodded with satisfaction. If there was a 10,000-fold return from a golden talent clansman, his own path on the divine power path would surely be much faster. However, it is time for my will to go further. Nowadays, my will is only at the void true God level. The crimson pattern heart-burning pillar is of no great use to me now. Let's just go to the black stripe stone pillar. Directly bring the Chronos temple there. After all, it will take some time for the void true God level to transform into the eternal true God level. Let's also test whether the Chronos temple can superimpose the time acceleration effect at the black stripe stone pillar. After all, Luo Feng's legacy space can superimpose up to 10 million times time acceleration there. After Shen Chen finished speaking, his human original body also took the Chronos temple and headed towards the Universe Sea. As for his golden horned beast clone and Chronos thunder beast clone, they were still adventuring in the Universe boat and Lu Chongshan respectively. Can he obtain a new ancient civilization legacy? In that case, he would be able to bestow even more things. Just as Shen Chen was heading towards the black stripe stone pillar of the Universe boat. In the deepest part of the Universe Sea, where all the strong ones have not yet reached. A colossal entity, at an unimaginable speed, was constantly moving towards the primordial universe. The speed of this colossal entity far exceeded the speed of light, reaching even millions or tens of millions of times the speed of light. And this colossal entity was even in a humanoid state. This colossal entity was much larger than a small universe. When it arrives, it is estimated that it will exceed the cognition of many strong ones. However, it is a pity that although this colossal entity is fast, it will still take a long time to reach the Universe Sea and reach the detection range of those strong ones.